One More Chance, Romeo Family Romance, Book 11, written by Jennifer Youngblood, narrated by Lisa Valdini. Dedicated with love to Shelby, Sophia, and Mela. There are friendships that are born out of circumstance, and then there are those rare, exceptional occurrences where if you put two people in a room with 1,000 other people, they will inevitably find one another every time. Shelby is one of those such friends. God put her in my path many years ago, and I will be forever grateful. She is truly my angel on earth. Thank you, Shell, for all of our wonderful madcap adventures, for listening and caring, but most of all, for allowing me to be me and you to be you. Chapter 1. It was one of those conversations that Birdie had never wanted to have with her kids. She'd had the same conversation with her mama and sister. Deep down, a part of Birdie had feared this for years, the shadow of what might happen looming large and terrible over her like a storm cloud waiting to spill. Jackson's hearty laughter pulled her out of her gloom. "Hey, little bro, you'd better take it down a notch. You're slathering it on a bit thick, even for you. It makes you sound desperate." Mason scoffed. "Desperate my eye. I'm just speaking the truth." He slid his arm around Selma's shoulders and pulled her close as he zeroed in on Cash. "When you hear this woman sing, you're gonna beg her to go on tour with you," he boasted. Selma's cheeks went pink. "Mason!" She sighed in exasperation as she threw Cash a nervous look. "Don't force the issue." Cash chuckled easily, not the slightest bit put out by Mason's pestering. "What happens if I decide that I want Selma and not you?" There was a teasing glint in his eyes. Ava grinned, shaking her head as she put a hand on Cash's arm. "Quit razzing your brother," she admonished. "That's the thing," Mason drawled. "The two of us are a package deal." He gave Selma an adoring look. "Right, babe?" "Right," she responded with a soft smile. The two seemed to get lost in one another's eyes. Birdie couldn't help but smile as she watched them. A lot had changed in Mason's life recently. He'd just signed with a professional football team as their kicker, but his plans drastically shifted when he crossed paths with Selma. Birdie had nearly flipped out when she learned that Mason had almost been killed by Selma's psychotic boyfriend, who was trying to coerce her into marrying him. Thankfully, everything had turned out okay in the end, and he was sitting in the den, fully intact. A prayer of gratitude flitted through her mind. "Thank you for keeping Mason safe, and for setting him on the right path with a good woman who knows how to keep his feet moving the right direction." "Mason's in love," Ramsay taunted. "Yes, I am," Mason proclaimed loudly to the entire room. "This woman right here has stolen my heart." His voice turned gooey like warm caramel as he peered into Selma's eyes. "Isn't she the most beautiful thing y'all have ever seen?" Milo sniggered and placed a hand over his mouth as he looked at his mom. Zoe just shook her head, grinning. "Mason!" Selma blustered with a shaky chuckle, her face turning cherry red. Delighted laughter gurgled from Mason's throat. He enjoyed making Selma squirm. For all of his cockiness, it was obvious that Mason was over the moon for Selma. Birdie was glad that he'd finally met his match. She suspected it wouldn't be long before Mason and Selma announced their engagement, and then all of her children would be married. "At least I will have lived long enough to meet all of my children's spouses." But what about all the grandchildren that were sure to come? She wanted to get to know them. She had so much to live for. A cold sweat broke over her body. Her throat thickened as she swallowed. She couldn't lose it here in front of the family. She had to be strong. At Birdie and Knox's request, all of the family had gathered together this evening for dinner. They'd feasted on chicken fingers, mashed potatoes, gravy, biscuits, and all the fixings, compliments of Gina, Knox's housekeeper and cook. Gina and her husband Hank were practically family and had wanted to join them tonight, but Knox diplomatically suggested that they come another time.
"Birdie and I want to spend some time alone with the kids and grandkids," Knox had said.
Lively chatter and laughter pinged around the den. It was good to see the entire family together. Noah and Piper's photography took them around the world. Cash and Ramsey, along with their wives, Ava and Hartley, were often away on a tour. It hadn't been easy for the two couples to break away from their work to come home. Birdie and Knox were seated side by side on the sofa. Knox reached for Birdie's hand. When he cast her a concerned look, it dinged through her brain that her hand was ice cold.
"Are you doing okay?"
he asked quietly. She forced a smile.
"I'm fine,"
she said tersely.
"Just ready to get this over with."
He nodded in understanding as he pulled in a long breath.
"Can I have everyone's attention?"
he said in a commanding tone. A few seconds later, the chatter ceased as all eyes turned to Knox. He glanced at Birdie.
"Your mama and I have something that we need to say."
"About time you put a ring on Mama's finger," Mason piped in with a cheeky grin.
"Hey now, don't steal their thunder,"
Jackson countered.
"I'm not stealing anything," Mason argued.
Birdie jerked as she turned to Knox. He looked as surprised as she felt. Tears rose in her eyes, and she blinked fast to stay them. Oh, how she wished that they were announcing happy news, such as an engagement. She and Knox had been dancing around the topic of their relationship for quite some time. While Birdie had hoped several times that Knox might propose, he hadn't. Right now, a wedding proposal was the farthest thing from her mind. A wedding signified longevity and expectations for a future. Her gaze moved over the room of hopeful faces, settling on Zoe. Was her daughter's body harboring those fateful genes that could one day lead to her demise? Or maybe Madison was. First her mother, her sister, and now Birdie. A shiver ran down her spine. She couldn't think that way. She had to think positively.
"What's the good word?"
Noah prompted with a large smile as he looked expectantly from Birdie to Knox. Birdie removed her hand from Knox's and clasped her hands together tightly. She sucked in a deep breath, preparing to speak. Madison jumped to her feet.
"Before you make your announcement," she blurted, "there's something you need to hear."
10 years old, Madison had shot up in height and was on the gangly side. With her dark hair and eyes, she was sure to be a beauty like Zoe. She twisted the ball of her foot into the floor as she looked at Zoe for approval. Zoe nodded.
"My mama's having a baby!"
Madison exclaimed exuberantly. Tears sprang to Birdie's eyes as she looked at Zoe, whose grin stretched from here to Texas. Oh, it made sense. Birdie could see it now. That quiet, exquisite cape of motherhood nestled around her daughter. Zoe was resting her hands protectively over her flat stomach. Briggs had a proud glow over his face. "It's the best of times and the worst of times. Life moves on."
"How far along are you?"
Lemon, Jackson's wife, asked with a trace of longing. Lemon had recently had a miscarriage. Birdie could tell that Lemon was putting on a brave face, but Zoe's news had to cut at her insides. Hopefully it wouldn't be too long before Lemon and Jackson would get the opportunity to announce happy news of their own. Jackson draped an arm around Lemon and pulled her close. The tenderness of his embrace caused more tears to moisten Birdie's eyes. Life was interesting. Everyone had their own share of trials that were specific to them.
4 weeks,
Zoe answered.
"That's fantastic,"
Piper said as she and Noah shared a look. Something in their expressions made Birdie wonder if they were considering starting their family. Zoe's brothers offered their hearty congratulations as they hugged her and gave Briggs hearty pats on the back.
I thought you were looking a little pudgy, Mason teased. Zoe gave him a look that could kill.
Selma just shook her head. Sorry, I can't take him anywhere.
That's wonderful news, Knox said in a ponderous tone as he turned to Birdie.
She got the feeling that he was wondering the same thing as her. Did they dare break the bad news to the family and ruin Zoe's moment? Maybe if Birdie just kept everything to herself, then it would somehow go away. She'd wanted to call all the kids and tell them her news, but Knox insisted that it would be better to tell everyone in person. He was probably right. It was just so hard to talk about it. Once the words left her mouth, it would all be out in the open. It would be painfully real.
Okay, now tell us your news, Zoe prompted.
Birdie swallowed. She got the uncanny feeling that time was frozen. Once she unleashed the words, there would be no calling them back. She couldn't stop more wretched tears from filling her eyes.
Go ahead,
Knox prompted gently as he draped a protective arm around her shoulder. She was grateful for Knox and his strength. When she'd first told him the news, they'd cried together. Knox kept telling her that everything would be okay, but she got the feeling that he was trying to reassure himself. The mood in the room immediately shifted from joyous to tense.
What's going on?
Jackson asked. He gave Lemon a nervous glance before turning his attention back to Birdie.
I have breast cancer,
Birdie croaked. A stunned silence fell over the group. Birdie couldn't stop hot tears from trailing down her cheeks.
Tell them the rest, Knox prompted.
My prognosis is good. We caught it early, and it's a very small cluster.
Her voice trembled as she took in a breath, trying to get a hold of her emotions. She could feel her children's fear oozing out and mixing with her own.
I've already had a biopsy and an MRI done on both breasts. The cancer hasn't spread.
The relief in the room was palpable as Birdie continued.
My oncologist says that I won't have to do chemotherapy, just radiation.
The thought of possibly losing her hair had filled her with dread. She was so relieved that she wouldn't have to go down that path. Her voice sounded unnaturally high-pitched to her own ears.
My doctor expects me to make a full recovery. All in all, I'm really very lucky.
An image of Birdie's mother and sister flashed through her mind. Both of them had died from ovarian cancer. Realizing she was at risk, Birdie opted to have a hysterectomy a few months after her sister Jolie died. What Birdie hadn't counted on was getting breast cancer. Even though they'd caught her cancer early, and her doctor was optimistic about her treatment, Birdie was still petrified. The nights were the worst, when she'd wake up bathed in a sickly sweat, terror overtaking her. All sorts of terrible thoughts assaulted her mind, such as what if the doctors were wrong? What if the cancer had spread? Doctors were fallible. They didn't always catch everything. Would the cancer come back again and again until it destroyed her? During those times, all she could do was pray for strength. Ramsay was the first to pepper her with questions.
When are you going in for surgery?
Next week.
Will it be inpatient or outpatient?
Outpatient.
When will you start the radiation?
Soon after the surgery. I'll go every weekday for 6 weeks.
Birdie caught eyes with Selma. Her expression was one of pure sympathy. Selma's mother had overcome cancer. Selma, above anyone, knew the fear that came from hearing the word cancer. Selma's mother had beaten the odds. When the traditional treatments failed to work, she'd opted for non-traditional treatments that cured her. Birdie felt a blip of envy for Selma's mom. She'd faced the monster and had come off victorious. Birdie was hoping and praying that her Dr. Christopher's optimistic prognosis would prove to be right. She didn't want to have to go through chemotherapy. Radiation would be bad enough. Her cancer was slow progressing. That was the good news. The bad news was that because of where the cancer was located, one of her lungs would be exposed to radiation. The radiation would most likely reduce her lung capacity by 2%. While it was a small number, it was her lungs they were talking about. Birdie was still finding it hard to wrap her mind around the situation. Life was sailing along like normal until she got that phone call telling her that her mammogram had turned up something concerning.
"Are you going to be okay, Mama?"
Madison asked, her voice tremulous.
"Yes, I am,"
Birdie answered with all the confidence she could summon. She offered her granddaughter a confident smile.
"I have the best doctors on my side."
She glanced at Knox, hoping he'd back her up.
"Mama's gonna be just fine,"
Knox asserted, winking at Madison. Seeing the worry on her grandkids' faces was the worst. She'd wanted to break the news to the children when Milo and Madison weren't around, but Knox insisted that it was better to tell everyone at the same time.
"Milo and Madison are mature for their ages. They can handle it. Besides, if you have to have cancer, it's a good one to have. You'll make a complete recovery."
Her head kept assuring her of that, but the sick fear in the pit of her stomach spoke otherwise. Birdie was sure she was freaking out because she'd lost her mother and sister to cancer. Her mother's death was what spiraled her into the dark depression that caused her marriage to fail. Well, that and Knox's affair. She pushed aside the despondent thoughts. Birdie couldn't let herself go down that path again. She had to remain positive so she could fight this illness. She'd have to take things one step at a time. Fight the monster in front of her before seeking out the others lurking in the shadows.
"I'm not sure about the doctor thing,"
Knox grumbled.
"What do you mean?"
Cash frowned. Irritation traipsed through Birdie. Under different circumstances, she might have been flattered by Knox's disgruntled attitude, but right now he was getting on her nerves.
"My oncologist is Christopher Wallace."
Zoe's jaw dropped. "Your boyfriend from high school?"
"Yep,"
Birdie snipped.
"Christopher happens to be one of the top oncologists in the nation. He's the leading physician at the Hopewell Cancer Treatment Center in Nashville. I'm very fortunate that he's overseeing my treatment."
She cut her eyes at Knox, daring him to disagree.
"I'd rather have someone who knows me personally instead of being just another number." "Christopher Wallace would like nothing better than to get his hooks into you," Knox muttered. "He's probably glad you have cancer so he can swoop in on a white horse and save you."
Fury burned through Birdie's veins, causing her body to tremble.
"Are you listening to yourself?" Her voice went shrill. "I have cancer, and all you can think about is Christopher trying to make a move on me? Seriously?"
Knox held up a hand.
"You're right. I'm sorry."
His pained expression caused Birdie's anger to dissolve. Like her, Knox was scared. Aside from their divorce, they'd lived charmed lives in many ways. All of their children were healthy and successful. She and Knox had always been healthy. They had prosperous businesses and nice homes. Maybe fate was claiming its dues. There were so many people who were worse off. Yes, she had cancer, but the doctors had caught it early, thanks to a routine mammogram. She had so much to be thankful for. She just needed to hold on to all of the good things in her life.
"Would you like me to take old Christopher out for you?" Ramsay asked dryly.
"Now's not the time for jokes," his wife Hartley cautioned, giving him a swift jab in the ribs with her elbow. She offered Birdie an apologetic look.
"Ouch," Ramsay howled. "You're vicious, Red."
"That's what they tell me," Hartley smirked. She threw Ramsay a saucy grin. "Better not forget it, Superman." Mason turned to Selma.
"Hey, babe, why don't you ever call me Superman?"
His voice was petulantly wounded. Laughter exploded amongst the brothers. Even the women in the room looked at one another, grinning. Birdie was grateful for the levity. It helped to ease some of her tension. This was familiar, the light-hearted banter that had always been an integral part of their family.
"You're such a whiner," Jackson taunted. "You already have a nickname, One Kick Wonder."
Mason made a face.
"Not that again. I don't even play football anymore."
He gave Cash a meaningful look.
"I'm in the music business now." "Okay," Cash relented. "You don't have to beat a dead horse. You and Selma should stop by the house tomorrow, and I'll listen to you sing."
"Yes," Mason said as he punched a victory fist into the air. "It'll be a pleasure to have you over," Ava said to Selma. Milo shot Ramsey a speculative glance.
"Hey, Superman, I've got a couple of dudes at school you can take out for me."
14 years old, Milo was Zoe's oldest son and Birdie's oldest grandchild.
"Milo,"
Zoe reprimanded. Briggs chuckled.
"Aw, now, he's just teasing."
He shot Milo a piercing look.
"Aren't you, son?"
"Yes, sir," Milo said dutifully, lowering his head. Briggs was Milo's stepfather. While the two of them had gotten off to a rocky start, they were super close now. Briggs couldn't love Milo and Madison any more if they were his own flesh and blood children. Briggs slid an arm around Zoe's shoulders as if trying to soothe her ruffled feathers. It worked. She gave him an affectionate smile.
"There'll be no talk of taking anyone out."
Birdie gave Ramsey a sharp look.
"Yes, ma'am,"
Ramsey replied with a sheepish grin. He threw Milo a wink.
"Let's talk about those dudes at your school. I can show you a way to take care of them."
"Sounds good," Milo beamed. Zoe rolled her eyes at Ramsey. "Stop egging him on." She gave Hartley a pleading look. "Help me out here." Hartley chuckled. "I wish I could, but you and I both know that I can't do a dang thing about your brother. He's going to do exactly as he pleases." She cut her eyes at Ramsey. Hartley and Ramsey had a fiery relationship. They fought hard and loved hard.
"Hey now," Ramsey countered. "It can't hurt to teach Milo how to defend himself."
"Can you teach me too?" Madison asked with bright, eager eyes. Zoe looked at Briggs for help, but he shrugged.
"Your brother has a point. The kids do need to learn how to defend themselves."
"We'll talk about this later," Zoe said, giving Milo a motherly scowl. When the conversation lapsed, Birdie took in a long breath before looking around the room.
"I'm sorry that we had to gather you all here for this."
Tears bubbled in her eyes. Those dang tears. She wished she could keep them at bay. She smiled, trying to sound braver than she felt.
"I'll get through this."
She wished she could snap her fingers and then it would all be over. She wanted to go back to when she was perfectly healthy. She'd been excited to see where her and Knox's relationship would go. Now everything was dead in the water. She had to focus on getting over the cancer before she could think of anything else. She felt a deep sadness as she mourned the deficiency in her body. It would be hard for her to submit herself to the will of the doctors, to trust that the treatments they recommended would cure her cancer.
"We know you will."
Noah stood and went to her side.
"I love you, Mama,"
he said gruffly, enfolding her in a tight hug.
"I love you too,"
Birdie replied with throaty emotion. A few seconds later, the rest of the family took turns hugging her. Birdie had no idea what the next few weeks and even months would hold, but the one thing she was grateful for was that she had her family by her side. Chapter 2. Birdie's heels clipped a brisk rhythm against the sidewalk as she walked toward her boutique. She glanced up. The warmth of the sun felt good on her face. She took in a deep breath before her gaze fell on a patch of daffodils poking their jaunty heads through the ground, evidence that spring was just around the corner. Her heart felt light enough to fly. This spring would be unique in that it signified a fresh new beginning for Birdie. Passing a familiar face, Birdie nodded and smiled at the attractive brunette around her same age, with honey blonde highlights.
"Hello,"
Melissa Wilson responded with a congenial smile as she stopped. Bertie pointed at the red gift bag with the gold tissue paper that Melissa had draped over her arm. "I see you've been doing some shopping. Thanks for supporting the cause." The bag was from Bertie's boutique. "You bet. I just love Effie," Melissa gushed. "She was so helpful. She helped me find the perfect dress for Walter's birthday party. You've got yourself a fine employee." She arched a sculpted eyebrow. "Much better than Katie, who was more worried about talking to her boyfriend on the phone than helping customers." A wry grin pulled at Bertie's lips. She and Melissa went way back to high school when they'd been cheerleaders. While Melissa's candor tended to grate on Bertie's nerves from time to time, Melissa was spot on. She'd had to let her former sales clerk go because Katie was worthless. She'd hired Effie Smith a few weeks ago, and she was working out wonderfully. Effie was a newcomer to Franklin. Bertie could only hope she could convince Effie to stick around for the long term. Effie was the kind of employee that Bertie could train to one day manage the store. "How old is Walter?" Bertie asked. 63. "Tell him I said happy birthday." Bertie clucked her tongue. "Walter's getting up there." "I know," Melissa laughed. "I keep telling him that I'm not sure how I feel being married to a 60-year-old. "It's a good thing you and I are still in our 50s, Bertie joked. Melissa gave her a conspiratorial look. "I've decided to stay 59 forever." "Me too," Bertie grinned. "Walter keeps waiting for me to get some gray hairs." Melissa patted her flawless hair, her hazel eyes dancing with mirth as she batted her artificially enhanced eyelashes. "Thanks to Noelle's capable hands, I don't think that'll happen any time soon." "Amen." Noelle, Bertie's niece, owned and operated a hair salon just a few blocks away from the town's main square, where they were standing. Noelle was a master at color. Her business was booming. "Noelle looks like she's about to pop. When is she due?" "Any day now." "Well, she and Holden certainly seem happy. I'm so glad." "Me too." Bertie was grateful that her niece had been able to reconnect with Holden, her former boyfriend and the love of her life. She'd never seen Noelle or her son Aidan so content. A pang tugged at Bertie as she thought of her older sister Jolie, who'd passed away. Noelle was expecting a girl. Jolie had gotten to know Aidan, but she would never know her granddaughter. Bertie and Knox had done their best to help fill the void in Noelle's life, but there was no way anyone could truly fill Jolie's shoes. Knox owned the building where Noelle's salon was located. He'd purchased it to help Noelle. Also, he'd given her seed money to start her business. "How's your new grandbaby, Zoe's little one?" Melissa asked. A smile curved Bertie's lips. "Great. It was a girl, right?" "Yep." "How old is she?" 3 months old. "I'll bet she's a cutie." "Oh, she is. She rules the roost." Bertie retrieved her phone from her purse and showed Melissa a picture. "Milo and Madison dote on her." "Look at all of that dark hair," Melissa cooed. "She's a beauty like her mama." "Yes, she is," Bertie agreed with a touch of pride. "What's her name?" "Mela." "That's a beautiful name. I'm so happy for you, Bertie." Melissa gave her a searching look, concern passing over her features. "How's your health?" Bertie couldn't stop a gargantuan smile from filling her face. "Fit as a fiddle. I just got the results of my mammogram. No cancer." Elation ran through her veins. It had been 10 months since she first learned that she had cancer. Her body had responded well to the treatments. While she wouldn't be considered officially cured for 5 years, in her mind she was good. She wanted to put the ordeal behind her. For so long she'd been so sick with fear that cancer would do her in like it did her mother and sister. She was so grateful to the good Lord above that she'd been spared and had a new lease on life. Every clear mammogram that she got signaled that she was moving in the right direction. Christopher had called to tell her the news himself, and he'd asked her to dinner. Birdie had reluctantly agreed, mostly because she didn't know how to tell him no. Knox wouldn't like it, but he'd just have to get over it. After all, it wasn't as if Knox had asked her out recently. The minute she got cancer, Knox backed off, presumably because he was petrified that she would slip into another dark depression. Maybe he was afraid to put himself out there again, for fear that Birdie would go off her rocker. It was hard to know what was going on in Knox's head. Birdie wasn't sure what to think about their relationship. Things were so confusing right now, especially with Christopher in the picture. On some level, Birdie could understand Knox's reservations about her mental health. At first, she'd also been concerned that her cancer might set her down the dark path of depression, but it hadn't. By the grace of God, and through the help of Christopher, Knox, and her kids, Birdie had come through the ordeal emotionally and mentally sound. She was ready to get on with her life, and was tired of waiting around for Knox to make a decision. She'd learned that life was fragile, with no guarantees. Knox was either going to have to step up to the plate, or she was going to have to move on. "So," Melissa began in a juicy tone as she stepped closer to Birdie and touched her arm, "are the rumors true?" Birdie tensed. "What rumors?" "Did Christopher Wallace move back to Franklin because of you? The two of you were thick-ass thieves in high school." She trilled out a velvety chuckle. "I'll bet Knox isn't too happy about Christopher being in the picture." Birdie was no dummy. Melissa was baiting her to see how she would react. She ignored the comment. Melissa's voice bubbled. "That's such an interesting turn of events that Christopher is your oncologist." Birdie's spine went stiff. "How did you know that?" "It's a small town. Word gets around." "How did you find out?" Birdie pressed, giving her the stink eye. She wasn't going to let Melissa weasel her way out of this one. Melissa let out a long huff as she made a flourish with her hand. "If you must know, Dottie Craven is a nurse at the clinic." "Yeah, I saw Dottie a few times during my treatments." Dottie had been so kind and considerate. It irked Birdie to know that Dottie was gossiping about her. "She told Susie Hoffman, who told Lisa Phillips, that Dr. Wallace made a point of coming into the clinic to see you. And Dr. Wallace told all the nurses that they were to take extra good care of you, or else." A grin played over Melissa's lips. "Sounds like somebody's still carrying a torch for you. Christopher's a very handsome man, don't you agree?" Heat crept up Birdie's neck. She hoped Knox hadn't gotten wind of the gossip, otherwise he'd be furious. Melissa's eyes zinged with interest. "Is there anything going on between you and the doc? Are you rekindling the old flame?" "That flame has been dead since high school," Birdie harumphed, although she could tell from the way Melissa's eyebrows shot up clear into her bangs that she wasn't convinced. "We're good friends," Birdie continued carefully. Birdie could tell that Christopher was developing feelings for her. She wasn't sure how she felt about that. Christopher was a very handsome man in a distinguished, doctorly way. Christopher was her first love. She'd been crazy about him in high school. But then she and Knox started dating, and Knox had stolen her heart, showing her what love truly was. Her stomach clutched. How different her and Knox's lives might have been had Birdie's mama not gotten sick. Those were dark times. Birdie had been so overwhelmed trying to be a good mother and wife, she couldn't cope with the trauma of losing her mama. And then Naomi stepped in and made a play for Knox. She scoured inwardly, thinking about the woman Knox had the affair with. Naomi had capitalized on Birdie's depression and had gotten to Knox when he was weak. Still, the circumstances didn't excuse Knox for having the affair. The older Birdie got, with more wisdom under her belt, she could see how her depression and Naomi moving in was the perfect storm. She and Knox had not stood a chance. With so much water under the bridge, some good and some bad, she wondered what their future would hold. Could they move past the hurts of the past and build something new, or would the scars forever mar them? How does Knox feel about Christopher buying one of the houses in his development? Birdie ran her words through her brain to make sure they wouldn't do either her or Knox any harm before releasing them. Knox is a businessman. He was grateful for the sale. In all actuality, Knox had intended to refuse to sell Christopher the house until Birdie talked him into it. Christopher is devastated by the loss of his wife, Birdie had argued. He's trying to put his life back together the best way he can. The least we can do is to help him out. After all, Christopher has been so good to me the past few months. It had taken some convincing, but finally Knox listened to Birdie and agreed to sell Christopher the house. Birdie wasn't about to tell Melissa all of this. No sense in airing dirty laundry and giving Melissa more fodder for her gossip. They chatted a few more minutes before giving one another a hug and parting ways. The bells over the door of Birdie's boutique sang out a welcome jingle as Birdie stepped inside. The familiar scent of lavender filled her senses. The boutique, with its racks of beautiful clothes, shelves loaded with designer shoes, purses, and other accessories, was Birdie's haven. She loved every aspect of her business. As she stepped up to the checkout counter, the soft lavender scent gave way to the pungent smell of flowers. Birdie's gaze took in the large, impressive bouquet. She looked at Effie. "Wow, someone must like you a lot to send these." With her terrific figure, dark curly hair, and golden brown eyes fringed with thick sooty lashes, Effie was a beauty. She would no doubt have plenty of admirers. Birdie rubbed her thumb over the silky petal of one of the lilies as she leaned in and inhaled. "Those aren't for me. They're for you." Birdie drew back in surprise, her hand going over her chest. "For me?" Her heart leapt with anticipation. Was Knox finally making his move? He was coming here in a few minutes to take her to lunch. Birdie couldn't wait to give him the fantastic news about her mammogram and her clean bill of health. She wanted to tell Knox first, and then she'd call the children. Effie shook her head. "Nope, not from Knox," she said in a sing-song voice as she flashed Birdie an insinuating grin. "Here's the card." She handed it over. Birdie's eyes widened when she realized it was from Christopher. It read, "Hello, beautiful lady. Congratulations on your wonderful news. That was one phone call that I was happy to make. I can't wait for tomorrow night." "What's happening tomorrow night?" Effie pointed to the card as she wrinkled her nose. "Sorry, I didn't mean to be nosy, but it didn't come in an envelope." Birdie placed the card on the counter before putting down her purse. "No worries," she sighed. "I'm going to dinner with Christopher." "Oh, wow. I didn't realize the two of you were involved." "We're not," Birdie countered a little too sharply. "Christopher's a friend," she added when she saw Effie's surprised expression. Effie made a point of cutting her eyes toward the flowers. "Maybe you should tell him that." "Yeah, maybe so." Birdie changed the subject. "How's it going?" "Good." Effie's voice became businesslike. "I got all of the new inventory keyed into the system and put on the racks and shelves. We've had a steady stream of customers this morning. Now that the weather is warming up, people are starting to get out." Birdie jutted her thumb toward the door. "I just ran into Melissa Wilson on the sidewalk. She was singing your praises." Effie's face brightened. "Oh, thanks. She seems like a nice lady." Effie tipped her head as she pursed her lips.
A bit gossipy, but nice.
Birdie chuckled, impressed at how spot-on Effie's assessment was. Yep, she chimed. If you don't want the world to know your business, then don't tell Melissa. Bless her heart. Melissa's a good friend, but you have to watch what you say around her.
Good to know,
Effie grinned. Birdie walked over to one of the racks and reached for the dress on the front, holding it out for inspection.
Is this one from the new Windsor collection?
It was canary yellow with large white flowers outlined in thin gold lines.
Yep, sure is.
It looks great, better than it did online. She traced her fingers over the neat stitching. The cotton fabric was light and airy. Maybe we should have ordered more than just 5 styles.
I agree. That's the style dress that Melissa purchased. She went gaga over it.
I can see why. The door chimed as 2 women in their early 20s came in, chattering and laughing. Draping on a friendly smile, Effie went to help them. Birdie stepped behind the counter and began tapping away on the keyboard of the computer, checking all of the new inventory. She halfway listened as Effie waited on the girls. Birdie glanced at the flowers. They were exquisite. Christopher was turning up the heat. It was starting to concern her a little, and yet she couldn't deny that she was flattered by his attention. It felt good to be doted on. She often felt like Knox took her for granted. Maybe that was to be expected, considering their long history together. Her thoughts turned back to Effie. She was a pro, offering the girls the help they needed without hovering. Effie had a way with people, and that was a skill which couldn't be taught. By the time the girls left, their arms were loaded down with 2 large bags each, as they happily assured Effie they would tell all of their friends about the new inventory that had just arrived.
You're really good at this,
Birdie assessed.
Thanks.
Effie tucked a curl behind her ear as she looked down at the floor in an attempt to deflect the praise. Effie was a good listener and had a knack for fitting into the environment quickly, but she'd not told Birdie much about her past. All Birdie knew was that she was an only child from somewhere in Louisiana. While Effie was always friendly and upbeat, Birdie sensed that there was a sadness about her, making her wonder what had happened in her past. Maybe with time Effie would open up more. "Hey, I've got something for you." Effie looked surprised.
"Really?"
"Yep, let me get it. I'll be right back." Birdie went into the storeroom and pulled a box from the shelf. She went over to where Effie was standing. "Here you go," she sang. A bemused smile tipped Effie's lips.
"What is it? Shoes?"
She'd frowned as if she'd just thought of something.
"Did I forget to put something out?"
"No," Birdie chuckled. "Just open it." Effie lifted the lid, her eyes rounding with shock.
"Shade of lemon,"
she sputtered. She reached into the box and retrieved one of the sandals. "It's my gift to you," Birdie proclaimed. "You've been working so hard that I wanted to do something to show my appreciation."
7.5, my size. How did you know?
Birdie grinned. "I've been doing retail a long time. I can spot a size 7.5 a mile away."
"How did you know that I wanted these?"
"I saw you admiring the last pair of size 9 sandals we had in the store. I asked Lemon to get another pair." One of the perks of having a daughter-in-law who was a highly sought-after designer of purses and shoes was being able to carry several lines of Lemon's products in the boutique. Lemon's products were so popular, however, that they sold almost as fast as Birdie put them out.
"Thank you,"
Effie breathed, her eyes glistening with moisture.
"This means a lot."
As if on impulse, she bounded around the counter and threw her arms around Birdie.
"I really appreciate this."
"You're very welcome." Birdie was glad that her gift was so well received. From the way Effie was acting, Birdie suspected that Effie must not have had many people do kind things for her in the past. It felt good to do something nice for someone, especially someone who was so well deserving.
"I think I'll put them on now,"
Effie said eagerly.
"Go ahead."
That way you can get them good and broken in." A large smile broke over Bertie's features. "I have some good news. I got a call from my oncologist today." Effie's eyes sparkled with amusement. "From Christopher Wallace?" Bertie's cheeks went warm. "Yep." She worked with Effie on a daily basis and felt so comfortable around her that she was easy to confide in. However, with the gossip flying around, as Melissa so aptly pointed out, and in light of the enormous bouquet of flowers, Bertie briefly wondered if she'd said too much. Not that there was anything to say, mind you. She considered Christopher a friend, but he obviously wanted more. Or maybe he was just being kind. That was possible, right? Bertie realized that Effie was waiting for her to deliver the news. "My mammogram came up clean. No cancer." "That's great," Effie said, but it was hard to get a read on her expression. Was it nostalgia or wistfulness that Bertie detected? "What's wrong?" she asked, touching Effie's hand. Tears gathered in Effie's eyes as she smiled. "I'm happy for you, truly." She hesitated. "It's just that I lost someone very close to me to cancer. It's still fresh." Sympathy welled in Bertie's chest. "I totally understand. I lost my mother and sister to cancer." Effie blinked. "Really?" Bertie nodded. "Yeah, even though my cancer has been a best-case scenario, it has been grueling on my nerves." "I can imagine." "Ruminating over the what-if is the worst." They shared an understanding look as Bertie swallowed down her emotion. "I'm glad you're doing well," Effie uttered softly. "It's a blessing." "Yes, it is," Bertie said emphatically, and she meant every word. She glanced at the clock on the wall. "I wonder where Knox is. He should have been here by now." Her stomach growled, reminding her that she was hungry. Effie held up a finger. "Oh, I forgot to tell you. Knox is running a little late. Something about having trouble with a tractor at the ranch. I wonder why he called the boutique instead of my cell phone." "He said he tried but couldn't get you." "Really?" Bertie pulled her phone out of her purse. Sure enough, she'd missed a call from Knox a half-hour ago. She felt a whisper of relief. It was with a jolt that she realized a part of her had feared Knox was avoiding her. He was so bent out of shape about Christopher. For months now, Knox had been insisting that Christopher was trying to make a move on her. Bertie had adamantly denied it, but the monstrous bouquet spoke otherwise, as did Christopher buying a house in Franklin, or maybe she was reading too much into things. Her emotions were so muddled and confused right now. Was it wrong to be flattered by Christopher's attention? He was, after all, a very successful and handsome man. Not to mention her childhood sweetheart. Effie's phone dinged. She reached for it, her features tensing. "What's going on? Is everything okay?" "It's my ex-boyfriend, Travis," Effie spouted. "He wants me to call him so we can talk." A shadow crossed over her features. "Things didn't end well between us when I left to come here. Is he harassing you?" Effie barked out a humorless laugh. "Harassment is Travis's middle name." "Should you go to the police?" "No," Effie said offhandedly. "Travis isn't dangerous, just a jerk." "Gotcha." The bell jingled as the door opened and Knox stepped in. Bertie's heart skipped a beat as he strode up to the counter. Bertie marveled at how all the energy in the room seemed to gather around Knox. His gait was so smooth and fluid that he might have been 30 years old. He gave Bertie a sheepish grin.
"Sorry I'm late. The dadgum tractor went kaput. I'm going to try and get it working again, but I'm afraid it's a lost cause."
"Oh, wow, I'm sorry," Bertie said automatically.
"It ain't no biggie. Jackson's tickled pink. He's been chomping at the bit to get a new tractor. Now he has a good excuse."
Knox went to Bertie's side and gave her a peck on the lips, causing tingles to circle through her. She caught a spicy whiff of his cologne, mixed with his own masculine scent, evoking a longing that settled deep into her bones. When she and Knox were younger, his hair had been so black that it was nearly blue. Now it was mixed with silver, particularly around his temples. His golden skin had a weathered edge that added to his rough and tumble appearance. Knox was a cowboy to the core. His denim shirt, faded Levi's, and worn leather boots seemed to be an extension of him. He'd always been a handsome man, but maturity had enhanced his appeal. While most men his age were getting soft around the middle and collecting extra flesh around their chins, Knox was lean with chiseled, strong features. He'd been on the thin side when he was younger. However, he'd filled out his 6-foot frame well, with lithe, toned muscles indicative of one who'd spent a lifetime doing manual labor. His teal eyes flicked with appreciation as he looked her up and down.
"Is that a new outfit?"
"It is." She was surprised that he noticed. Maybe this was a good sign.
"You look beautiful,"
he murmured. Warmth simmered in her stomach. "Thanks." All Knox had to do was say the word, and she'd marry him again in an instant. A dazzling smile spread over Knox's lips as he turned to Effie.
"Hello, little darling,"
he drawled as he perched his arm on the counter in a casual stance.
"How are you doing today?"
Effie's face turned redder than a sunburn. "Fine," she stammered. Birdie bit back a smile. Knox was the quintessential silver-tongued devil. He could charm the scales off a snake. The family used to tease Jackson about being a magnet for the ladies, but he didn't have anything on his daddy. Knox had a quicksilver personality that drew people to him. Had he chosen that path, Knox could have been a country music superstar like Cash. It was Knox who opened the doors for Cash, giving him his start. The ladies still flocked after Knox, which didn't sit well with Birdie, but that's how it was. Knox let out a low whistle as he pointed to the bouquet.
"Nice flowers. I'll bet those cost a pretty penny."
He looked at Effie.
"Are those for you, sweetheart?"
Panic fluttered in Birdie's breast. She tried to catch Effie's eyes so she could silently convey her wish for Effie not to rat her out. But Effie wasn't looking in her direction. Those aren't mine. They're Birdie's," she blurted, a deep flush overtaking her face as she cast Birdie an apologetic look. The corners of Knox's lips turned down as he turned his focus to Birdie.
"Oh? Who sent them?"
His voice was deceptively light, but she caught the serious expression in his eyes. She swallowed, feeling like her tongue was tying a noose around her windpipe as her mind raced to articulate a response. It was then that she remembered that she'd left Christopher's card laying on the counter. Thankfully, it was tucked behind her purse so that Knox couldn't see it. "It's from one of my suppliers." Knox immediately relaxed, his expression becoming genial once more.
"Wow, somebody's trying hard to earn your business."
"Yep, they are," Birdie said casually. She winced inwardly at her lie. She cast a surreptitious glance at Effie, who wore a shocked, uncomfortable expression. Birdie felt like a louse for lying, but she didn't want her lunch with Knox to be completely ruined. It irked her that Knox was being so bullheaded about her friendship with Christopher. If Knox was so worried about it, then there was an easy solution. Put a ring on her finger. In her weaker moments, the thought had entered Birdie's mind that she could use Christopher to make Knox jealous, maybe prompt him to act. She squelched the renegade thoughts before they could take root, however. Birdie didn't want to play games with Knox because she didn't want to do anything to lose his trust. They had enough heartache between them as it was. She didn't intend to add more fuel to the fire. Furthermore, she cared about Christopher. He was a good, kind man who'd helped her tremendously. Losing his wife had taken a large toll on him. Birdie didn't want to toy with his affections. The door chimed as a guy in his mid-20s stepped into the boutique. He had a bad boy, troubled edge, certainly not the type of guy who would be shopping at a boutique. "Travis, what are you doing here?" Effie gasped, her hand going up around her neck. He smirked. "I figured since you haven't been answering my calls or texts that I'd pay you a visit." He pushed a hand through his hair to smooth it down. Travis was a handsome guy, the type who assumed that the world should roll out the red carpet for him. "This is not a good time," Effie hissed, her eyes darting nervously to Birdie before going back to Travis. Travis glanced at Birdie and Knox. "Sorry to interrupt, folks," he said in a cavalier manner, "but me and my lady are going to have a little talk." He stepped up to Effie and grabbed her arm. "Let go of me," she demanded. "I told you, we're through." "We're not through until I say we're through," Travis grunted. Birdie took one look at Knox, the ironclad set of his jaw and the fire in his eyes, and knew what was coming next.
"Son, you need to leave,"
Knox commanded in a no-nonsense, take-charge tone that Birdie had heard more times than she could count. Those who knew Knox had enough sense to recognize that Knox meant business. While his bark was intimidating, his bite was much worse. Unfortunately, Travis didn't have enough sense to realize that he was about to tangle with a seasoned tiger that could lay Travis out flat without breaking a sweat. He let out a derisive laugh.
"Stay out of this, old man. This is between me and my lady."
"I'm not your lady," Effie seethed, jerking her arm out of his grasp. She pointed to the door, her face fire engine red. "You need to leave now." Travis let out a string of vile words. Knox caught hold of his arm.
"Let's go,"
he clipped. Travis drew back to sock Knox. It was almost comical how quickly Knox deflected the punch and pivoted Travis around so that his arm was pinned behind his back.
"Apologize to the lady,"
Knox ordered.
"I don't think so,"
Travis growled. Knox put more pressure on Travis's arm as he yelped.
"You're crazy, man." "Apologize,"
Knox thundered. A cornered look streaked through Travis's eyes.
"I'm sorry,"
he mumbled. The door jingled as Samantha Blankenship stepped into the boutique. She halted in her tracks, her eyes going rounder than twin pancakes. What's happening here?"
"Just teaching this scalawag some manners,"
Knox muttered. Keeping Travis in a tight hold, he pushed him forward.
"This guy was just leaving."
Samantha stumbled back as Knox propelled Travis past her and through the door. "Is everything okay?" Samantha asked, tightening her hold on her purse strap. Of all the people to waltz into the boutique, Samantha Blankenship was the biggest gossip this side of the Mason-Dixon line. She made Melissa Wilson look like child's play. News of this would travel faster than the winning race car at the Talladega 500. Birdie glanced at Effie, who was pale as a ghost. She plastered on a tight smile. "Everything is fine." She looked through the glass door to where Knox and Travis were. Knox had released Travis and was talking to him. His expression was controlled but serious. Travis, on the other hand, looked like he was about to blow his cork. Rage twisted his face. He lunged at Knox as they both went toppling. "Oh, my gosh!" Samantha exclaimed. "Why is Knox fighting that kid?" She rushed to the door to watch. The hair on the back of Birdie's neck rose. Her feet pushed her forward to the door also. "Knox didn't instigate a fight. He was protecting Effie." "I'm so sorry," Effie said. Birdie glanced back. Effie was still standing beside the counter, wringing her hands. "I had no idea that Travis would show up here." "It's okay," Birdie assured her, her attention going back to the fight. Travis was swinging like a wild man, and Knox was doing his best to try and contain him. Birdie winced when Travis landed a blow to Knox's jaw. She saw the look of fury on Knox's face and knew the fight would be over soon. Cars were stopping to watch the spectacle, and people were congregating. Knox drew back his fist and popped Travis in the jaw. Travis went down like a rock. Knox pulled him back up, holding his shirt in his fists. Samantha threw open the door and marched outside. Birdie followed. Travis held up his hands, whimpering, "Don't hit me again, please."
"I wouldn't have hit you to begin with," Knox roared, "until you hit me. I had to do something to knock some sense in you."
He looked Travis in the eye.
"You need to stay away from Effie. You got that?"
His voice was so fierce and cutting that Birdie was afraid Travis was going to quiver out of his skin.
"I got it,"
Travis stammered, not meeting Knox's gaze. Knox released him.
"Get out of here," he said with disgust, "and don't come back."
Travis scampered away. Knox rubbed a hand across his forehead.
"Show's over, folks," he said wearily.
The spectators looked at each other wordlessly as the crowd quickly dispersed. Birdie stepped up to Knox and gingerly touched his jaw. "Are you okay?"
"I'll live," he said with a wry grin.
"What happened?"
Samantha perched a hand on her hip as she zeroed in on Knox.
"Larry will need a full report."
Samantha's husband was the chief of police in Franklin. Chief Blankenship was a close friend of Ramsey's and was about as level-headed as they came. Samantha, on the other hand, felt like she ruled the roost because of her husband's position.
"The kid came into the boutique trying to bully Effie, Birdie's employee."
Knox sounded tired and defeated.
"I kindly asked him to leave, and he went berserk, as you saw."
"We were lucky that Knox was here to defuse the situation,"
Birdie interjected loudly so that anyone listening would hear.
"Otherwise, the situation could have gone downhill fast. The guy was threatening my employee."
Samantha seemed satisfied with that explanation. She adjusted her sweater.
"I'm glad you were able to take care of things,"
she said to Knox. She slid her bangs to the side with her index finger like she was brushing off the unpleasantness. Her voice brightened as she turned to Birdie.
"Well, I came to see the new dresses you have. Melissa called and told me I just had to get down here before everything got picked over. Come on back inside and I'll get Effie to show you what we have."
As Birdie led Samantha back inside, she shared a look with Knox. He offered her a reassuring smile. A red streak was spreading over his jaw where he'd been hit, but Birdie could tell that he wasn't overly concerned about it. Knox was tough to the core. Birdie had always been grateful for that, because it made her sons tough. Knox had a heart of gold, but he also had a blazing hot temper. Travis had gotten off easy. Had Knox wanted, he could have wiped the floor with the kid. Birdie was grateful that Knox hadn't done any real damage to Travis, especially with half the town watching. She and Samantha stepped up to Effie.
"Are you okay, honey?"
Samantha asked, her voice dripping syrup.
"Birdie told me what happened. I'm so sorry."
Effie turned to Birdie.
"I'm the one who's sorry." Her head swung back and forth. "I can't believe Travis came here and acted like such a jerk. I'm sorry," she said to Knox.
Knox waved a hand.
"Don't worry your pretty little head about it. I don't think that scoundrel will be bothering you any more. If he does, you let me know."
"Or you can call my husband," Samantha piped in, "the chief of police."
Effie looked like she might faint at that. Birdie touched her arm.
"It's okay. It's all over."
She nodded numbly as she clenched and unclenched her hands. Birdie figured the best way to get Effie's mind off the situation was to get her back to work.
"Would you mind showing Samantha our new arrivals and helping her find the right outfit?" "You mean you still want me to work here after that?"
Tears gathered in Effie's eyes.
"Of course."
Birdie's motherly sympathies came out full force. She wanted to gather Effie into her arms and soothe away her fears, as she would her own daughter.
Effie's shoulders sagged in relief as she gave Birdie a weak smile.
"Thank you."
"You're welcome," Birdie answered.
"You poor dear,"
Samantha cooed. She pressed her lips together, shaking her head.
"I can't believe that scoundrel came in and practically attacked you."
Her eyes simmered with interest.
"Do you know him?"
Effie gave Birdie a hesitant look. Birdie could read her thoughts. She was wondering if she should tell Samantha everything.
"Yeah,"
she said in a flat tone.
"He's my ex-boyfriend."
"Oh," Samantha said, wide-eyed.
"Would you like for Knox and me to bring you back something for lunch?" Birdie asked, changing the subject. "I hate to put you out,"
Effie hedged.
"It's no trouble,"
Birdie responded pleasantly. "What would you like?"
"Maybe a turkey or ham sandwich. Whatever's easiest for you to get. I can eat anything."
"Sounds good. Samantha, it's good to see you," Birdie said, in the professional shopkeeper tone she'd perfected over the years when she needed to sever a conversation with a customer. "We've got lots of great new items."
"I can't wait to see them,"
Samantha chimed. Birdie went to get her purse. Discreetly, she reached for the card Christopher had sent and dropped it into her purse. She certainly didn't want Samantha to see it and blab to the entire town. "We'll see you ladies later," she said in a cheerful tone that had a false ring in her own ears. Hopefully, if she acted like everything was chill, then everyone would believe it. Knox opened the door for her as they stepped outside. "Are you okay?" she asked quietly after the door had closed. He touched his jaw.
"Yeah, I just hate that the scuffle was so public."
She placed a hand on his arm.
"You did the right thing. I'm glad you were here."
His features relaxed.
"Me too. I just hope the scalawag doesn't come lurking back around."
"Me too. Where do you want to go for lunch?" He looked thoughtful.
"How about McCrary's Fish House?"
"You got it." Fish and chips, coleslaw, and hush puppies sounded delicious. Knox placed his hand on her spine, navigating her in that direction. Her senses swirled at being so close to him. She loved Knox's confident, easy manner. He was a maverick for sure. No wonder she'd not been able to move past Knox. All other men paled in comparison. Did she dare broach the topic of the two of them? Maybe when he heard the news about her checkup, it would prompt him to make a move. She didn't want only a best friend. She wanted so much more. She wanted Knox to sweep her off her feet all over again. She wanted a whirlwind romance. She wanted to resurrect the fire and passion they'd had before. She wanted to live each day to the fullest, holding nothing back. Birdie's phone rang. She pulled it from her purse. "It's Zoe," she said to Knox. He pulled a rueful smile.
"I'm sure she's probably calling about the fight."
"Hello?" Birdie answered. Zoe launched in without preamble.
"What the heck happened at the boutique? Someone just came into the gallery telling me how Daddy punched a guy."
Chapter 3.
"Aren't you going to eat the rest of that?"
Birdie sat back in her seat.
"I'm stuffed. I can't eat another bite."
Her eyes were bigger than her stomach. The fried fish was delicious but heavy. Knox reached for her plate, placing it on top of his empty one.
"I might as well finish it off so it won't go to waste."
She suppressed a smile. Birdie often teased him about having a hollow leg. The truth was that Knox would go in spurts. When it was something he liked, he'd eat a lot. Then he might not hardly eat anything for the next 24 hours afterwards.
"The fight must have increased your appetite."
A boyish grin streaked across his features as he held up his fists and thrust out his chin like he was ready to fight.
"It's not hard to see why our boys are always roughhousing," she teased. "I guess they come by it honestly,"
Knox admitted as he reached for the ketchup and squeezed a quarter-sized portion onto his plate before dipping a hush puppy into the sauce and plopping it into his mouth. She glanced at the people sitting around them.
She didn't need to hear what they were saying to know that it was about Knox. "You're the talk of the town." She felt like a monkey on display at the zoo. She leaned in and whispered, "Everyone's watching us." He scowled, shooting the man and woman closest to them a dark look.
"Leroy,"
Knox said by way of acknowledgement.
"Hey, Knox, how you doing?"
Leroy answered, his voice pitching high.
"Is there something that you need?"
Knox eyed him in a challenge. "Knox," Birdie exclaimed under her breath as she placed a hand on his arm, "don't make a scene." Leroy Martin was the bank manager of the largest bank in Franklin. "Just eating my lunch," Leroy responded in a crisp tone that suggested he didn't appreciate Knox calling him out. Even though Birdie couldn't see Leroy's face from where she was sitting, she could tell from the way the muscles in Knox's jaw twitched that the men were staring one another down. Finally, Knox's jaw relaxed as he turned his attention back to the food. He picked up the fish fillet and took a large bite.
"Zoe asked if you and I could watch the kids tomorrow night. She wants to take Briggs out to dinner in Nashville for his birthday."
Birdie's stomach dropped as her heart began to pound. She was having dinner with Christopher tomorrow night.
"I thought Briggs's birthday wasn't until the end of the month.
Why are they going out so early?" Knox shrugged.
"I don't know. Zoe called yesterday and asked if we could watch the kids. I told her I'd talk to you about it. I'm sure she'll probably call you today."
"Shoot, I don't think that'll work. I'm getting my hair done tomorrow afternoon, and my appointment might run a little late."
"I could watch them by myself until you get there,"
Knox offered. "That might be tough with little Mela. She needs constant care." Knox's eyes rounded.
"That's right, I didn't think about that."
"I'll call Zoe and see if she and Briggs can go out another night."
"I suppose that would work."
He finished off the rest of the fish and then pushed the plate away before wiping his fingers and mouth on his napkin. Birdie took in a breath. "I've got some great news."
"After that debacle earlier, I could use some good news."
"I got the results back from my mammogram. It came back clean. No cancer." Emotion rose in her breast as she caught eyes with Knox. His expression was one of joy and relief as his eyes grew moist.
"That's fantastic,"
he said in a husky tone.
"Yes, it is,"
she breathed.
"I'll have to keep getting routine mammograms, but I have a good feeling about things, like I'm in the clear."
Many times over the past several months, Birdie had found herself on her knees, praying about her health. After this recent mammogram, it was like the dark clouds had cleared, letting in the blessed sunlight. She felt peace flow into her mind and heart, telling her that she would be okay. All she had to do was hold on to those assurances that she'd received from heaven. Birdie's mother had often told her that the greatest witness a person could ever receive was heavenly peace spoken to the soul. He reached across the table and caught hold of her hand, sending a spark of awareness through her. She liked the roughness of his calloused hands and how her hand nestled so perfectly in his. A resplendent smile overtook his features. Birdie got lost for a minute in the depth of his tender gaze.
"I'm so glad,"
he said softly in that melodic voice she loved. Birdie had always been wildly attracted to Knox. It wasn't just his striking good looks that drew her in, but everything about him. Knox never did anything halfway. He had enough drive and ambition for 10 men. She loved his unencumbered smile and the deep laugh lines that fanned the edges of his eyes. Her feelings for Knox ran so much deeper than mere attraction. She knew Knox's frailties, his hot temper that often got the best of him, and how Knox could sometimes be rash, charging full force without having all of the information beforehand. She also knew his good heart and how he'd do anything for anyone, including mopping the floor with Effie's bad boy ex-boyfriend, even when it made Knox look like a loose cannon in front of fellow townsfolk. It was a good thing Knox didn't care a whit what people thought, because he'd certainly not scored any brownie points today. She met Knox's gaze from across the table, his teal eyes piercing her soul. Did she dare bring up the topic she was itching to discuss? Her heart drummed out a fast beat against her ribcage. She swallowed the dryness in her throat as she tried to compile her thoughts. "I've been thinking a lot about the future and where we go from here." Surprise blipped over his features.
"What do you mean?"
The very air seemed to gather tension.
"Facing cancer has made me realize that life is fragile."
Her voice cracked as she rushed on.
"I'm glad that you and I are best friends, but it's not enough. I want more."
There it was. She'd said it. She'd thrown down the gauntlet, and it was up to Knox to pick it up. She could feel his reservations, his nervousness. It was frustrating. She removed her hand from his.
"I know this conversation makes you uncomfortable," she snapped.
He held up a hand.
"Hold on, don't jump to conclusions."
She sat back and folded her arms over her chest as she waited for him to continue. His jaw worked.
"Birdie, there's nothing that I want more than for us to be a real couple again."
Her heart leapt with anticipation.
"Then what are you waiting for?"
Knox didn't like to be pushed. Had the cancer not come up, she might have been willing to sit back and wait for Knox to make his move. But things were different now. She couldn't wait any longer to get on with her life. His eyes deepened with doubt.
"It's not just us that we have to think about. What about the kids?"
"What about them? They would be thrilled if we got back together." She didn't like how desperate she felt right now, like she was dangling off the side of a cliff and hanging on to the edge by her fingernails.
"Yeah,"
he hedged,
"providing that everything works out."
"Why wouldn't it work out?" She fired back a little too loud, causing several people to glance in their direction.
"Here is probably not the best place to discuss this,"
he said meaningfully, looking around. She had to bite back the humorless laugh that issued from her throat. Knox hadn't cared about causing a scene earlier, either in front of the boutique or here in the restaurant with Leroy Martin. Knox was avoiding the topic. Birdie leaned forward, lowering her voice.
"Are you stalling because you're afraid that my depression might return?"
She was tired of the white elephant between them. It was time to get everything out in the open so they could deal with it, for better or worse. He reached for his napkin and began fiddling with it.
"I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little concerned."
He gave her an apologetic look.
"Cancer's not something that's easy to face, especially when it took your mama and sister."
Before she could launch a rebuttal, he continued,
"You need to know that I get it. You have every right to be rattled by the cancer."
Conviction sounded in his voice.
"I know it rattled me."
"I overcame my cancer." Her voice trembled. "I stared into the dark abyss and came out victorious. I've never been better, emotionally or mentally." Tears prickled in her eyes. "Why can't you see that?" His expression grew agonized.
"I can see it," he said fiercely. "You're an incredible woman."
He paused, several emotions that she couldn't read battling in his eyes.
"I've held back because I wanted to give you adequate time to deal with the cancer."
"I have dealt with it," she cut in. "Now I'm ready to move on." Her eyes pleaded with his. "We can't keep tiptoeing around our feelings for the rest of our lives. I don't want to spend the rest of my life alone." Birdie was tired of going home to an empty house that was as silent as the morgue.
"What's the rush?" he asked smoothly. "Things are good between us. Can't we just enjoy this time?"
She gave him a steely look. "I'm tired of waiting." He swallowed, his Adam's apple zipping up and down in his throat.
"If we get back together and it doesn't work out, His voice faltered as he sucked in a breath. "It could rip our family apart. When our marriage fell apart, it nearly destroyed me." His eyes clouded. "No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't reach you."
"I know," she croaked. "I was in a bad place, but I'm not there now." It was on the tip of her tongue to remind him that had he not had the affair, she felt sure that they could have worked through her depression together. However, there was no sense in reopening old wounds. His voice quivered with intensity.
"I can't lose you again, Birdie. I'd rather have you as a best friend than nothing at all."
Her stomach balled into a hard knot. "It doesn't have to be one or the other. We can have it all." She wished he could see everything that was in her heart. She'd give anything for Knox. "Happiness is right in front of us," she uttered hoarsely. "All we have to do is reach out and grab it."
"Hello,"
a cheerful, cultured voice interrupted. Irritation flashed through Birdie. Of all the times for someone to butt into the conversation! She looked up as Christopher approached the table with a broad smile. Dressed in khaki pants, a burgundy button-down shirt, and loafers, Christopher looked every bit the successful doctor that he was. He had a thick head of blonde and silver hair that had just the right amount of wave to make it look perfect, like he'd just stepped out of a photo shoot. He was tanned, a rarity for early spring in Tennessee. Christopher loved to sail and had a boat that he kept docked in San Diego. His sparkling white teeth were so white they were almost blinding. Christopher's appearance and demeanor were glossy and impeccable, as opposed to Knox, a rough-hewn cowboy that shouted raw masculinity. Anyone looking at Christopher would have been surprised to learn that he grew up in Franklin. He exuded such a cosmopolitan vibe.
"You look great,"
Christopher said, eyeing Birdie with appreciation as he leaned in and gave her a peck on the cheek. Sheesh! Christopher couldn't be any more overt right now. Birdie glanced at Knox, not the least bit surprised by the irritation sparking like a tinderbox in his eyes. Christopher turned to Knox as if suddenly realizing he was there.
"Hello, how are you?"
he said with a polite, reserved smile.
"Fair to middling,"
Knox replied coolly. An awkward silence passed. Christopher had to know that Knox didn't much care for him. It was painfully obvious to Birdie. Why did Knox feel the need to be so belligerent to Christopher? Yes, Christopher was developing a crush on her. That was becoming obvious. However, Knox was holding all the cards. All he had to do was say the word, and Birdie would gladly go running back into his arms.
"I heard about the fight in front of the boutique,"
Christopher began, concern touching his features as he turned his focus to Birdie.
"Is everything okay?"
She forced a smile. "Yes, everything is fine. A guy was harassing one of my employees. Knox took care of the situation." One of Knox's greatest qualities was that he couldn't stand for injustice in any form or fashion. It was noble of him to step up and so readily defend Effie. Knox could be a prickly bear at times, but he had a heart of gold.
"That's what I heard,"
Christopher replied, throwing Knox a blithe smile. His head swung back and forth as he chuckled. He balled his fist and held it up.
"Way to go, slugger," he chanted. "The more things change, the more they stay the same, huh, Knox? Always solving problems with those iron fists."
The words were spoken as a joke that fell miserably flat.
"I do what's necessary."
Knox's jaw went rock hard as he locked eyes with Christopher. Good thing they weren't gunslingers at high noon in the Wild West, else only one of them would be left standing. "The fight was over as fast as it began," Birdie inserted with a shaky laugh. The last thing she wanted was for Knox to go on the rampage in the restaurant. Knox and his brother Dylan's real estate development company hinged on the brother's good reputation. Knox had already beaten up one guy today and didn't need to add another to the list, especially a prominent doctor.
Also, Birdie didn't want Christopher to get pummeled. He was her friend, and she owed him a lot for helping her get through the cancer.
"I still remember what it was like to be on the receiving end of those fists," Christopher chuckled.
Knox just glared at him. "That was a long time ago," Birdie soothed with a tight smile. "We've all grown up since then, haven't we?"
"Right,"
Christopher readily agreed. Knox just cocked an eyebrow. On graduation night from high school, she and Christopher had attended a party. Christopher had been drinking too much and tried to pressure Birdie into sleeping with him to prove her love. He got physical, and they got into an argument. Knox, who was 3 years older, was attending the University of Tennessee in Knoxville. He'd come home for the weekend and was at the party. When he realized what was happening between Birdie and Christopher, Knox came to Birdie's aid. He and Christopher got into a fist fight, which ended when Knox knocked Christopher out cold. Christopher and Birdie parted ways after that night, and she and Knox started dating. It was no wonder that Knox didn't like Christopher. However, the Christopher standing before her now was not the same man she dated in high school. The grown-up Christopher was cultured, distinguished, the consummate gentleman. It was time to let bygones be bygones. She tried telling that to Knox, but it fell on deaf ears. Christopher laughed easily. "Thank goodness for the wisdom that comes with age." "Amen," Birdie boomed. "For the record, Knox, I don't blame you for punching me that night. I deserved it." Christopher gave Birdie an apologetic look. "I'm only sorry that it ever came to that." A contrite smile creased his lips. "I'm just glad that Birdie gave me a second chance to prove that I'm not a complete loser." "That remains to be seen," Knox muttered. Shock registered on Christopher's features, but he was quick to recover. "I suppose you're right," he said with a good-natured grin. Birdie shot Knox an exasperated look. Couldn't he see that Christopher was extending an olive branch here? And Knox was splintering it into pieces with his belligerent tongue that was sharper than an axe blade. "What?" Knox grumbled. She just rolled her eyes. Knox knew exactly what he was doing. Christopher cleared his throat as he turned to Knox. "Did you get my email about the list of final items that need to be fixed on my home?" "Yep," Knox clipped, drumming his fingers on the table the way he did when his mind was caught up in business. "I'll have one of my guys take care of it by the end of the week." It was routine business for Knox to have a punch list of items a new homeowner wished to have fixed. Birdie was glad Knox was putting one of his workers on the task rather than doing it himself. The less time Knox and Christopher spent around each other, the better. "Sounds great. Just have your guy text me before he comes. That way I can make sure I'm home." "Will do." Knox looked Christopher in the eye. "Was there something else that you needed?" Birdie about died. Knox was acting so rude. The only indication of Christopher's discomfort was the slight redness of his face. Birdie shot Knox a warning look, giving him the message to cut it out. Christopher turned to Birdie, gracing her with a disarming smile. "Did you get my flowers?" Heat splashed over Birdie as Knox's face turned several shades darker. She had to force the words from her throat. "Yes, thank you," she gurgled. She wished she could shrink down to a speck of dust and dissolve into nothing. A few tense beats of silence passed. Birdie could feel the scorch of Knox's hot eyes burning holes through her, but she didn't dare look at him. "I'll see you tomorrow night at dinner, then," Christopher said with a hopeful expression as he touched her arm. "Sounds good," she said, her voice sounding inestimably small and pathetic in her own ears. "Until then," Christopher responded, giving Knox a curt nod before striding away. The fury burning in Knox's eyes could have knocked down a dozen men. His voice was soft and cutting. "The flowers were from one of your suppliers, huh? Why did you lie to me?" Birdie's face was so hot that she feared it would burst into flames on the spot. "Why do you think?" she snapped. "Because I didn't want this to happen."
What?
He shot back. I didn't want you to go nuts. She gritted her teeth. I wanted us to have a nice lunch so that I could tell you the good news about my mammogram.
You should have just told me the truth,
he said quietly. She sucked in a quick breath.
I know,
she croaked. I should have. She motioned at him. It's just that I knew if I told you the truth, you'd act exactly as you're acting now. He rubbed a hand over his forehead, his expression dripping with disgust.
You lied to me about tomorrow night, about your hair appointment.
I do have a hair appointment tomorrow afternoon, she squeaked, and it probably will go a little later. This had all gone so terribly wrong. Of all the rotten luck, for Christopher to show up at the same restaurant where she and Knox were having lunch. Did Christopher have radar on her? This was the third time she'd run into him this week. Before, it had been at the grocery store and then the dry cleaners. The town of Franklin had never felt so small or confining. Hurt simmered in Knox's eyes.
Is this how it's going to be between us? Lies and half-truths?
He gave her an incriminating look.
Were you planning on telling Zoe the truth, or were you going to lie to her too about tomorrow night?
Her throat felt thicker than cold syrup as she swallowed. That's not fair. You've put me between a rock and a hard place here. Indignation swelled in her breast as she glared at him. His eyes widened in disbelief.
So this is now my fault.
Placing the flats of her palms on the table, she leaned forward, lowering her voice. Christopher and I are just friends, she hissed, enunciating every word in the hope that the message would get through Knox's thick skull. Christopher was there for me with the cancer. Why can't you understand that? His brittle laughter cut her off short.
That scoundrel doesn't want you as a friend,
he growled, drawing the attention from the people around them, but it was obvious that Knox didn't care.
He's making a play for you, Birdie. It's as plain as the nose on your face. You just refuse to see it.
Her back went ramrod straight as she met his glare full on. Just as you refuse to see that I'm tired of waiting around for you to make your move. She'd learned over the years that the only way to deal with Knox was head on. He had such a strong personality that she had to be strong and vocal. Otherwise, she'd get completely mowed over.
Is that what this is? He growled. Some twisted attempt to force my hand?
Tears stung her eyes as she stumbled to her feet. Knox, Romeo, you're a stubborn fool. This isn't about Christopher. It's about me and you, she hissed. If you can't understand how I feel, then there's no use in me trying to explain it to you. Her heart felt like it was pressing in on itself.
Don't do that, he fired back.
Do what?
You lie to me about the flowers and dinner with Christopher, and now you're attacking me because I'm not ready to jump back into a tenuous relationship the minute you decide you're ready? It's not fair.
She rocked back, hurt pelting her like 1,000 needles. Tenuous? She stammered. Is that what we are? Her voice broke, a shelf of tears pressing behind her eyes. She blinked, trying to keep them at bay. Would Knox always see her as a liability because of her past depression? Maybe there was no hope for them. There was too much hurt and disappointment. Knox rose to his feet.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that.
He gave her a pleading look.
You just caught me off guard. I need more time to process all of this.
She grunted, a river of rage running through her veins. Time? You've had years. She bent over and grabbed her purse, tucking it underneath her arm before striding away.
Wait,
Knox called after her. She shook her head and kept going. Chapter 4. Exerting all of his strength, Knox wielded the sledgehammer, hitting the tractor again and again. Sweat dripped from his forehead, and his muscles ached from exertion, but he kept pummeling the machine. Even the clinging of the metal couldn't drown out the roar of the accusing voices in his head.
"Well, it's official. I think you've killed it," Jackson said dryly.
"He's killed something," Lemon agreed with a hint of amusement. Knox paused, letting the weight of the sledgehammer fall to the ground as he kept hold of the handle. Mopping his forehead with the back of his free hand, he turned to face Jackson and Lemon.
"What are y'all doing out here?" he demanded. "Coming to check on you," Jackson answered with a wry grin. "We heard the commotion and figured we'd better come and see which of you would be left standing, you or the tractor."
Knox scowled.
"I came out to see if I could get the dadgum thing started again."
He'd been working on the tractor before he broke away to have lunch with Birdie. After their argument, he'd come back out to work on it. Then his temper took over. "Here," Lemon held out a water bottle. "You look like you could use this."
"Thanks."
Knox released his hold on the handle of the sledgehammer, letting it fall to the ground before taking the water bottle. He popped the top and downed the entire thing with a few swigs. When he was done, he wiped his mouth and crushed the empty bottle in his fist. Sweat stung his eyes. He used his arm to wipe his brow before leaning back against the tractor.
"You want to talk about it?" Jackson asked. "Not really," Knox said dourly.
Jackson pressed his lips together as he shoved his hands into his pockets.
"I figured." He paused. "Is Mom okay?"
Knox's head snapped up.
"What have you heard?" "Enough to know that you've had an eventful day. First the fight in front of the boutique, then the argument in McCrary's fish house." "How did you hear about the argument?"
A look passed between Jackson and Lemon before she spoke up. "Catherine Martin called, asking if you and Birdie were okay. They were sitting near you at lunch." Knox swore under his breath.
"Good gravy. Leroy and Catherine need to mind their own business. I should have cleaned Leroy Martin's clock when I had the chance."
Jackson arched an eyebrow.
"Are you going to fight the whole town? Or are you going to face what this is really about?" "What are you talking about?"
Knox growled. Jackson's words were sounding suspiciously similar to what Birdie had said. His anger snarled like a rabid dog, chewing at his insides. He wanted to pound the tractor more, or better yet, he wanted to punch something. Christopher Wallace flashed through his mind. He wanted to knock that glitzy pretty boy into next week. The trouble with Birdie had started when Christopher waltzed back into her life. Knox had known from day one that no good could come from Christopher spearheading Birdie's cancer treatments, but she was determined to put the scallywag in the driver's seat. It had been a long 10 months. Knox had been worried sick about Birdie's physical and emotional health. While she wouldn't admit it, she'd been in a tenuous situation emotionally when she first learned of her cancer. It brought back all of the old demons about her losing her mom and sister. Knox was relieved and elated that Birdie's mammogram came up clean this time. But what would happen the next time? Or the next? He'd spoken the truth when he told Birdie that he worried about how it would affect their kids if he and Birdie resumed their relationship, and then things were to go south. All he was trying to do was give Birdie enough time to come to grips with everything. Was that so bad?
"It's not just Birdie who needs to make peace with the past."
A cold shiver ran down his spine.
"Maybe we should go back to the house so we can talk about this," Jackson suggested.
Knox dug his heels into the ground, glaring at Jackson.
"I'm not going anywhere."
Wild horses couldn't drive him away from this spot simply because he was tired of other people trying to dictate his life. He knew Jackson wasn't the enemy here, but Jackson was determined to put himself in the line of fire. Jackson didn't skip a beat, the tone of his voice remaining amicable.
"Okay, we'll have the conversation right here."
He looked Knox in the eye.
"You want it straight? Here it is. You're messing up big time with Mama."
The breath left Knox's lungs as his eyes narrowed.
"Maybe you should mind your own business."
A smile crooked a corner of Jackson's mouth.
"This is my business. You'd do well to remember that I'm still your daddy," Knox warned. "If anyone's going to do the lecturing here, it's me."
The hair on the back of Knox's neck rose when Jackson and Lemon looked at one another in amusement. While a part of him knew that he was being irrational, he was so fighting mad that it was hard to see reason. He didn't appreciate Birdie backing him into a corner with her talk of not being willing to wait any longer. Jackson scuffed his boots in the dirt before locking eyes with Knox.
"Just answer me one question."
Knox sensed a trap.
"What's that?" "Do you love Mama?"
The words rushed out of his mouth in a ball of frustration.
"What kind of cockamamie question is that? Of course I love her."
His voice quivered with ferocity.
"I've always loved her."
Jackson gave him a vindicated look.
"Then what are you waiting for? Put a ring on her finger and be done with it."
"It's not that easy," Lemon protested.
"That's right,"
Knox grumbled, giving Lemon an appraising look. He eyed Jackson.
"Son, there are things at play here that you know nothing about. You should listen to your little lady."
Lemon's eyes sparked. "What I meant by my comment was that you need to woo Birdie. She wants romance, not just for you to slap a ring on her finger." She cut her eyes at Jackson.
"Yeah, wooing her is good too," Jackson amended, giving Lemon a sheepish look.
Knox didn't like being called out on the carpet by his son and daughter-in-law.
"What are you so afraid of?" Jackson pressed. "That Mama's cancer will come back?"
While Knox and Birdie's kids had lived with the fallout of their divorce, there was no way for them to truly understand the depth of everything that happened and the emotional scars that it had left. Knox squeezed the crushed water bottle with one hand, balling it in his fist while rubbing his neck with the other.
"Your Mama got the results of her mammogram."
Knox saw the raw worry on Jackson and Lemon's faces.
"It came back clean,"
he added quickly.
"That's fantastic."
Jackson beamed with a large smile. "Yes, it is," Lemon agreed, her voice going soft. "Our prayers are being answered."
"More reason for you and Mama to move forward with your plans," Jackson urged.
Knox swallowed, trying to find the right words to explain the situation without delving into the ugliness of it all.
"When your grandma Sally died, it put your Mama in a dark place."
Mild annoyance flickered over Jackson's face.
"I know,"
he sighed.
"Grandma's death sent Mama spiraling into a dark depression. I was there, remember?"
Sympathy welled in Knox's chest. The divorce had hit Zoe and Jackson the hardest, the two of them being the oldest.
"It hurts me to think of all the pain that your Mama and I caused you kids. That's why I want to be extra careful now."
Regret twisted Knox's stomach into a hard knot. He'd give anything to go back and change the past. Of course, hindsight was 20/20. Jackson came back with a surly,
"We're grown now. We can handle it. I know y'all are tough, but I don't want to reopen old cans of worms if we don't have to."
He clenched his jaw.
"Now's not the best time for me and Birdie to start something up again. She needs more time to deal with the cancer." "You just told us that the cancer's gone," Jackson piped in. "It is," Knox flung back. Jackson just wasn't getting it. "Okay, then what's the problem?" "I had everything under control before that slick Willie waltzed back into Birdie's life, trying to schmooze her. I should have never let Birdie talk me into selling a house to him. I can't believe that dipwad is living in my development." Knox seethed. "I just wish that Birdie could see that now's not the right time to start something up again. Maybe in a few more months."
His voice trailed off. "I get it," Lemon interjected. "You're scared." Knox made a face.
"Hogwash, I'm not scared of anything."
He jutted out his jaw, daring her to disagree. Her crystal blue eyes radiated compassion. "I totally understand where you're coming from. When I found myself back in Franklin and reconnected with Jackson, I was petrified. A chuckle rumbled in her throat. Trust me when I say that falling back in love with Jackson was the furthest thing from my mind. The timing was rotten. My mind was a gaping black hole, not the most opportune time for romance. She gave Jackson a radiant look. And yet, when love came knocking, I had to answer the door. A pleased-as-punch smile spread over Jackson's lips. I'm eternally grateful that you did. He slid an arm around her shoulders, pulling her close. Jackson took a big risk on me, Lemon continued, giving Knox a pointed look. As you know, my amnesia is hereditary. Her features tightened. We hope it'll never come back, but there are no guarantees.
Your amnesia was triggered by extenuating circumstances, Knox argued, brought on by the distress of learning that your mother had been murdered by a madman. Bingo, Jackson asserted with a checkmate look. Just as Mama's depression was triggered by Grandma Sally's death. Mama also lost Jolie to cancer, and yet she did okay when she was faced with it. You have to give her credit where credit is due. Knox pushed out a long breath. This thing with your mama is different, he blustered.
Actually, it's not, Lemon countered sassily, her brows knitting. It's very similar. You love Birdie, and she loves you. Yeah, the timing might stink, but so what? That's life.
Maybe Birdie would be better off with her hotshot doctor,
Knox sneered. The more he was around Christopher Wallace, the more he detested the guy. Knox's instinct screamed that the man was a phony. Underneath his expensive clothes and fancy medical degree, he was the same scumbag who tried to force Birdie into a physical relationship to prove her fidelity. Had Christopher been a real man and stated his intention to pursue Birdie, Knox would have still been ticked, but at least he would have had a smidgen of respect for the man. However, to prey on Birdie when she was most vulnerable, to use her cancer as a way to get close to her, was reprehensible. Lemon shrugged indifferently. Well, maybe she would be. It's not every day that a woman's ex-boyfriend turns out to be a world-renowned doctor who helps her overcome cancer. Knox saw red as he swore. He threw the plastic water bottle as hard as he could.
Christopher didn't help her overcome cancer. The good Lord above did that, and he's the one who should get the credit, not that pompous cream puff who's got his nose stuck so far up in the air that he'll drown if it rains. Christopher Wallace did his job, plain and simple. I don't see anyone giving me accolades for building a house or taking care of the ranch.
A sly smile stole over Lemon's lips. Aha, you do care. She and Jackson shared a knowing smile.
Okay, you've got me, Knox admitted. I care, and I don't trust Christopher Wallace any further than I can throw the man. There's something about him that screams foul. Maybe you should call Ramsey and have him look into Christopher, Jackson suggested. Knox was sorely tempted. A former Navy SEAL, Ramsey now headed up the security for Cash's music tour. It was wonderful having a son with such vast connections, but Knox didn't want to take advantage of him. Nah, I'd better not do that. Your mama would flip her gourd if she knew I was having Christopher checked out. She'd chalk it up to me being a jealous maniac. Good point, Jackson agreed. I'll call Ramsey and ask him to look into Christopher Wallace. He flashed a nervy grin. There's more than one way to skin a cat. I'm not sure that's a good idea.
Birdie was mad enough already. Knox didn't want to add fuel to the fire. Jackson shrugged.
Look at it this way. If the good doc has nothing to hide, then he'll be in the clear. No harm, no foul. He paused. If, on the other hand, he's a scoundrel, Mama will be glad that she knows the truth. Good point. All right, do it. Just keep me out of it. Will do.
Now that Knox's anger had drained, he was getting chilled from the sweat. He'd stormed out of the house without a jacket, his anger fueling him. Now he wished he'd worn one. While it was bright and sunny, it was still cold outside. Spring might be coming soon, but winter wasn't ready to relinquish her frigid hold on the land just yet. The forecast was calling for several inches of snow this weekend, and it just might happen. The weather was so unpredictable this time of the year, much like his life of late, Knox thought gloomily. Jackson raised an eyebrow, his eyes sparkling with amusement.
Okay, now that we've gotten the business of Christopher out of the way, the real question is, what are you going to do about your feelings for Mama? Well, I don't like being backed in a corner,
Knox grumbled. Why did Birdie have to draw a dern line in the sand? Knox would have worked his way into making a move, eventually. He was getting close to that point when the cancer came into play. Then he got spooked and started second-guessing everything. Old demons surfaced, bringing back all of the angst. His stomach knotted. He didn't want to go back to that terrible time of uncertainty, and yet he couldn't stand the thought of losing Birdie. He had to fight for her, show her that he cared. Lemon gave him a wise look. No one's backing you in a corner. You're Knox Romeo. She let out a deviant chuckle. Use your charm to win Birdie back. She threw Jackson a playful grin. We all know where Mr. Player here got all of his moves. She nudged Jackson with her elbow. That's all in the past. Jackson countered with a rueful grin. I'm a changed man. I know, Lemon said in the matter-of-fact tone of one who knew that Jackson was crazy about her. She zeroed in on Knox. The point I'm trying to make here is that you've got what it takes to win Birdie back. Misgivings battled inside Knox, churning his gut. I don't know. There was more to this than he wanted to divulge. It bothered him that Birdie had lied about the flowers and dinner. His gut squeezed. He couldn't stand the thought of Birdie having dinner with Christopher in a house that he'd built. The irony. Knox didn't want there to ever be any more secrets between him and Birdie. It was a slippery slope that he knew all too well from sad experience. Lemon blew out a frustrated breath. Have you not heard a word I've said? You need to have faith in Birdie. I have no doubt that she'll beat the cancer. You can't spend the rest of your life worrying about all of the terrible things that could happen, she finished. Jackson gave Knox an astute look. He's not worried about what could happen. He's worried about what did happen. Lemon rolled her eyes as she began talking with her hands. I know. That's what I've been trying to tell him. At the risk of repeating myself, he needs to have faith in Birdie. She's not the same person she was before. Birdie's one of the strongest people I know. I don't believe for 1 minute that she'll slip into another depression. And if she does, well, they can work through it together, the same as you and I are working through our problems. Her voice hitched as she sucked in a breath, her expression going rigid like she'd said too much. What problems? Knox asked carefully, his gaze moving between them. Jackson, what's going on? He demanded when they remained silent. A look passed between Jackson and Lemon. Finally, Lemon gave him a slight nod of approval. Lemon has had several miscarriages, Jackson said with a pang of sadness. I knew you had one miscarriage, but I didn't realize you'd had several. I'm so sorry. Have you seen a doctor? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Knox realized the irony. Here he was asking Lemon if she'd seen a doctor while he'd just raked Christopher over the coals. Still, the situation was different. Knox didn't have anything against doctors, just Christopher Wallace. We have an appointment with a specialist next week. Good, Knox said heartily. I'm sure you'll get to the bottom of it. I hope so, Lemon sighed. Jackson reached for her hand and squeezed it. The gesture spoke volumes. Jackson and Lemon were a fantastic team. Even in the midst of Lemon managing her shoe and accessories company, it was impressive to watch how she and Jackson worked to build Lemon's horse therapy business for youth. It was going great guns now, with them routinely booking up months in advance. Lemon had a keen sense for business, as did Jackson. Back to Birdie, Lemon began. You need to forgive her for whatever happened in the past and move forward." Jackson sized Knox up with wise, perceptive eyes.
"It's not Mama that Daddy can't forgive. It's himself."
The comment was a punch in the gut that knocked the wind clear out of him. His eyes misted as he swallowed. Jackson was right on the money. How had he discerned the true root of the problem? Knox felt exposed, like he was standing buck naked in a room full of people. "I don't understand," Lemon said dubiously, looking to Jackson to explain.
"Daddy, you goofed, but you're not the same man you were before. You've got to forgive yourself for the affair," Jackson said gently.
Tears burned Knox's eyes. One slipped from the rim of his eye and dribbled down his cheek. Hastily he wiped it away.
"I hurt your Mama bad." His voice trembled. "I should have been there for her. I was weak, foolish."
Anguish stabbed through his heart.
"Maybe I don't deserve another chance."
"That's not true. You're a great man, Knox. You can't keep beating yourself up for something that happened eons ago." Lemon gave him a censoring look. "You're a man of faith. Do you not believe that the Lord died for your sins?"
"Of course I do,"
Knox shot back. She arched an eyebrow. "Well, you're not acting like it." Knox knew analytically that what Lemon said was true. It was his heart that was having a hard time getting the message. He'd spent years trying to atone for what he'd done. He was ashamed that he'd not stood by Birdie when she spiraled into her depression. Knox had taken her depression and inability to open up to him as a personal affront. He started ruminating over his lost music career and how he'd given up everything for Birdie and his family, only to have Birdie turn away from him. Then Naomi stepped back into the picture. Knox and Naomi had dated off and on in high school. For Knox, it was more of a casual thing, but evidently Naomi was heartbroken when they broke up. She took the opportunity to come into Knox's life when he was at his lowest. As easy as it would be to lay all the blame for the affair at Naomi's feet, Knox had to own up to his part of the treachery. The bottom line was that he'd messed up, and he'd go to his grave regretting what he'd done. Lemon seemed to be reading his thoughts. "You've carried the burden of your sins long enough. Don't you think it's time to hand it over to the Lord?"
"Listen to the woman and quit wallowing in self-pity," Jackson shot back with a grin. "Suck it up, you mamby-pamby."
Knox laughed in surprise.
"Hey, that's my line. Trust me, I know. I've heard it enough times in my life."
He pulled in a long breath. Lemon and Jackson had given him a lot to think about. He was a God-fearing man. He wanted to feel the lightness of having his affair forgiven. He just couldn't shake the feeling that fate wasn't through with him yet. His turmoil had been worse ever since Birdie got cancer. A cold fear had been eating away at him. He wondered if God was punishing him for his past mistakes. He couldn't bear the thought of losing Birdie. She was his rock, his everything. He was grateful that her mammogram had come up clean. It cut him to know that Birdie didn't feel that she could tell him the truth about the flowers or dinner. Admittedly, he didn't take the news well, but that was beside the point. It didn't help that Christopher had sailed up to them at lunch and boasted about the flowers and Birdie having dinner with him tomorrow night. His thoughts went back to Naomi. Several months ago, he'd gotten word from a former schoolmate that Naomi was sick. A few weeks later, she'd passed away. Hearing the news about Naomi brought back all of the old ghosts. The last time he'd seen Naomi, she'd been nearly inconsolable when he told her that it wouldn't work between them. He confessed that he loved Birdie and that he'd spend the rest of his days, if necessary, trying to win her back. For him, it had always been Birdie. He'd fallen in love with her on the spot that night at the graduation party when he came to her aid, and that love had grown by leaps and bounds over the years. Now it was a lifeblood that sustained him.
"I recognize that look,"
Jackson drawled. He met Knox's gaze.
"Now go get your woman back."
Knox shook his head, contemplating how it could be done.
Your mama's a hard woman. She's madder than a wet cat in a bucket of ice water. I'm not sure how to get through to her."
Jackson's eyes sparkled in amusement, his voice ringing with full confidence. "You'll think of something. You are Knox Romeo, after all." He was partially amused by Jackson's comment. A corner of his mouth lifted.
"Yep, for better or worse, that I am."
Chapter 5.
"Hey there, it's so good to see you,"
Noelle said as she caught Birdie in a tight hug.
"Good to see you, too."
Birdie drew back, studying her niece, who looked like she had a beach ball tucked underneath her shirt.
"How you doing?"
Noelle cradled her hands over her stomach. "I'm still here," she chuckled. "The doctor says if I don't go into labor by next Tuesday, he'll induce me. I'm miserable and can't sleep a wink. This one is active. She's been kicking like crazy." "You be sure and have Holden call me the minute you go into labor," Birdie admonished. "I want to be there." "You'll be the first one we notify," Noelle assured her. She pointed to the chair in her station. "Have a seat." Birdie complied as Noelle draped a cape around her. "I assumed you wanted the usual, right? I've already got everything mixed."
"Yep," Birdie chimed. "You know me. I love what you do to my hair. If it ain't broke, don't fix it."
"Amen," Noelle grinned.
"I'm glad I'm getting in before you have the baby. Thanks for working me in."
Birdie's official appointment wasn't until next week, but when Birdie realized how close Noelle was to her due date, she asked if she could come in a few days early.
"Of course,"
Noelle answered nonchalantly. It couldn't have been easy for Noelle to work her in. The salon was bustling with women, chattering and laughing.
"Business looks like it's going well,"
Birdie observed.
"It is. I had to hire 2 new stylists to keep up."
Noelle reached for a brush and began pulling it through Birdie's hair in adept strokes.
"What'll happen when you have the baby?"
"Judy's going to handle the day-to-day operations of the salon. I figure I'll be able to come back after a week to check on things. I'll be in and out for a few weeks until I can officially get back on my feet." Birdie glanced over at the heavy-set hairstylist with long, curly blonde hair, a station over. Judy was tipping her head back and laughing heartily at something her client had said. Judy worked with Noelle at another salon in town and had moved with Noelle when she opened her own salon. Judy was one of Noelle's closest friends. Birdie was glad her niece had a dependable friend who could hold down the fort while she was out.
"How's Aiden doing? Is he ready for his little sister to get here?"
Noelle laughed as she reached for a foil and began wrapping Birdie's hair. "He's still peeved that he's not getting a brother." She brushed color onto the layer of hair before reaching for another sheet of foil.
"I'll bet."
Noelle's son Aiden was a live wire. He was so darn cute, but he kept Noelle hopping. Aiden was from Noelle's first marriage. From what Noelle had said, Aiden seemed to be getting along well with his stepfather, Holden.
"Have you decided on a name?"
"We have." Noelle gave Birdie a tender smile. "Jolie." A gush of emotion rose inside of Birdie, making her go teary-eyed.
"That's fantastic. My sister would love that."
"Yes, she would," Noelle agreed. Noelle looked at Birdie through the mirror.
"How are you doing?"
She hesitated.
"How's your health?"
"Great. My mammogram came up clean." A large smile filled her face.
"I found out yesterday. I almost called you, but thought I'd wait and tell you the news in person."
Tears rose in Noelle's eyes. "That's fantastic news." She put down the bundle of foils and draped her arms around Birdie's shoulders. "We've been praying for you. Aiden won't let Holden or me utter a single prayer without remembering you." "I've felt the power of those prayers," Birdie murmured, patting Noelle's hand. She and Noelle had always had a good relationship, but they'd gotten super close when Noelle moved back to Franklin a few years ago after her divorce. Noelle and Aiden lived with Birdie up until Noelle married Holden. Birdie missed having other people in her home. Her stomach tightened. bringing back the realization that it was time for her to make some changes in her life. Noelle dabbed at her eyes before reaching for the foils and resuming her work. "Hey, is everything okay with Knox?" Concern wrapped Noelle's voice. "You heard about the fight yesterday," Birdie said flatly. She nodded. "Sorry to be a busybody, but you know how fast news travels in here." She twirled her hand, encompassing the salon. "You know Effie, my new employee that I told you about?" "Yeah, the superstar who's doing such a phenomenal job." "Effie's ex-boyfriend came into the boutique, causing a ruckus. Thank goodness Knox was there. He kindly asked the guy to leave, but when he didn't—" A giggle bubbled in Noelle's throat. "Oh, no, I see where this is going. I heard that Knox pummeled some teenager, but I knew there had to be more to the story." She looked Birdie in the eye. "That's why I called you last night, to find out what was going on." "Sorry I didn't answer." Birdie sighed heavily. "It was a rough day." She was still so fighting mad at Knox. He was a stubborn mule. She'd thought he might call to apologize or stop by her house, but he hadn't. Christopher, on the other hand, had called to check on her. He was kind, solicitous, asking if she was okay. "I could tell that I put you in an uncomfortable position when I asked you about the flowers and dinner," he'd said. "That wasn't my intent. I'm sorry." Birdie played it off like it was no big deal, not wanting to discuss Knox with Christopher. Noelle frowned, giving Birdie a searching look. "What's going on?" Birdie tried to hold back the tears, but she couldn't. They burned in her eyes, blurring her vision. The last thing Birdie wanted was to break down in the salon and have even more people gossiping about her and Knox. Noelle touched her shoulder. "Tell me what's happening," she prompted. "Get a grip," Birdie commanded herself as she sucked in a deep breath, trying to rein in her emotions. She waited until she was more in control to speak. "I'm sorry. I don't mean to put this on you." A tear escaped and rolled down her cheek. "Things are a mess right now with me and Knox. We got into an argument yesterday." She chuckled dryly. "As fast as news travels in this town, I'm surprised you didn't hear about that too." One look at Noelle's expression told Birdie that Noelle had heard. She scowled. "Is nothing private in Franklin?" "You know how it is here." Noelle shrugged. "The good news is that people care. The bad news is that people care." Birdie acknowledged the comment with a brief nod, realizing that she wasn't as much upset about the gossip as she was with Knox. "Whatever's going on, you can work it out." Birdie pressed her lips together. "I'm not so sure." "Hey, this doesn't sound like the fearlessly optimistic Birdie Romeo that I know. Weren't you the one who urged me to give Holden a second chance? You should do the same for Knox." "I am," Birdie said hoarsely. "The difference here is that Holden wanted you back." She paused, trying to contain her emotion. Her lower lip trembled as she tried again. "Knox doesn't want me back." Noelle's face fell. "What?" "That's the most absurd thing I've ever heard. Knox is crazy about you. Anyone can see that." Birdie's voice went devoid of emotion as she gave Noelle the highlights of yesterday's argument. "Now that my cancer is gone, I'm ready to start fresh. I told Knox that I was tired of waiting around for him to act, that I'm ready to move forward with my life." She looked at Noelle. "The gist of the situation is, I want to start over with Knox, but he's not ready." She shrugged, a deep sadness overtaking her. "There you have it," she said, forcing her tone to go light. "Does this have anything to do with Christopher Wallace?" Birdie waved a hand in frustration. "Yeah, it does. Knox can't stand Christopher, and he resents me being friends with him. Knox about came unglued yesterday when he realized that Christopher sent me flowers and that I'm having dinner at his place tonight." Noelle's eyes rounded. "What?" "Christopher's my friend," Birdie said defensively. "He helped me through the cancer. I owe him a lot." Yeah, I get that, but dinner and flowers? Noelle perched a hand on her hip as she let out a low whistle. Wow, no wonder Knox was ticked.
Knox is being an idiot about the whole thing, Birdie spouted.
Noelle tipped her head thoughtfully. What?
You and Knox have pretty much been in the same state, as far as your relationship goes, for years.
I know, Birdie shot back.
I'm ready to have something more than a close friendship and a mild flirtation. Also, I want more than a dinner date and someone to go to family events with.
She balled her hand.
I want a husband. I want someone to share everything with, emotionally, mentally, and physically.
Fresh anger torpedoed through her, and she was about to launch into another tirade before Noelle interrupted her. Does your sudden desire to get on with your life have anything to do with Christopher moving back to town?
Of course not,
Birdie snapped. Noelle gave her a doubtful look.
You sure about that?
Birdie's cheeks warmed. She looked down at her pants and flicked away an imaginary speck of dust.
I'll admit it was nice to get a beautiful bouquet of flowers.
Uh-huh, that's what I thought. Birdie's head shot up.
What? Christopher's confusing things, making you question your place with Knox. It scares you, so you're trying to force Knox's hand.
Birdie's heart began to pound.
Are you saying that I have feelings for Christopher?
She felt sweltering hot all of a sudden. Noelle raised an eyebrow.
Do you?
A shaky laugh left Birdie's throat as she clenched her hands.
Christopher's a kind and patient man.
Noelle rolled her eyes.
Yeah, I get it. He's a nice guy.
Birdie rushed on.
Is it wrong for me to want to be romanced? Christopher's handsome, successful. He's been trying to talk me into going sailing with him in San Diego.
Noelle's eyebrows rose.
As friends?
Of course, she blustered. Noelle gave Birdie a pointed look. Have you looked in the mirror lately?
What do you mean?
This conversation was making Birdie intensely uncomfortable.
You're a beautiful woman,
Birdie chuckled.
Spoken by someone who could be my twin.
Noelle flipped the ends of her hair.
Well, you know, I just love giving myself compliments,
she said sweetly as she fluttered her eyelashes. Her expression grew serious as she punched out her words for emphasis.
Christopher does not want a friendship with you. He's pursuing you. I don't blame Knox for being upset.
Her voice hardened.
Christopher is your doctor. You feel beholden to him, and he's playing on those emotions. That's not right.
Noelle's mouth tightened. For the record, I don't appreciate him moving in on Uncle Knox.
All Knox would have to do is step up to the plate, and this whole thing could be solved.
I'm sure he will. You just have to give him time. Birdie's eyes flew open wide.
Time for what? For me to grow older than Methuselah?
She gritted her teeth, keeping her voice low so the people around them wouldn't overhear.
I'm tired of waiting.
So you're gonna settle for the wrong guy just because the right one's not ready? Noelle gave her a penetrating look.
Take it from me, that never works.
She wiped her hands on a nearby towel.
We're ready to put you under the dryer.
Birdie moved to stand, but Noelle stopped her.
Look, I don't pretend to understand what you've gone through with the cancer. I can understand you wanting to get on with your life. Just promise me one thing.
What's that?
Don't make any rash decisions where Christopher Wallace is concerned.
I won't, Birdie said, irritation stirring inside her. Noelle arched an eyebrow. Do you think it's wise to have dinner with Christopher tonight? Birdie wasn't sure what to think about anything anymore.
I don't know,
she admitted, feeling weary to the bone. She'd slept poorly the night before, tossing and turning as she fretted about Knox. Just when she nearly drifted off to sleep, she'd heard a noise that startled her back awake. She'd gotten up and checked the house, relieved that everything was in order. She wondered if maybe a tree branch broke and hit the roof. Normally, she would have called Knox to come and check out the noise, but she couldn't very well do that now. Maybe she should just swear off men altogether and resolve herself to spending the rest of her life alone. She had the boutique, her kids and grandkids. Her thoughts went to something that Zoe had told her. Jackson and Lemon were going through a tough time. Birdie knew about Lemon's one miscarriage, but she hadn't realized that Lemon had several. A twinge of guilt went through her. She prided herself on being close to all of her kids, and yet Jackson hadn't told her about the miscarriages. Maybe he didn't want to add any stress due to her cancer. That was understandable, and yet she couldn't help but feel left out. Zoe had told her that Knox knew about the miscarriages, having just learned about it yesterday. Birdie felt an overwhelming longing to talk to Knox about it, so they could decide how to best support Jackson and Lemon. Herein was the problem. Knox was her best friend. No, more than that, he was the father of her children. Their lives were so intertwined already that she didn't understand why he was so hesitant to make it official. Was it the physical relationship part that Knox was worried about? She went stone cold as a sudden thought struck her. Maybe Knox wasn't attracted to her anymore. She tried to push the intrusive thoughts away as she turned her focus to what Noelle was saying. "Just be careful," Noelle warned. "I don't trust Christopher Wallace. He seems sneaky, like he's hiding something." "Not you too," Birdie moaned. Zoe had called just before Birdie stepped into the salon. She and Lemon had been talking. Zoe knew all about the flowers and dinner with Christopher. "I don't trust him," Zoe had said. "Be careful." "I'm a big girl. I think I can handle dinner," Birdie snapped. Jiminy Cricket. Sometimes she felt like she was living in a fishbowl. "Do yourself a favor. Don't wait too long to make up with Knox. Y'all belong together." "I wish somebody would tell him that." Indignation burned through Birdie's veins. "That man makes me mad enough to chew nails." Noelle's eyes danced. "See, he elicits strong emotion. That's good." "He elicits something," Birdie huffed. "I'll bet you've never had such strong feelings for Mr. Smooth Talker," Noelle quipped. "No one gets my goat like Knox. He could make a preacher cuss." "Exactly." Noelle's hands went into the air. "That means he's the one." A begrudging smile tipped Birdie's lips. "I'm not sure how sound your logic is, but okay." Noelle laughed. "Just wait, you'll see that I'm right." Her voice quivered with emotion. "I've never seen any two people who were more right for one another than you and Knox. Promise me that you'll give him another chance." "Okay," Birdie relented. "I'll give him another chance," she said dutifully. She held up a finger. "But I'm still going to Christopher's house tonight for dinner." She'd already canceled with Zoe, and she had no intention of sitting home alone, pining away for Knox. Chapter 6. Her heart in her throat, Birdie punched the doorbell, waiting for Christopher to answer. After leaving the hair salon, she'd gone home to change clothes and freshen up her makeup. Several times she'd almost called Christopher to cancel. All the while she was getting ready, she kept hoping she'd hear from Knox, but no such luck. Birdie and Knox communicated on a regular basis. She couldn't remember the last time she'd gone a day without hearing from him. If he didn't contact her by tomorrow, she supposed she'd have to swallow her pride and call him. She'd used Jackson and Lemon as an excuse. After all, she and Knox needed to figure out how to help them. She glanced down at her green sweater and beige slacks. She'd chosen her outfit carefully, making sure that she looked nice but not overdressed. Christopher opened the door with a large smile. "Hello!" His gaze flickered over her. "You look beautiful." "Thanks," she murmured. For some reason, a scene from the day before flashed through her mind, and she saw Knox telling her she was beautiful at the boutique. A pang of longing ran through her. Why had Knox not called or texted? Christopher ushered her in. The aroma of cooking food tingled Birdie's senses. "Something smells good." "I hope it tastes good." "Did you cook?" "I did." "I'm impressed." She smiled inwardly, thinking of how helpless Knox was in the kitchen. It was a good thing that he had Gino working for him, or else he would starve. "Let me take your coat." Christopher reached to help her out of it. In the process, his hand brushed against her hair. The close contact felt awkward. Discreetly, Birdie moved away from him as she stepped from the foyer into the spacious living room. "Your place is looking great." "It's starting to come together." Birdie's gaze took in the tall ceiling with the open beams and the stacked stone fireplace that went to the ceiling. There were handsome built-in bookcases on either side of it. The 5-piece crown molding framing the top of the wall and the intricate details on the bookshelves were evidence that no expense had been spared. This development was the crown jewel of all the developments that Knox and Dillon had built. Birdie stepped over to get a better look at the framed pictures on the mantel. There were several pictures of a dark-haired beauty with big brown eyes. One photo was of her skiing. She was at the beach in one, and what looked to be a cabin in another. Christopher stepped up beside her, pointing. "That's my daughter Cassie. The younger one, Alice, doesn't like having her picture taken." Natalia was Christopher's late wife. A pang of sympathy went through Birdie. While Birdie hadn't outright asked Christopher about his marriage, she knew through the grapevine that Christopher was Natalia's second husband. Cassie and Alice weren't Christopher's actual daughters, but it was obvious that he was fond of them. Not every man would display photos of his stepdaughter on the mantel. Interesting that he referred to the girls as his daughters rather than stepdaughters. She looked for a photo of Natalia, but there wasn't one. Maybe it was too painful for him to have her picture displayed. Some people dealt with grief by surrounding themselves with memorabilia of their loved ones, while others banished all traces of them. In Birdie's case, she made sure to put up lots of pictures of her mother and sister in her home.
"Where are Cassie and Alice now?"
"Cassie's at NYU studying anthropology. Alice is in Naples, Florida, attending Walden University. She's studying to be a dental hygienist."
"I'll bet you miss them."
"I do." His face lit up. "They're coming for a visit on Easter."
"That's wonderful."
She wondered what type of relationship Cassie and Alice had with their actual father, but she didn't dare ask. Christopher motioned. "Come into the kitchen." She followed him into a large area painted a creamy white. Christopher went over to the stove and stirred something in a pot. "I hope you like chicken marsala."
"I do."
Birdie was impressed that Christopher would make something so complex.
"Can I do anything to help?"
"Nope, it's almost done." He pointed to the bar stools around the island. "Have a seat." The fragrant scent of baking bread wafted through the room when he opened the oven and removed a crusty loaf of garlic bread. The kitchen was an open floor plan that flowed into a dining area. A modern fireplace that was open on 2 sides divided the space. A neat row of orange and blue flames flickered amidst smooth black rocks. Knox had spoken of his desire to create a space that was both modern and homey. He'd done it. The home was incredible. The table was expertly set with place settings and all the trappings. 2 tall silver candlesticks, holding cream-colored candles, flanked a large glass vase of red roses. Soft music played in the background. Christopher had certainly pulled out all the stops. He was dressed in black trousers and a buttoned-down black silk shirt. Birdie couldn't help but notice the contrast between Christopher and Knox. If Knox could see Christopher now, he'd certainly think he was a cream puff. She stifled the giggle that rose in her throat. When he'd finished the dinner preparations, Christopher stepped over and peered into her eyes. The only way she could describe his expression was worshipful. She had to fight the urge to draw back and put space between them. He reached for her hands, cupping them in his. His skin was so soft and smooth that it wigged her out a little. She was used to Knox's working man hands.
"Thanks so much for coming to my humble abode."
The open pride in his voice was so incongruent with his words that she couldn't help but chuckle.
"If this is a humble abode, I'd hate to see a mansion."
A deep flush crept into Christopher's cheeks, making her regret her words. She was so used to bantering with Knox and speaking her mind that she hadn't thought twice about doing the same with Christopher. Obviously, he was more sensitive.
"I'm just teasing,"
she said, trying to ease his tension. He smiled, but it seemed forced.
"I'm just glad you're here."
He pushed back a lock of her hair that had fallen across her face.
"You are so beautiful," he uttered.
She blinked in surprise as a jolt of panic surged through her. Should she take this opportunity to set things straight and lay down firm lines of friendship? As furious as she was with Knox, there was no way she could jump into a relationship with another man. She wouldn't even know where to start. Knox, the kids, and grandkids were her world. Ever since leaving the salon, Birdie had been mulling over something Noel said. Was Christopher taking unfair advantage of her? As her doctor, he wielded a sense of authority. It was only natural that she would be in awe of him. Birdie didn't like thinking of herself as a victim. Her thoughts took another direction. Christopher was so different now that she could hardly believe he was the same person she'd dated in high school. Maybe she should open up a conversation about their former classmates so they could reestablish some form of familiarity. Right now, he felt more like a stranger than her former boyfriend. Why had she agreed to come here tonight? Why? He searched her face. "Is everything okay?" She offered a tight smile.
"Of course."
He frowned. "You seem a little tense." She pushed out a breath. No sense in postponing the inevitable.
"Christopher, I appreciate everything you've done for me."
She glanced at the elaborately set table.
"The flowers yesterday, dinner tonight."
Everything was so perfectly put together. She couldn't have done a better job herself. She paused, searching for the right words.
"It's all just a bit much right now. My life is so complicated."
His features tensed. "With Knox?"
"Yes,"
she said simply. A shadow crossed his features.
"I get it. You have a long history with Knox. He's a large part of your past. I want to be your future."
His eyes had a dreamy quality. He gazed at her like she was the greatest thing since buttered biscuits. Birdie didn't know if she should be worried or flattered. Christopher was such a handsome man. His nose was thinner and more sculpted than she remembered. Also, he had a stronger jaw. His teeth hadn't been as white or so perfectly straight in high school. She wondered if he'd had plastic surgery. It was plausible, especially in his field.
"You're a wonderful friend,"
Birdie began.
"Is this the part where you tell me that we can never be anything but friends?"
He gave her a pained smile.
"Yes,"
she admitted, wincing at the disappointment emanating from his hazel eyes. It was better to tell it to him straight. That way there would be no misunderstandings or hurt feelings. She braced herself, waiting for his reaction. To his credit, he took her rejection in stride, as a pleasant smile nestled like a soft cotton blanket over his lips. "You don't have to reach any conclusions tonight. Let's just have dinner." She relaxed.
"Okay."
She could see the congenial doctor coming out in Christopher. He'd probably had to talk many a patient down off the ledge, especially when it came to cancer. The Christopher in high school had a short fuse, but the new and improved Christopher seemed to have the patience of Job. His bedside manner was impeccable. Dinner was excellent. The conversation drifted from people they knew in high school to Christopher's profession. He grew animated when he talked about his work, and she could tell that he derived much satisfaction from helping his patients.
"Are your parents still in Florida?"
The last she'd heard, they retired there.
My mom is. My dad passed away 6 years ago from a massive stroke."
"I didn't realize." Her voice faltered. "I'm so sorry."
"It's been tough on Mom." Sadness washed over his handsome face. Christopher's features were almost too perfect. They had to be surgically altered. He looked like a walking Ken doll.
"Do you get down to see her often?"
"I'm planning a trip to Tampa this summer." He motioned at her empty plate. "Can I get you anything else?"
"No, I'm good. You're quite the chef. That's some of the best chicken marsala I've ever had. If you get tired of being a doctor, you could always trade your stethoscope for a spatula." She expected him to at least give her a courtesy smile for her joke, but it seemed to go over his head. "Thank you," he said with a magnanimous nod. "I'm glad you enjoyed it." There was a formality about Christopher that kept Birdie on pins and needles. She wondered if Christopher ever allowed himself to just kick back and relax. His house was spotless. From what she could see on the main level, there wasn't so much as a toss pillow or picture frame out of place. She didn't want to make Christopher uncomfortable, but she wanted to know more about his deceased wife, Natalia. Tonight was as good of a time as any, she supposed, to ask. Christopher sat back in his seat. The flicker of the candles washed the room in a mellow glow. "Tell me about Natalia,"
Birdie implored. If her memory served her correctly, it had been a couple of years since Natalia passed. Christopher's jaw tightened a fraction, like he was uncomfortable. Then his eyes took on a faraway look. "She was an angel, the most exquisite woman I've ever seen." He jerked as if realizing what he'd just said. "No offense to you," he added.
"None taken."
It was an odd thing to say. Why would she be offended?
"I think it's wonderful that you loved your wife," she said with conviction.
"I feel the same way about Knox," her mind inserted. She grinned inwardly. Knox would be appalled if he heard her tagging him as exquisite. Maybe that wasn't a good word for him. Cowboy, maverick, impulsive, short-tempered, irritating, and thrilling were the first words that came to mind. She realized that Christopher was watching her with a strange expression, almost as if he knew she was thinking about Knox. Her mind scrambled to find the point in conversation where they were.
"What happened to Natalia?"
she blurted. He gave her a funny look. "A car accident. I thought you knew." She waved a hand.
"I know she had a car accident, but what happened?"
She paused, giving him a tentative look.
"If you don't mind me asking."
The change in him was instantaneous. His eyes glistened as he shifted in his seat. He brought his fist to his mouth. Birdie could tell that he was wrestling with some tough emotions. She felt guilty for bringing up something that would upset him.
"I'm sorry, I shouldn't be asking you this."
"No, it's okay." He let out a breath. "I want you to understand what happened." The way he spoke the words made her feel like he was trying to tell her that she was significant in his life. Tight cords of unease wrapped around her chest. Christopher wasn't getting the message that she just wanted to be friends. Tonight would be the last time she had dinner with him. From now on, she would keep her distance so she could put him in the friend zone once and for all. "Are you familiar with the town of Signal Mountain outside of Chattanooga?"
"I am. That's a beautiful area."
"It is," he sighed, "but the roads leading up to it are treacherous." He paused, his features pulling taut. "Natalia was going down the W road, a winding road that cuts down the backside of the mountain. The road got its name because the hairpin curves at the top form the shape of a W." His voice hitched. "It was dark and sleeting. Natalia was going too fast. Her car went off the side of the mountain." A sense of horror overtook Birdie.
"That's terrible. I'm so sorry."
Her words sounded empty in her ears. She wished there was more she could do or say. Anguish twisted over his face. "I still can't believe she's gone." He put his fist to his mouth again. A second later he removed it as he continued.
The hardest part was telling Cassie and Alice that their mother was gone. Tears slipped down his cheeks. "I'm so sorry," Birdie said again. Sympathy welled in her breast. She couldn't imagine all of the pain and suffering Christopher had endured. If anything ever happened to Knox, she didn't know what she would do. He reached for his napkin and used it to wipe away his tears. "I'm sorry." He took in a quick breath as a regretful smile touched his lips. "Life can be a real kick in the pants sometimes." Laughter gurgled in her throat. It was the most down-to-earth, genuine comment Christopher had made all evening. He cocked his head, his eyes taking on a peculiar light. "You hear that? Frank Sinatra." She realized that he was referring to the song playing in the background. He scooted back his chair, stood, and went around the table, holding out his hand. "May I have this dance?" "Now?" she croaked. She was still too caught up in the sadness of him losing Natalia to dance. He'd certainly shifted gears fast. His expression remained congenial, but she sensed a trace of impatience in him as he waited for her to answer. "Okay," she relented as she stood. He pulled her into his arms and began twirling her around the room. Knox was the only other man she'd ever danced with. It was strange dancing with Christopher. His movements were forceful and jerky, whereas Knox moved with such an easy grace that she felt like she was gliding when she was in his arms. Christopher pulled her close and hummed softly in her ear. The moisture of his breath against her skin repelled her. She couldn't take this any more. She had to get out of here. She drew back. "Christopher, I need to be getting home." He acted as if he didn't hear her. Her stomach about dropped through her rib cage when he dipped her back, sending blood rushing to her head. Finally, he stood her back on her feet. "Okay, that's enough," she said forcefully as she extricated herself from his arms. His face fell. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." A tight smile wrapped her lips. "It has been a wonderful evening. I just need to get home. I have to be at the boutique early tomorrow. I'm sure you have an early morning also, with your work." The doorbell rang. Christopher frowned. "I wonder who that could be. Hold on, I'll be right back." Birdie felt a sense of relief when he left the room. Christopher was way too controlling for her taste. Also, his behavior was strange. One minute he was talking about Natalia like he was about to break down crying, and the next he was up dancing. She went to the bar stool and retrieved her purse. Now would be a good time to make her departure, while Christopher was occupied. She heard Christopher's angry voice first. "This is outrageous," he asserted. "You picked tonight at 8:30 in the evening to come here and fix things?"
"Yep, that's how it worked out,"
another man responded pleasantly. Birdie's heart skipped a beat as she shook her head, a grin moving over her lips. She'd recognize that melodic voice anywhere. Knox had come here tonight to take care of Christopher's punch list. She should have been irate at Knox for intentionally wrecking dinner, but knowing that he cared enough to come sent ribbons of pleasure streaming through her. "You'll have to come back later," Christopher said in a clipped tone. "Now is not a good time." She hurried out of the kitchen and to the foyer. "Hello," she said as she stepped up to the two men. "Hey," Knox said with a boyish grin that made her heart sputter. Birdie felt wildly happy that he was here. The romantic in her pictured him as her hero, coming to rescue her from the awkward evening. Christopher's face looked like a ripe tomato about to explode. Birdie turned her attention to Knox. "What are you doing here?" she asked, even though she already knew the answer. It was all she could do to contain her smile. Her heart was light enough to sprout wings and fly.
"Rainey McLean was supposed to come out here today and knock out the punch list, but Clara's down with the flu."
"Oh, wow. Clara is Rainey's wife," she explained to Christopher in a bubbly tone.
"Rainey couldn't leave Clara at home with the kids," Knox continued. "So I came out.
A good-natured grin slid over his lips.
You know the old saying, the best way to get the job done is to do it yourself.
I never got a text from anyone saying they'd be out today, Christopher protested, his voice stiff with suspicion. Knox's brows drew together.
Really? Well, shucks. Somebody's fallen down on the job. You should have. He pointed. I'll just get started in the kitchen.
Christopher held out a hand.
No, you won't.
Knox's voice took on an edge.
Your email requested that the items be done immediately.
Christopher pushed a hand through his hair.
During normal business hours, not when I'm in the middle of dinner.
He gave Birdie a frustrated look, as if he expected her to do something.
It's okay, she said smoothly. I was just leaving. I have an early morning at the boutique.
You don't have to leave because of him.
He shot Knox a scathing look.
I'm not, she said firmly.
Christopher's eyes widened.
But you haven't had dessert.
His voice had a whiny, pleading edge. Ever since Christopher had re-entered her life, she'd only been around him in short spurts until tonight. Maybe it was a good thing she'd had dinner with Christopher, so she could realize how incompatible they were. Even if Knox never came around, she could never be with a man like Christopher. While he was a good guy, he was laced up too tight for her. Also, something about him was off. She couldn't put her finger on what it was. Birdie recognized the pleased look on Knox's face as they caught eyes. She felt a rush of tender awareness as tangible as electricity. That's how it was with her and Knox. Merely being in his presence titillated her senses.
You know what?
Knox began, speaking to Christopher.
I owe you an apology.
For what? Christopher asked warily.
I shouldn't have come out this late. I'll come back at a more reasonable time. You're unbelievable, Christopher seethed.
Knox jutted his thumb toward the door as he gave Birdie a lopsided grin.
If you're leaving now, I can walk you out.
I'll walk her out, Christopher interjected.
She's my date.
Birdie bristled at the same time she saw fury streak across Knox's face.
We're just friends, she reminded Christopher.
Yeah, that's what I meant,
he said lamely. Knox motioned toward the door with his head. Happy to leave, Birdie propelled her feet forward. Knox placed a hand on her back, leading her out. The gesture felt so natural that it nearly moved her to tears. She and Knox certainly had their share of problems, but they belonged together. She threw Christopher a glance over her shoulder.
Thanks again for dinner.
He just shook his head and closed the door. When they reached her car, Knox turned to face her. A smile stole over her lips.
Seriously, a punch list at 8:30 at night?
I had to do something to get your attention.
She laughed.
Well, you got it.
He gave her a wary look.
Are you ticked at me for interrupting your dinner?
I should be.
She soaked in the lines of his rugged features. Knox's nose had been broken several times. He joked that it gave him character. His teeth were more of a bone-white tone rather than sparkling. In other words, he was real. She loved that he wasn't picture-perfect. He was rough around the edges and distinctly masculine. He excited every inch of her.
But I'm not. I'm relieved, actually.
Surprise flitted over his features.
Really?
Really,
she grimaced.
Remind me to never do that again. Christopher's a nice guy, but dinner was awkward.
A pleased smile spread over his face.
You have no idea how much I love hearing that.
Laughter spread through her like warm sunshine. As if it had a mind of its own, her hand went up to touch his hair.
You're still not off the hook, mister.
The edges of his eyes tightened.
I know. About what I said at the restaurant, I'm sorry.
The sincerity of his words wrapped her in warmth as she took a step closer to him, her cells swirling with a heady attraction. There was just enough light from the fingernail moon above for her to see the flicker of desire in his eyes. It sang sweetness to her soul. Her lips parted on instinct as his arm encircled her waist.
Knox,
was all she had time to utter as his lips took hers. He pushed her up against the car. Keeping her purse tucked beneath her arm, she clung to him, her hands clutching his soft flannel shirt. Sparks exploded through her as their lips moved together in a practiced dance of fire. Memories from before flooded over her, melding with the present. She'd been hungry for Knox for so long. His fresh, clean scent enveloped her, sending her spirit soaring to the heavens above. The kiss was everything she'd been hoping for and more. When they pulled apart, her chest rose up and down as she gasped for air.
"I've missed this."
"So have I."
His eyes roved over her face as he cupped her cheeks in the palms of his hands.
"You are everything to me," he said fiercely.
Tears sprang to her eyes.
"As you are to me."
"We'll work everything out,"
he promised. That's all she'd been wanting to hear. She nodded, resting her forehead against his.
"I love you."
For so long she'd wanted to say those words.
"I love you too."
She closed her eyes, reveling in the moment. Then it occurred to her where they were. She glanced back at Christopher's house. The door was closed, and thankfully the front lights were turned off. Still, it was bad form to be out here kissing Knox.
"We should go,"
Knox said, reading her thoughts. He gave her another soft kiss. She melted into the tender warmth of his lips.
"Tomorrow night, let's talk."
"My house?"
"Sounds great. 7 o'clock?"
He helped her into the car. Before he closed the door, she placed her hand on his arm.
"Knox."
"Yeah?"
"I'm glad you came tonight."
He gave her that lopsided grin that she so loved.
"Me too."
She sighed, content in the knowledge that everything was finally coming together as it should. Chapter 7.
"How you doing, little darling?"
Knox said with a nod as he strode up to the counter where Effie was standing. He scowled at the monstrous bouquet of flowers that Christopher had gotten Birdie.
"Good,"
she replied, blinking several times, her cheeks going pink. Birdie was always singing Effie's praises, saying that she was hands down the best employee she'd ever had. Effie seemed like a good kid from what Knox could tell, but she was cagier than a cornered goose. His jaw tightened.
"Is that scoundrel of a weasel leaving you alone?"
"So far, so good."
"I'm glad to hear it."
Tightening his hold on the bundle of flowers tied with a pink ribbon, he glanced around, looking for Birdie.
"Where's my beautiful lady?"
"She went up to Zoe's gallery. Zoe has the baby with her."
Knox grinned.
"Ah, makes sense."
Zoe's gallery was only a few doors away from the boutique. Knox wasn't the least bit surprised that Birdie was visiting Mela. Birdie doted on her grandkids. He looked at Christopher's flowers, an idea taking shape. The vase was nice. Placing his flowers on the counter, he pulled the bouquet close before grabbing the flowers with both hands. He walked a couple of steps, depositing them in the garbage. Effie's jaw hit the floor.
"What are you doing?"
A nervous laugh skittered from her throat as her hand encircled her neck.
Birdie might not be happy with you."
"Oh, I don't think she'll mind."
He placed the bundle of yellow tulips into the vase and adjusted the ribbon. A second later he stepped back to admire his handiwork.
"Much better."
Knox hadn't told Birdie he was stopping by. She was planning on them getting together tonight, but he couldn't resist coming by earlier. His heart expanded 10 sizes thinking about their kisses the night before. The passion was still alive and well, burning just as bright as it always had. Tonight was the night he was going to make things right with Birdie. He'd been walking on air all day.
"The tulips are beautiful,"
Effie observed.
"They're Birdie's favorite."
She reached out and rubbed her thumb over the pink ribbon.
"This is a nice touch."
Knox perched his elbow on the counter as he crossed one leg over the other.
"The night I fell for Birdie, she was wearing a pink ribbon in her hair."
His mind drifted back to the past.
"I was home from college. It was graduation night for the high school.
A buddy of mine talked me into going to a party. I went outside by the pool. I looked over and saw Birdie." He smiled, remembering. "The last time I'd seen her, she was practically a kid, but that night I realized she'd grown up. She was incredible, her blonde hair flying and green eyes flashing fire."
"You mean flashing fire as in upset?"
He nodded.
"Why?"
His eyes narrowed. "Christopher was trying to get fresh with her."
The look of shock on Effie's face caused Knox to chuckle.
"Yep, good old Christopher and I have a long, sordid history. We had a few words before coming to an understanding."
He balled his fist, holding it up. Effie sniggered in understanding before tucking a lock of hair behind her ear.
"Are you and Birdie back together?"
"Yes, ma'am,"
he piped with a large grin. Last night had been revolutionary. Kissing Birdie had rolled back time, revving up his desire for her even more. She gave him a hesitant look.
"Is that wise?"
For a second he wondered if he'd heard her correctly.
"I beg your pardon?"
His insides pulled taut as he locked eyes with her.
"Why would you say that?"
She began blinking fast, her face flaming.
"I'm sorry," she stammered. "I meant no disrespect. I just know that y'all have a crazy history."
He frowned, his senses going on full alert.
"What are you getting at?"
This was a strange conversation. What dog could Effie possibly have in this fight? She looked down.
"Never mind,"
she mumbled.
"I'd like to hear what you have to say."
Her behavior rankled him. If she was determined to poke the hornet's nest, then she was going to have to face the repercussions. Her eyes lifted as she searched his face.
"Really?"
"Yeah."
He was taken back by the faint challenge in her expression. Did Effie have some sort of allegiance to Christopher? She sucked in a deep breath.
"Birdie told me about the affair with your childhood sweetheart, Naomi."
The breath gushed out of Knox's lungs.
"What?"
He felt like he'd been sucker punched. Why would Birdie tell her employee about something so personal? He felt naked and exposed. Her head swung back and forth.
"I shouldn't have said anything."
"Why did you?"
he fired back. She gave him an accusing look.
"Because Birdie's a good person, and I don't want to see her get hurt."
A hard amusement simmered in his gut. Was this a case of females banding together to wage a crusade against villainous men? He grunted.
"I get it. You've been hurt by that nitwit ex-boyfriend of yours who couldn't punch his way out of a wet paper bag, but that doesn't mean that all men are bad."
Her brows furrowed.
"That's not what I'm saying at all."
He fought to keep his voice even.
"Why don't you quit beating around the bush and tell me what's on your mind?"
Her eyes sparked as she lifted her chin.
"What happened to Naomi?"
He wondered if he should just turn around and leave. He didn't owe this girl an explanation, and he certainly didn't like discussing something so personal with a stranger.
"Naomi and I parted ways after the affair. She moved away and I never saw her again."
"Where is she now?"
"Dead," he said flatly. "She passed away a few months ago."
He cocked an eyebrow.
"While I appreciate your loyalty to Birdie, this is none of your business. She shouldn't have said anything to you."
He'd been flying high when he came into the boutique. Now he felt like he had a block of cement in his gut. The chime over the door sounded. Knox turned, his jaw clenching, as Christopher strolled in, wearing a friendly expression.
"Hello," he began.
Knox nodded in response, his temperature ratcheting up several notches. The man was relentless in his pursuit of Birdie.
"What are you doing here?" Knox growled. "Don't you have some important doctorly work to do?"
Christopher's eyes hardened, but his voice remained pleasant. "I'm on my way to the clinic now. By the way, I got a call from your employee. He's coming out tomorrow afternoon."
"Good," Knox clipped. "I'm glad y'all connected."
Knox was ready to get the infernal punch list done, so he could be done with Christopher Wallace once and for all. "How you doing?" Christopher said to Effie. "Is Birdie here?"
No, she's not,
Knox answered, not offering any further explanation. Christopher cleared his throat, and then an awkward silence passed.
About last night. I saw you and Birdie kissing by her car.
A hard amusement circled Knox's throat as he folded his arms over his chest, waiting to see what else Christopher would say. The audacity of this man was astounding. As if Knox had to explain himself for kissing Birdie. What he and Birdie did had nothing to do with Christopher.
No hard feelings. I guess the better man won.
Knox straightened his spine.
There has to be a competition for someone to win, Knox countered. Birdie belongs with me.
The certainty of his words sank deep into his bones like life-sustaining marrow. If Christopher Wallace knew what was good for him, he'd cut bait and move on. If not, Knox had no druthers about facing him head-on, come what may. Color seeped into Christopher's face as a cordial smile creased his lips.
The reason I came by is because I'm having a little housewarming party on Saturday, and I wanted to invite Birdie. And you, of course.
He looked at Effie.
You should come, too.
Really? She asked in surprise.
Yes, I'd love to have you. It starts at 7 p.m. Not the best night to have a party, Knox retorted. It's supposed to snow.
Christopher blinked as if just now noticing the yellow tulips. Knox felt a ping of satisfaction, wondering if Christopher realized that his flowers had been replaced. Christopher shot Knox an exasperated look.
I'm trying to bury the hatchet, but you're not making it easy.
Knox chuckled, surprised by Christopher's candor.
I suppose I'm not.
He settled down a fraction. Knox appreciated plain talk much more than Christopher's usual squirrely subterfuge. I hope you all will come, Christopher said with a nod as he turned on his heel and left.
That went well,
Effie said cheerfully. Knox stroked his chin.
Yeah, I reckon it did. A little too well.
He frowned.
I wonder what that sneaky snake is up to.
Effie shrugged. He seems sincere.
I don't trust that man,
he muttered, mostly to himself. A second later he turned, eyeing Effie.
You were pretty quick to defend Christopher. What's your connection with him?
Her eyes flew open wide. I don't have any connection with him, she said indignantly, shooting him a scalding look. And I don't appreciate you insinuating that I do. He chuckled, impressed to see the girl had some fire in her belly.
All right, he said easily. Don't get your pants in a wad. I was just checking to make sure.
Just because I'm concerned about Birdie's well-being does not mean that I'm championing Christopher. Effie snipped. I think Christopher's a twit. Birdie deserves better than him also. Her use of the word also let him know that she still disapproved of him. Well, he could live with that. There were plenty of other people who probably disapproved too. Birdie was the only one who mattered.
I'll be the first to admit that I've made lots of mistakes. His stomach tightened. I'll spend the rest of my days regretting my affair.
He locked eyes with Effie.
Birdie is a part of me. His voice hitched. I love her, and I need her.
He swallowed as he shoved his hands into his pockets.
I'll spend the rest of my days doing my darndest to prove it to her.
Effie's jaw worked as she nodded before looking away. He grunted.
I don't know why I'm even explaining myself. You don't have a dog in this fight.
His eyes narrowed.
Don't think for 1 minute that because Birdie told you about my affair that you know everything about me or Birdie.
He sucked in a breath, more than done with this conversation.
Tell Birdie that I'll see her tonight,
he said as he strode out of the boutique. By the time the evening rolled around, Knox's nerves were jumping like a bucket of crickets. Birdie had sent him a text an hour ago telling him that she couldn't wait to see him. He tightened his hold on the steering wheel, his mind running through all of the things he wanted to talk about with Birdie. First of all, he wanted her to understand that, yes, he had been concerned about what her having cancer could potentially do to her emotional state. However, the root of the problem was him. and his struggle to forgive himself for the affair. Knox didn't go in for the touchy-feely crap where people sat in a circle and discussed their emotions. He'd face down a dozen foes using his fists rather than talking about his inner feelings. However, tonight he was going to have to open up. He grimaced at the thought. He just had to keep the end goal in mind. If it got him Birdie in the end, then the soul-bearing would be worth it. The pickup truck in front of him was creeping along at 30 miles an hour. The tag was from Illinois. It was dark, and the driver probably wasn't familiar with the winding roads. Knox's impatience mounted when the truck slowed down to 25 miles an hour. "Seriously?" he muttered. He eased off, not wanting to ride the guy's tail. Finally, after what seemed like forever, they reached a straight section of highway where Knox could pass. As he went to do so, the guy swerved into the middle of the road, blocking his way. Knox swore as he gripped the steering wheel and clamped down on his brakes to keep from barreling into the pickup. Blinding lights flashed in his rearview mirror before the vehicle behind whipped around, driving beside him. Knox was pinned in. The truck in front slowed as the two vehicles corralled Knox off to the side of the road. Knox's temper ignited in a flash like a match touching dry grass. He threw open the door of his truck and got out. The guy in front did the same. He was a medium height, burly guy wearing a ski mask and a ball cap. His hair was long and unruly beneath the cap. "What's the problem?" Knox demanded. They weren't 5 miles from the ranch. Knox had driven these roads all his life, so he hadn't thought twice about jumping out to confront the issue. He thought of his pistol in the glove box. He should have thought to grab it before jumping out. His anger had gotten the better of him. He glanced back to see where the other guy was. He was still sitting in his truck. It was with a sinking heart that Knox realized that he was also wearing a mask. The burly guy spit on the ground before tugging at his jeans to pull them up over his large belly. "You think you can go around pushing people around and get away with it?" he sneered. "I'll show you, old man." He charged toward Knox and threw his fist for a punch, but Knox easily deflected the attempt. The guy was clumsy. Knox wondered if the guys were trying to get retribution for him fighting Effie's ex-friend. The man let out a cry and charged full on into Knox, slamming him back against the grill on the front of his truck. He punched Knox in the eye. Pain streaked through Knox as his head lobbed back from the force. The guy was strong. Knox had to give him that. Fury took hold. Burning adrenaline through Knox as he gave the guy a right hook, hitting him in the breadbasket with his left fist. The guy stumbled back, grunting in surprise. On instinct, Knox gave him a series of more rapid punches. He heard movement as the other guy came up from behind and grabbed Knox in a chokehold. Knox elbowed the guy in the ribs as he tried to extricate himself from the grasp. The guy was choking off his air. Knox struggled and had just broken free when the ball cap stepped up to help his buddy. He popped Knox hard in the stomach, knocking the wind out of him. He doubled over as the guy from behind clocked him in the kidney. The blows were relentless as they came at Knox from both directions. Exerting all the torque he could muster, Knox kicked and fought for all it was worth. He was holding his own until a blinding pain shot through the back of his head, and then everything went black. Chapter 8. Applying 2 strokes of blush, 1 to each cheek, Birdie dabbed powder on her face and stepped back to check her appearance in the mirror. She smoothed a hand over her blouse and then fluffed her hair. She'd selected one of Knox's favorite outfits, a shimmery gold top that hugged her figure, black tailored slacks, and gold platform sandals with blocky heels. It was the first time she'd worn sandals this season, so she even went to the trouble of painting her nails. Not much for cooking, Birdie had called her friend, Deanne Armstrong, who ran a catering business. She bought a pan of lasagna, a loaf of garlic bread, and a deluxe salad with pomegranate seeds, pears, berries, and toasted pecans. For dessert, there were Deanne's famous walnut brownies. An interesting thing happened when Birdie stopped by Deanne's house to pick up the food. Birdie asked Deanne how her business was going. "It was slow over the winter," Deanne confided, "but it's starting to pick up. This Saturday I'm catering a housewarming party hosted by Dr. Christopher Wallace. He got me to audition for the job by preparing dinner for him last night. I tried out a new chicken marsala recipe. He must have liked it because he called this morning telling me that I got the job for Saturday." Birdie's expression never changed, but inside she was miffed and very disappointed in Christopher. If he lied about making the dinner, she wondered what else he might be lying about. She sighed. Oh, well. It really didn't matter because from now on she planned to keep her distance from him. It seemed that Knox was a better judge of character than she gave him credit for. The doorbell rang, flapping butterflies in her stomach. She chuckled at herself for getting so worked up. She relished the delicious thrill that ran through her. She wanted romance, to be swept off her feet. She was certainly getting her wish. Heat rose in her cheeks as she thought about those kisses. Wow, Knox was incredible. The chemistry between them was off the charts. A large smile spread over her face as she answered the door. "Come in," she said grandly as she made a wide sweep with her arm. She stopped cold when she realized who was at the door. Her smile vanished. "Christopher, what are you doing here?" His expression was the paramount of politeness. "Sorry to stop by unannounced." It's not a good time." His gaze flickered over her. "You look fantastic." "Thanks," she said automatically. "I'll only take a few minutes of your time." She glanced past him, looking for Knox. It wouldn't end well if Knox found Christopher here. She wrinkled her nose. "It's really not a good time," she said firmly. He stepped inside the foyer. "Something smells good." Irritation boiled over her as her hand went to her hip. "Did you not hear what I said?" A wounded look touched his eyes. "I presume Knox is coming over." Her silence was her admission. "I see you got dressed up for him, whereas you dressed down for me last night." "What I do with Knox is none of your business." She hated to be rude, but maybe that's the only thing Christopher understood. He went over to the table in the foyer and picked up a framed photo of her and Knox. They were in their mid-20s. Birdie was looking up and smiling at Knox with such adoration that it was obvious she was madly in love with him. They'd been so idealistic, with such big dreams, never imagining the trials that awaited them a few short years later. And yet they'd weathered the storm and were stronger because of it. They had 6 exemplary children and 3 grandchildren. God willing, it wouldn't be long before they had more grandchildren. She looked toward the door, which was standing wide open. Where was Knox? Christopher placed the photo back down. "I'm sorry to be taking up your time." He turned to face her, shoving his hands into his pockets. "I just wanted to make sure that you got my message about the housewarming party I'm hosting on Saturday." "Yes, Effie gave me the message," she rushed on. "I'm not sure that I'll be able to make it." He held up a hand. "Knox was at the boutique when I stopped by." Her eyes widened. "Oh?" She'd seen the flowers Knox had brought her when she returned from visiting with Zoe and Mela at the gallery. She got a chuckle when she realized that Knox had dumped Christopher's flowers into the garbage before placing his in the vase. Yep, that was her Knox, a fireball to the core. Effie said that Knox and Christopher were at the boutique at the same time. It was a miracle that Christopher was still standing, left to tell the tale. "No hard feelings about the two of you getting back together?" She rocked back in surprise as he continued. "I invited Knox and your employee to come to my party. It would mean a lot if you came too." He gave her a wistful smile. "What I need more than anything right now is a friend." "I'll talk to Knox," she said evasively. It was the best she could promise right now. "Birdie?" A female voice called loudly as a woman sidled up the front porch.
"Hey, Viola,"
Birdie said, stepping through the door to greet her neighbor, who lived across the street. Planting her feet in a wide stance, Viola perched her hands on her bony hips, giving Birdie a searching look.
"Are you okay?"
she asked in a low tone. Her disapproving gaze went past Birdie and into the house where Christopher was standing.
"I'm fine.
Why?" In her mid-70s, Viola Holcomb was a 5'1" petite woman with snow-white hair and sharp, lively black eyes. She'd outlived 2 husbands and could probably outlive a third were one to come along. She was spry with a keen wit and dry sense of humor. Many of the newcomers in the neighborhood pegged Viola as a busybody who spied on her neighbors. However, she and Birdie had become good friends over the years. Viola's pecan pie was second to none. She always made a point of baking one for Birdie on her birthday. While some people got annoyed with Viola's intrusiveness, Birdie understood why Viola occupied herself with the comings and goings of the neighborhood. Her kids all lived out of state, and she was lonely. Viola stepped closer and glanced at the street where Christopher's black Range Rover was parked. She touched Birdie's arm, lowering her voice.
"I keep seeing that vehicle lurking around the neighborhood."
A shiver snaked down Birdie's spine.
"Are you sure?"
Viola's eyesight had been getting worse the past few years. Christopher's SUV was black. Maybe she'd seen several vehicles and mistook them for the same one. Viola nodded vigorously as she bit down on her lower lip. Her eyes were large and wary as she leaned closer.
"Who is it?"
"Christopher Wallace." Her razor-thin penciled brows shot up, clear into her straight line of bangs.
"The doctor who moved into Knox's development?"
"Yes."
"Maybe it's you he's stalking,"
Viola whispered. A shaky laugh left Birdie's throat. "I don't think anyone is being stalked." Last month, Viola had called Birdie in a panic because she thought the Swansons' home was being robbed. The culprit turned out to be Bob and Carol's oldest son, who was checking on the house while his parents were out of town.
"Maybe you should call Knox or the police."
"It's fine," Birdie assured her.
"Christopher's a good friend. You know he's my oncologist, right?"
She could tell from Viola's expression that she didn't know what an oncologist was.
"My cancer doctor," she explained. "Oh," Viola frowned. "I'd still be careful if I were you." "Thank you, I will."
A gritty determination lit Viola's features.
"Would you like for me to come in?"
Birdie considered the offer. Sure, it would be better for Viola to be here when Knox arrived. She was eager to get back in and check her phone to see if she'd missed a call or text from him. "Come on in and I'll introduce you to Christopher." Viola straightened to her full height, fireballs blitzing from her eyes.
"Yes, I would like to meet him."
"Be nice," Birdie warned. "Christopher's new in town and could use friends." Viola just harumphed and rolled her eyes. "Christopher, this is my neighbor Viola Holcomb. She lives across the street." "Hello." Christopher offered a cordial smile as he held out his hand. For an instant, Birdie wondered if Viola might refuse to shake it. But finally she thrust out her hand, grasping his.
"Birdie tells me that you're her cancer doctor."
"Guilty as charged," he replied in a jovial tone, like they were old friends. Viola wasn't amused. She pinned him with a beady glare that could quell a room of rowdy fifth-graders in an instant. Viola had been a schoolteacher her entire career. In fact, she held the record in Franklin for teaching the longest number of years.
"Why have you been skulking around the neighborhood?" she demanded.
Christopher's eyes bulged as he sputtered out an incredulous laugh. "What?" He threw Birdie a look that said, "This woman is off her rocker."
"No, she's quite lucid, I can assure you,"
Birdie's mind answered as she spread her hands.
"Viola has seen an SUV like yours several times in the neighborhood." "More than several times," Viola cut in. And you think it was me?
Christopher's face turned beet red.
It certainly looks like your vehicle,
Viola accused, her voice raspy with age. Christopher rubbed his neck and ducked into himself slightly, as if he wished he could somehow escape Viola's glare.
It wasn't me.
His voice dripped with a frigid condescension.
I would hardly think I have time to drive around in your neighborhood when I have a practice to run.
Birdie could tell from the way Viola's jaw dropped that Christopher had hurt her feelings. Irritation traipsed down her spine. Viola might occasionally overstep her bounds, but she meant well.
I'm sure it's a simple mistake. At any rate, I appreciate you looking out for me.
Thank you,
Viola snipped, lifting her chin in the air.
I'm sorry, I meant no disrespect.
He gave Viola a contrite smile.
So you live across the street? He asked lamely.
For 56 years,
Viola boasted.
I make it my business to know what's going on in my neighborhood.
She kept studying him until recognition lit her eyes. She held up a finger.
Ah, I knew you looked familiar. You're Teresa and Sam's boy.
Yes, Christopher answered with a pleased smile, like they'd finally established a connection. Viola's expression grew sour as she turned to Birdie.
I never did care for Teresa. She was always a bit too hoity-toity, in my opinion. Remember that year her apple pie took first place at the fair? Well, she never let anyone forget it. From the way Teresa carried on, one would think that Paula Dean herself was tutored by Teresa.
Christopher looked like he might fall out on the floor from shock as Birdie stifled a giggle. She knew she shouldn't laugh, but she couldn't help it. She could tell from the twinkle in Viola's eyes that she was having fun needling Christopher. Well, good for Viola. Christopher deserved to be put in his place for treating Viola with such disrespect. Her cell phone rang.
I'd better get that, excuse me.
She hurried into the kitchen to grab it.
Hello,
she said breathlessly, disappointed that it was a number she didn't recognize. She'd hoped it would be Knox.
Birdie?
Yes?
This is Sheriff Blankenship.
His voice was solemn.
I've got some bad news.
He paused a fraction of a second, making Birdie want to pull the words from him.
Knox has been in an accident.
Tears sprang to her eyes.
Oh, no,
she cried, her hand going over her chest.
Is he okay?
1,000 thoughts assaulted her at once, threatening to pull her into a tunnel of black.
Yeah, he'll be fine, just banged up.
The gush of relief that swept through her made her dizzy. She closed her eyes, sucking in a quick breath. What happened? Her knees were wobbling like jello. She rested her hand on the counter to brace herself.
He was forced off the road by 2 men from out of state. They beat him up pretty good. They might have done some real damage had a family in a minivan not pulled up on the scene and scared them off.
A prayer of gratitude raced through her mind.
Knox was okay. Where is he?
The hospital. He would have called you himself, but a nurse is stitching him up.
A hot anger seared through her.
Who would do something like this?
We're not sure. Knox thinks it might be related to the fight he had with your employee's ex-boyfriend.
She put a shaky hand to her mouth.
Oh, no.
No good deed goes unpunished, she thought darkly.
I tried calling Ramsey to let him know what's going on, but it went to voicemail. I was hoping that with Ramsey's connections, maybe he can do some digging. I'm sure when he gets my message, Ramsey will call me back.
Her mind raced.
Are you at the hospital now?
Yep, sure am.
Tell Knox that I'm on my way.
She thought of something else.
What section of the hospital is he in?
The ER.
Thanks for calling,
she said in a rush of emotion as she ended the call. The desire to get to Knox was overwhelming. She went to the oven and turned it off, not bothering to remove the lasagna. She hurried back into the foyer.
I've got to go.
Her voice caught as she tried to tamp down her emotions.
Knox has been in an accident.
Is he okay?
Viola asked apprehensively.
Yes, he's going to be fine. He's at the ER.
What happened? Viola wanted to know. Birdie's words gushed out, tumbling over themselves before landing in a heap.
He was forced off the road by 2 men from out of town who beat him up.
The look of horror on Viola's face mirrored Birdie's feelings. I'll take you to the ER, Christopher offered.
No,
Birdie blurted.
It's best if I go alone,
she said, forcing a kinder, more diplomatic tone into her voice.
He gave her a hurt look.
I'm only trying to help. It might help to have a doctor on the scene. She didn't bother trying to pacify Christopher, but ignored the remark as she ushered him and Viola out. The second they were through the door, she locked it behind them and went to grab her purse. After rushing to the ER and getting directed to Knox's room, Birdie knocked once before pushing open the door and stepping inside. The sight of Knox, bruised and battered, moved her to tears. His right eye was swollen and purple. A thin line of stitches went from the corner of his eye up to his eyebrow. His lip was swollen and cut. She ran and flung her arms around him.
Careful, my ribs are bruised. I'm so glad you're okay.
Her eyes filled with tears.
If anything had happened to you,
she let the words hang in the air.
I'm okay,
he said in the offhanded, tough guy manner he used when he didn't want to worry her. He cupped her cheek, giving her a tender smile.
You look like a gazillion bucks,
she laughed.
Thank you, always the charmer. I guess this evening didn't go as planned, huh?
A sardonic grin tugged at a corner of his lips.
I'm just glad that you're okay,
she repeated. After Knox was discharged, Birdie took him home to the ranch. The doctor tried to give him pain medicine, but Knox insisted that he'd be okay with a couple of ibuprofen capsules. She'd teased Knox about it, saying, "Lemon told me that when Jackson busted his ankle in the car accident, he refused to take any pain meds except for ibuprofen or Tylenol. Now I know who he gets that stubborn streak from."
"From your side of the family,"
he quipped with a dry grin. She helped him get situated on the couch in the den and went to turn on the gas fireplace. It lit with a whoosh as blue flames began flickering. A taunting smile tipped Birdie's mouth.
"See, aren't you glad I talked you into getting a gas fireplace instead of wood?"
Birdie and Knox had designed the renovations to the ranch house together years ago when the kids were little. At that time she and Knox had been as happy as clams, assuming they would always live here together. His azure eyes sparkled with amusement.
"Yep, you were right, and it's like I said then, you'll never let me forget it."
She laughed.
"I suppose you're right."
She liked the banter floating between them. It helped take her mind off the turmoil she'd experienced when she got the phone call from Chief Blankenship. She just had to keep reminding herself that Knox was okay. He looked like death warmed over, but his cuts and bruises would heal. Birdie marveled at how tough Knox truly was. He held out his hand.
"Come here,"
he murmured. She sat down beside him and scooted close as he draped his arm around her. It felt so good to be here, snuggled up beside Knox.
"I'm not hurting you, am I?"
"Nah, I'm good."
"I hope they find the criminals that attacked you," she said vehemently.
"Me too," he agreed.
"Do you think it was connected to Effie's ex-boyfriend?"
"Could be. One of the guys said something about me thinking I can get away with pushing people around." She shook her head in disgust.
"They were cowards," she spat, "ganging up on you."
Birdie thought of the pan of lasagna she'd left in the oven. Knox had been on his way to see her when he was attacked.
"Are you hungry?"
As carefully as she could, so as not to hurt him, she angled to see his face. He gave her a lopsided grin.
"I could eat." "Of course you can," she chuckled. "You're Knox Romeo, Mr. Hollow Leg." She moved to stand. "I'll make you something. I can't promise anything fancy like what Gina makes, but I'm sure I can whip something up."
"Just a minute." He caught hold of her arm. "Let's talk first." She studied his face.
You sure you're up to it tonight?"
"Yeah," he exhaled. "It's long overdue." It hurt to look at his swollen eye and busted lip. "Do I look that bad?" he asked with a wry grin. She inspected his stitches.
"It looks like the doctor did a good job."
"Yep, Henry does pretty good work."
"So Henry Jepson was the doctor in the ER?"
"He was. Henry said he's getting used to patching up Romeos."
She made a face.
"Why would he say that? It's been a few years since Jackson had his car accident."
"Oh, I don't know. I reckon Henry was just trying to find something to razz me about."
He paused as if collecting his thoughts.
"I'm sorry for how things went down at the restaurant."
"I shouldn't have pressed you so hard," she cut in.
"Yeah, you should have. I've been dragging my feet."
She clasped her hands together in her lap.
"I can understand your reservations," she said numbly, looking down.
He placed a hand over hers.
"That's the thing. It's not what you think."
Her head lifted.
"Huh?" "The problem was me."
His jaw worked, eyes going moist.
"I deserted you when you needed me the most."
A ball of emotion lodged in her throat as she swallowed to clear it.
"I pushed you away,"
she uttered, a tear rolling down her cheek.
"I was in such bad shape. I'm so sorry."
He sucked in a ragged breath.
"I've got to forgive myself for the affair."
Remorse simmered in his azure eyes.
"Not a day goes by that I don't regret what I did."
His jaw tightened.
"I was hurt and angry. I should have never let myself wallow in self-pity, dwelling on the music career I gave up."
A corner of his lip lifted in a partial smile.
"Now that I have some wisdom under my belt, I realize that no career or worldly success can take the place of you, our kids and grandkids."
He chuckled dryly.
"I think the good Lord has been trying to drill that into my hard old head for years. He's probably glad I finally got the message."
Tears pressed against Birdie's eyes. She let them flow freely down her cheeks. It felt good to release the tension. A few seconds later she smiled.
"You know what? I think we've spent enough time dwelling on mistakes of the past."
Her voice quivered with intensity as she continued.
"Despite it all, we're still here together."
She lifted her hand, cupping his jaw.
"As much as I loved you when we were young, I love you infinitely more now."
Her words got choked as she swallowed, trying to reel in her emotions enough to talk.
"Tonight, when I got that call from Chief Blankenship, my heart sank. I can't imagine not having you here with me."
They shared a long look. His eyes held such a tender expression of love that she thought her heart would melt from the sweetness of it. She squared her jaw, a fire of determination smoldering through her.
"Let's make a pact right now. From here on out, whatever challenges life throws at us, we'll face them together."
"Deal."
His voice rang with conviction.
"Birdie Romeo, you're 1 in a million. To say I love you doesn't even begin to cover the depth of my feelings. You're the greatest song of my heart."
He enfolded her hands in his and kissed the tips of her fingers. A smile moved over her lips as a ray of pure, undiluted sunshine shot straight into the center of her heart.
"That sounds like the beginnings of a song. Careful, or Cash and Ava will be wanting to record it."
"As long as they give me royalties,"
he shot back with a twinkle in his eye. She shook her head.
"Only you,"
she said with tender admiration. His eyes lit with mischief.
"So, Ms. Romeo," he drawled, "you ready to go to the courthouse tomorrow and tie the knot?"
Her voice shot up an octave.
"Is this your idea of a proposal?"
"Why not?" he shrugged. "I figured I'd better get the goose while the getting is good. Me and you, babe. We'll march down to the courthouse first thing in the morning and get her done."
"First of all, I am not a goose," she retorted, enunciating every word. "Second, we're not just gonna get her done." Her head moved in sync with her wagging finger. "I've waited this long for you to muster up the courage to get back up on the horse. I'm not going to settle for a thrown-together proposal from a scalawag with a black eye and Frankenstein stitches. I want the works, roses, chocolates, maybe even wine." A low, mellow chuckle rumbled in his throat.
"You don't even drink wine."
"Maybe I should start, after all the stress I've been through tonight," she retorted. His eyes deepened as he gave her a look that caused her blood to run faster.
"Nah, we don't need wine."
He leaned forward, his voice husky.
"All we need is this."
His arms encircled her as his lips touched hers.
"Ouch!"
He winced as he pulled back, giving her a rueful grin.
"I guess we should take it easy. You know, the last time I got caught smooching on the couch, I got grounded."
They pulled back to see Jackson leaning against the doorframe that led into the den. Knox didn't skip a beat.
"The difference is that you were 12.
14, Jackson quipped with a surly grin.
"Better not let Lemon hear you bragging about your exploits,"
Birdie teased.
"I heard that,"
Jackson agreed as he went over and sat down across from them. He grimaced when he saw Knox's face.
"You look like you came out on the wrong side of a kicking mule." "You should see the other guy,"
Knox responded. Jackson's head swung back and forth.
"Are you okay?" "I'll live." "Chief Blankenship called and told me what happened. He said it might be a good idea to check on you. The chief said they suspect that the attack was retribution for the fight you had the other day at the boutique. That seems to be the case. I guess we'll know for sure when the rascals are caught."
Knox and Birdie were sitting close, with Knox's arms slung around her shoulders. A sly grin spread over Jackson's lips.
"So, I take it, y'all are finally back together."
Birdie reached up and linked her fingers through Knox's. "Yep," she sang, "your daddy finally mustered up the courage to get back up on the horse." Knox grunted, but Birdie could tell he was amused.
"About dang time," Jackson said heartily. "That's fantastic news."
The glow that touched his features caused Birdie's heart to swell. Everything was coming full circle.
"Hey, did y'all get an invite to Christopher Wallace's housewarming party on Saturday?" "We did," Knox answered. "Lemon and I got invited. We were thinking about going, if y'all go."
He gave them questioning looks.
"I'm not sure that's a good idea with your daddy in such rough shape," Birdie began. "Nonsense," Knox cut in. "We'll be there."
Birdie turned to him in surprise. "Really? I figured you'd be jumping for joy that we weren't going."
"And missed the opportunity to show off the house that I built?"
His eyes zinged with mischief.
"And to show off my woman."
"Ah, the truth comes out. You want Christopher to know that I'm with you."
"Bingo."
A satisfied smile stole over his lips. Birdie arched an eyebrow. "Oh, don't worry. Christopher got the message loud and clear this evening when I rushed out to check on you in the ER." Knox frowned, an edge slipping into his voice.
"What? Christopher was at your house?"
"He stopped by to make sure that I knew that you and I were invited to his party," she giggled.
"He met Viola."
Jackson's eyes widened.
"I'm sure that was interesting."
"It was, especially when Viola accused Christopher of skulking around the neighborhood." She felt Knox tense as he turned to her.
"What?"
"Evidently, Viola has been seeing an SUV that looks like Christopher's prowling the neighborhood. I'm sure Viola's just confused. You know how she is." A look passed between Knox and Jackson as the mood in the room shifted from light-hearted to serious.
"Have you heard anything from Ramsey?"
Jackson shook his head.
"Not yet."
"What's going on?"
She could tell from Jackson's guilty expression that something was up. "Knox?" She fixed him with a steely look. Knox took in a breath, the corners of his jaw twitching.
"Don't be mad."
"Mad about what?" she flung back, bracing herself for whatever he was about to tell her.
"It's my fault,"
Jackson cut in. "What's your fault?" Birdie pressed. Jackson shot her a sheepish look.
"I asked Ramsay to look into Christopher."
"What?" Birdie exploded. "Why?" Knox patted her shoulder.
"Don't get your drawers in a wad, babe. If Christopher's the saint he pretends to be, then nothing will come of it." He quirked a frown. "Has he really been stalking your neighborhood?"
"Or stalking her," Jackson said, cutting his eyes at Birdie. A shiver ran down her spine. "Surely not." She rewound her brain back through the past several weeks. She'd run into Christopher at the grocery store and the dry cleaners. Then he showed up at McCrary's fish house while she and Knox were at lunch. Was it possible that he was stalking her? Christopher was so professional, had been so kind to her during her cancer. Several times she'd called him in tears, and he'd comforted her. Then he moved back to Franklin. Her thoughts went to Christopher's elaborate dinner and how he'd lied about making the chicken marsala. Then there was his strange shift in behavior from when he was talking about the loss of his wife to him jumping up so suddenly, ready to dance. There were certainly things about Christopher that weren't adding up. Knox touched her hair.
"What's going on in that pretty little head of yours?"
She bit down on her lower lip. "I guess I was just trying to figure out if Viola's accusation has any merit."
"The fact that you're questioning the situation speaks volumes,"
Knox said astutely. The night's events were starting to catch up with Birdie. She suddenly felt exhausted and very hungry. I guess it couldn't hurt to check him out. She met eyes with Jackson. Discreetly.
"Ramsay is the king of discreet,"
he assured her. She pushed out a heavy sigh. "Ramsay has so much to deal with already, with Cash's tour and keeping everybody safe. I just hate that we're dragging him into our drama." She looked at Jackson. "I hate that we're drawing you into it also."
"You didn't."
Jackson grinned.
"I volunteered."
A determined glint lit his eyes.
"As a matter of fact, I'm looking forward to the party so I can observe Christopher Wallace firsthand and draw my own conclusions."
"Like father, like son," Birdie sighed. She'd never been able to do anything with Knox, Jackson, or any of her sons for that matter. They were all stubborn mavericks like their daddy. She admired them for their grit and determination, but their do-or-die approach to life often got them in tricky situations. They lived by a strict code of honor and expected everyone else to do the same. She sat up. "I'm going to make us something to eat. Do you want anything?" she asked Jackson.
"Nah, I'm good. I need to be getting home."
"How's Lemon doing?" she asked.
"Good,"
Jackson replied. A wave of sympathy went through Birdie. "I'm so sorry for all of the trouble y'all are going through with the miscarriages." She wished she could shield her children from all the hurt and disappointment life threw their way, but that's not how it worked. Everyone had to fight their own battles. The best Birdie could hope for was that she could be there to offer comfort and support. Gratitude flowed through her. She would get the opportunity now that her cancer was gone. She'd been given one of the greatest gifts of all, more time. Jackson's lips pulled into taut lines as he nodded.
"It's been rough on Lemon."
Pain darted through his eyes, letting Birdie know that it had been just as tough on him. "Please know that we're here for you." Birdie's throat thickened. "Y'all are in our thoughts and prayers."
"Yes, you are,"
Knox piped in heartily. As Birdie rose to her feet, Jackson did so also. She crossed the distance between them with quick steps and enfolded him in a tight hug. "I love you," she breathed, going teary-eyed.
"I love you too."
She smiled tenderly, hearing the catch in his voice. For all of her and Knox's shortcomings, they'd raised outstanding children. "Well," Jackson said a minute later, as a slow grin stole over his lips, "I guess I'd better get out of here. I've got some phone calls to make." He rubbed his hands together. "Everybody's gonna love this. The two of y'all are finally back together." He pumped his eyebrows. "And I get to be the one to deliver the news." "You're just an old gossip," Birdie joked. "Careful, or we'll have to start lumping you in with Viola Holcomb," Knox jeered. "Be nice," Birdie warned, but she couldn't help but grin as she and Jackson caught eyes and shared their amusement. She was elated that Knox was doing so well considering the circumstance. He'd dodged a bullet for sure. She felt so blessed and so incredibly happy. She didn't know when or where, but she and Knox would get remarried, and this time she had no intention of ever letting him go. Chapter 9. "Good morning," Birdie sang as she strolled into the boutique. Normally she didn't come into the boutique on Saturday, but she wanted to grab something to wear tonight to Christopher's housewarming party. While she wouldn't admit this to Knox, she was actually looking forward to getting dressed up and going, only because Knox was her date. His eye was still purple, but his lip was no longer swollen. Knox kept teasing her, asking if she was sure she wanted to go with someone as ugly as him. "It'll be tough," she replied, straight-faced, as she pushed out a put-out sigh. "But somebody's gotta do it." "Good one," he drawled, giving her an appraising look. Olivia, one of Birdie's part-time sales clerks, was standing behind the counter. "Hello," she said when she saw Birdie. "How's Knox doing?" She gave Birdie a tentative look. "I heard about the attack." "He's doing much better." "Did the police ever find the men who jumped him?" "Not yet." "Do you think the attack is connected with the fight Knox had with Effie's ex-boyfriend?" Olivia's eyes were wide with interest. "That's the angle the police are looking into. Effie's really torn up about it. She feels so guilty over the situation." "I know, but it's not her fault." The day following the attack, Birdie had seen Effie at the boutique. Effie had broken down crying, apologizing profusely, and telling Birdie how sorry she was about Knox's attack. Birdie soothed Effie by telling her that everything would be okay. "We're not sure yet if the men who attacked Knox are even connected to your ex-boyfriend. And even if they are, you couldn't help it." Birdie pulled herself out of her own thoughts and focused on what Olivia was saying. "I hope they catch the guys who did it," Olivia said fiercely, through narrowed eyes. "Me too." Tired of dwelling on all the unpleasantness, Birdie changed the subject. "How's it been going today?" "Busy." Olivia sighed. "Well, that's good to hear." The door chimed as a woman stepped in. Birdie didn't recognize her. Franklin had become a popular tourist location. Also, there were lots of newcomers who were attracted by the town's charm. It was getting so that there were more and more people Birdie didn't know. "Hello," Olivia said brightly. "Is there anything I can help you find?" "I'm just browsing," the woman replied. Olivia stepped around the counter and began telling the woman about the sale items. Birdie stepped over to the stack of mail on the counter and thumbed through it. She stopped when she came to a medium-sized, vanilla-colored envelope addressed to Knox. No return address. Frowning, she turned it over to see if the return address was on the back. She turned it back over. The address was printed on a label. The postmark was from Marshall, Texas. Interesting. Knox had never before received any mail at the boutique. Curiosity stirred inside her. She thought about ripping it open to see what was inside, but decided to get Knox's okay first. She retrieved her phone from her purse and called him. It went to voicemail, so she left him a message telling him about the envelope. She dropped it into her purse and turned her attention to finding the perfect outfit for tonight. An hour later, Birdie had just gotten home and was depositing everything on the island in the kitchen when Knox called. "Hey," she answered with a smile. "Hiya, beautiful," he drawled. "What are you up to?" Oh, how she loved the melodic tone of his tenor voice. The very sound of it sent tantalizing shivers circling through her. "I just got back from the boutique and running errands. How about you?" She didn't want to admit that she'd gone to the boutique for the express purpose of finding a knock-your-socks-off dress for tonight.
"Jackson and I repaired one of the fences in the northwest corner out by the bluff area."
"I figured you'd be taking it easy and resting up for tonight," she teased, knowing full well that Knox wasn't one to just sit back and put his feet up. He had to stay busy 24/7. Even though she knew her advice would fall on deaf ears, she couldn't resist giving it anyway. "You should rest so that you'll heal faster."
"I'll rest when I'm dead," he grumbled.
A smile played over her lips. Yep, that was her Knox, always going full force. "Hey, a letter came for you at the boutique." Surprise coated his voice.
"Really? Who's it from?"
"I'm not sure. There was no return address." She grabbed it out of her purse. "The postmark is from Marshall, Texas." His audible intake of breath caused her insides to freeze. "Who do you know in Marshall, Texas?"
"Open it."
Tension crackled in his voice. "What is this about?" It was crazy how fast misgivings tidal waved over her. When he remained silent, she slid her finger along the top edge, ripping open the envelope. She slipped her fingers in and removed a folded white paper. She opened it. There was a single sentence in the center of an otherwise blank page. The font was black and nondescript. Birdie guessed that the sentence had been typed on a computer and then printed.
"What is it?"
Knox demanded. She read the sentence aloud, her brain processing the words as she went. "The flowers were a nice touch at Naomi's funeral, but you should have been there." Her stomach felt like it was being turned inside out as she gasped. "Is this the Naomi I think it is?" She tried to think. Naomi moved to Texas a few months after her affair with Knox, but Birdie hadn't kept up with the woman. She hadn't wanted to know where Naomi was or anything about her life. "Knox?" she prompted when he didn't answer.
"Yes,"
he answered tonelessly. An acrid anger whooshed up suddenly, burning through her like an inferno as her brain tried to fit the pieces together. Naomi had died, and Knox sent flowers. "Why would you send flowers to that woman?" Hot tears rushed to her eyes as she blinked to stay them. Had Knox kept up with Naomi? Obviously he knew that she'd passed away and where she lived. A ruthless fist gripped her lungs, making it hard to breathe. Just when she thought they were home free, they were thrust back to the very point where they'd begun. Would there ever be any hope of escaping the past?
"I did it out of responsibility, guilt."
His voice was weary and defeated. Her words rushed out, hitting the floor like boulders. "You must have kept up with Naomi if you knew she'd passed away."
"I ran into Richard Coulter. He told me that Naomi had terminal cancer."
Silence descended between them like a dense fog until finally Birdie spoke. "I just wish you would have told me."
"Yeah, you're right, I should have." He paused. "But I didn't want to add insult to injury." He rushed on. "While we're airing our grievances, I've got a bone to pick with you."
"With me?" She narrowed her eyes. "By all means, don't hold back." Her voice dripped venom.
"Why in the Sam Hill did you tell your worker about my affair?"
"What are you talking about?" she fired back.
"Effie said that you told her about my affair."
"I most certainly did not." Her face was hot enough to burn rubber. "Why would Effie tell you that?" Now she was ticked at Effie as well as Knox.
"I have no idea. She told me that she didn't want to see you get hurt again, with the direct inference that I would do just that."
Birdie's thoughts were swirling faster than a flock of birds caught in a tornado. "Why would Effie be concerned about me or you?"
"That's what I asked her."
"What did she say?"
"She hem-hawed around the topic. I asked her if she had some sort of allegiance to Christopher, but she denied it."
An incredulous laugh rose in Bertie's throat. Why would she have an allegiance to Christopher? None of this was making any sense. Bertie really liked Effie and wanted to think the best of her. She'd hoped that maybe Effie would stay at the boutique for the long haul. Now she was second-guessing everything. I was just trying to figure out her angle and why she felt the need to lecture me about you. What do you know about Effie?
Bertie rubbed her forehead as she began pacing back and forth.
She's from somewhere in Louisiana. I can't remember the town, but I'm sure it was on her application, which I kept in her file.
She wrinkled her nose.
Do you think she's somehow connected to Christopher? Why would she say that I told her about your affair?
She gritted her teeth, feeling the urge to scream at the top of her lungs.
If you didn't tell her, then how did Effie find out about the affair? It's Franklin, remember? Gossip flows like water, she finished tartly.
Good point. Let's think this through. Someone sent the note about Naomi's funeral, but they didn't send it to me.
They sent it to you through me, Bertie inserted.
Exactly. Someone wanted you to know that I sent flowers to Naomi's funeral.
Because someone is trying to break us apart, she said aloud, as her brain tried to come to grips with what was happening.
Bertie's stomach was balled into a hard knot, making her feel like she might vomit.
Do you think Effie sent the note?
She was still pacing, 4 steps forward, 4 steps back. Around and around she went. It was like her feet thought they could outwalk her problems.
If only.
Knox pushed out a hard breath.
I don't know. You said it was sent from Marshall, Texas.
Yep. Effie must be a Houdini to send a note from Texas when she's been here the entire time,
Bertie said, not trying to hide her sarcasm. Her instinct wanted to reject the idea that Effie was out to get her. Effie was a good person. Bertie had felt a kinship with her from the moment she walked into the boutique to interview for the sales clerk position.
She could have gotten someone to send it.
Bertie's voice rose as she balled her fist.
What would be her motive?
To get you and Christopher together.
But why?
Maybe because it's what Christopher wants. Christopher could be paying her handsomely to do his bidding, or maybe he has some hold over her.
Knox's voice hardened.
I suspect that you came back on Christopher's radar when you had the cancer. He moved to Franklin because of you. What if Viola Holcomb is right? What if Christopher has been hanging around your neighborhood and stalking you?
Disgust sat heavily in his voice. Goosebumps rose over Bertie's arms.
I don't think Christopher's a dangerous person.
A shaky laugh left her mouth.
I'll admit that he has a crush on me, but now that he's realized you and I are back together, I'm sure he'll move on.
So we're still back together?
The vulnerability in Knox's voice tugged at her heartstrings. The moment of truth was upon her. Were those just empty words that she'd spoken the night before, or was she willing to stand by her promise to never let anything come between them again?
Of course we're still together, she harumphed. Don't think for 1 minute that you're getting out of remarrying me.
Tears blurred her eyes. Knowing that Knox had sent flowers to Naomi's funeral had rattled her. However, now that she'd calmed down, she could understand why he had. And as much as she hated to admit it, his gesture was the right thing to do. While Bertie had no love lost for Naomi Smith, she didn't wish her dead.
I love you, Bertie. It has always been you.
The sincerity of Knox's words helped soothe her angst.
I love you too. She lifted her chin. I meant what I said about not letting anything or anyone ever come between us again.
No matter what happened from here on out, she was determined to stand by Knox.
Amen, Knox boomed.
Bertie pushed a hand through her hair.
I still don't see any possible connection between Effie and Christopher.
She stopped in her tracks as her eyes flew open.
Unless... Her heart began to pound.
Unless what? Knox pressed.
The night I had dinner at Christopher's house, I saw a photo of his stepdaughter." She made a face. "I can't remember the girl's name." She twirled her hand. "Anyway, the point is that Christopher has 2 stepdaughters, but the younger one doesn't like having her picture taken, so there were no photos of her on the mantel. At least that's the excuse Christopher gave for not having any pictures of her." She muttered with an eye roll. "Could Effie be the younger daughter? She looks similar to the photo I saw of the older girl. Christopher said that she's in Florida at a dental school, but what if that's not true?" She threw up her hand. "Or maybe I'm grasping at straws. Just because Effie has dark hair like the girl in the picture doesn't mean that she's Christopher's stepdaughter. Look how similar Zoe and Effie look. There are lots of girls who share a general resemblance." "Yeah, I suppose that's true. However, it's certainly something to consider. I keep thinking about Effie's ex-boyfriend, the 2 men who attacked me, Christopher moving back to town, Viola seeing Christopher lurking around the neighborhood. There has to be a connection. I can feel it." "Have you heard anything from Ramsay?" "Not yet, but I hope to soon." "Maybe you should ask Ramsay to look into Effie." Fresh anger pulsed through her veins. "Or better yet, maybe I'll call Effie up right now and demand that she tell me the truth." "I have a better idea." "What's that?" "Isn't Effie going to the party tonight?" "She said she was." "Ask her in person tonight. That way you can see her expression." "Good idea." "Hold on to that note and envelope, would you? I'd like to see them." "Will do." Her brain rewound everything that she and Knox had just discussed as a trickle of unease ran through her. "Do you really think that Christopher is behind all of these seemingly random events? You know how Viola is. She sits at home alone and watches too many crime shows. She thinks everyone is a villain." Her head swiveled back and forth. "I still have a hard time believing that Effie is connected to Christopher." Effie was so responsible and conscientious. She earned Birdie's trust so quickly. Had Birdie been duped? Maybe she was a terrible judge of character. The thought sent ribbons of melancholy quivering through her. Someone sent those guys to attack me, and someone sent that note about Naomi's funeral and the flowers. An icy fear twisted around Birdie's throat. "You think someone is targeting us?" "It certainly looks that way," Knox said grimly. "I don't think I can go through this again," Birdie said hoarsely, remembering the terrible ordeal when she and the family were targeted by Ellis Livingston, a real estate tycoon who was out for revenge because Ramsay had shot his son Wesley while protecting Lemon. Ellis hired men to storm into the ranch house on Christmas Eve, intent on killing Birdie in front of Knox and the family to get retribution. Thankfully, Ellis's dastardly plan was thwarted. However, Noel's son Aidan got shot. Mercifully, Aidan healed from the wound and had no lasting effects. It took Birdie a while to recover from the emotional trauma the event caused. She was in a good place now and didn't want to relive those dark fears. Her breath came in fast spurts as she willed herself to calm down. "Breathe in through the nose and out through the mouth," she commanded herself. "Don't worry," Knox assured her. "We'll get to the bottom of this. I'll call Ramsay and see if he's learned anything. Tonight you can question Effie. If she's involved, then you'll know it, especially if you catch her by surprise." "Maybe we're looking too deeply into this." Her words came out fast. "The men who attacked you could have been sent by Effie's ex-boyfriend. Viola could be mistaken about seeing Christopher's SUV in the neighborhood." She chewed on her inner cheek. "Of course, there's also the part about me bumping into Christopher at the dry cleaners and grocery store in a matter of a few days, and then he showed up at the same restaurant where we were eating lunch. Also, he lied about making the chicken marsala." Knox's voice pitched high. "What? You never told me that. What happened about the chicken marsala?" She told him about how Christopher had taken credit for Deanne's cooking. That's a small thing. I probably shouldn't rake Christopher over the coals for that. He was trying to impress me. At this point in the game, every little detail matters. Oftentimes, the small things give the greatest insight into the character of a person, or lack thereof. His voice was flint hard, and she could imagine that his brows were furrowed, his rugged face set in concentration. I learned a long time ago to trust my instincts. He paused. Right now, my instincts are screaming that Christopher Wallace is a phony. He's been after you from the time you got cancer, and I wouldn't put it past him to do anything to keep us apart. Now I just need to prove it.
Birdie didn't want Christopher to be a phony, nor did she want Effie to be in cahoots with him. She wanted Christopher to go on being the brilliant doctor that he was. She wanted him to find someone who adored him, someone he could build a life with, someone who could help heal his broken heart from losing Natalia. Birdie wanted Effie to be the competent, trustworthy employee she deemed her to be. Most of all, Birdie wanted all of the craziness to stop so she could finally put the past behind her and live her life with Knox. Was that too much to ask? Chapter 10. Knox let out a low whistle as he looked Birdie up and down. She liked the heat of his bold gaze and how it unleashed a legion of butterflies in her stomach.
Wow, he uttered. You look like a walking felony.
A giggle rose in her throat. Thanks, I think. You look great, too. Knox was dressed in a charcoal gray sport coat, white dress shirt, and black trousers. To say that Knox was merely handsome would have been a gross understatement. Knox exuded a virile energy that shouted masculinity. The bruise on his eye was darkening, making it even more noticeable. However, the swelling had gone down. His mouth was almost completely back to normal, the only evidence of the beating, a faint pink line from the cut. Knox was a fast healer. His olive-toned skin was supple and resilient. His liquid teal eyes took on a smoldering glint that lit every fiber of her body on fire.
Come here,
he uttered as he encircled her waist with his arm and pulled her roughly to him.
You are incredible,
he murmured as he leaned in and nuzzled the sensitive spot behind her earlobe. Dizzying currents buzzed through her as his mouth moved to her neck and trailed a string of feathery light kisses down her skin. She closed her eyes, thrilling at his touch. For so long she dreamed of being in Knox's arms and resuming her physical relationship with a man whom she loved so fiercely and completely that it nearly consumed her. To be in his arms now felt almost surreal. She could hardly believe that her deepest yearnings were finally becoming a reality. He pulled back, studying her face, as if drinking in her features. She loved the depth of intensity emanating from his piercing eyes. She loved that the memory of his touch was already imprinted so deeply in her heart that it was a part of her. A wicked glint lit his eyes as he homed in on her lips.
You and those perfect, kissable lips, he quirked a grin. Too bad you already put your lipstick on.
Yeah, too bad, she smiled. A reckless streak blazed across his features before his eyes deepened with desire.
Hang the lipstick.
Knox, she uttered in surprise. You'll smudge my lipstick, she was about to say, but her protest got drowned out in the tumult of emotions that cascaded through her as his mouth crushed hers. They were standing in her foyer with the front door standing wide open for the entire neighborhood to see, but Knox didn't care. Nor did he seem the least bit bothered by the intermittent gusts of cold wind mixed with bits of snow. Her spirit soared high on wings of euphoria as he kissed her long and hard, holding nothing back. It was a good thing that Knox didn't realize the power he wielded over her. Her entire body trembled at being so close to him. When he pulled back, a quirky grin touched his lips.
We've still got it.
Laughter bubbled in her throat. Did you ever have any doubt? Oh, how she loved this audacious, thrilling man. A boyish grin tugged at his lips.
Not for a second.
He leaned close, giving her a meaningful look.
So, Miss Romeo,
he drawled, slathering on his southern twang, thick as molasses,
if we were married right now, we wouldn't have to stop at the kissing.
Her cheeks flamed as she swatted his chest.
Knox,
she blustered, and could tell that he loved making her squirm. She glanced past him to the house across the street.
I'm sure Viola's getting an eyeful. We can fix that.
He turned and, in a quick, fluid motion, slid the door closed with his foot.
There,
he said with a note of satisfaction.
Where were we?
He took her lips again, stoking the growing fire inside her until she was weak in the knees.
We should probably leave for the party,
Birdie said several minutes later. He let out a heavy sigh.
I guess you're right.
He made a point of looking outside the window as he scowled.
What kind of a moron plans a party when the forecast is calling for a snowstorm?
Maybe we'll just get a few flurries, Birdie said optimistically. He raised an eyebrow.
Does that look like flurries to you?
We don't have to stay long, just long enough for me to question Effie. Are Jackson and Lemon still going?
Yep, they'll be there.
After Birdie grabbed her coat and purse, they headed out. Thankfully, the roads were still clear. Knox's truck was a four-wheel drive, and he was an excellent driver. They drove through the impressive stacked stone and iron-gated entrance of Swallow's Creek subdivision. The neighborhood spoke of a stately grandeur, with the large trees and mix of Greek revival and plantation architectural styles.
You and Dillon outdid yourselves,
Birdie murmured as they drove past several palatial houses to get to the cul-de-sac where Christopher's home was located. A dozen or more cars lined the street in front of Christopher's home. The lights flickering from the large windows radiated a cheerful warmth.
I guess the weather wasn't much of a deterrent,
Birdie observed. She turned to Knox.
I wonder how many people came tonight just so they could see the inside of the house. A few, I suspect, Knox said nonchalantly.
Birdie bit back a smile. Knox wasn't big on accolades. He always claimed that he preferred to stay behind the scenes, and yet his very nature made him a power player to the core. People saw Knox as a leader. The fact that he didn't care what people thought about him made him even more attractive and likable. Knox pointed at a Dodge Ram truck.
Dillon and Layla are here.
Oh, good. Birdie was close friends with Knox's brother Dillon and his wife Layla. Knox and Dillon had developed Swallow's Creek together, although Knox was the brains and driving force behind the operation.
I wonder if Jackson and Lemon are here yet.
She looked for Jackson's truck but didn't see it. Knox pulled over and parked before turning to face her.
You ready for this?
Her stomach fluttered with apprehension as she gave him a tight smile.
As ready as I'll ever be.
With all of the suspicion surrounding Christopher and then her need to question Effie, it was bound to be a tense evening. Snowflakes were steadily falling against the windshield, like the heavens were shaking a pillow and emptying an endless supply of feathers.
I wish you had been able to get in touch with Ramsey so we could get some answers.
Me too, Knox sighed.
I reckon he's tied up with the tour. Or he hasn't learned anything yet, and he's waiting until he has more information.
You're probably right.
Okay, let's do this,
Knox said, steeling his jaw with determination. He got out of the truck, came around, and opened her door. Knox was a gentleman through and through. Birdie was grateful for that. He always opened doors for women. He taught their sons to do the same. The cold air sliced through Birdie's coat as they walked to the door. She leaned close to Knox, grateful for his warmth. They pressed the doorbell and waited, surprised when an older woman with silver hair, donning a black and white maid uniform, opened the door. "Good evening," she said ceremoniously, with a slight nod and cordial smile. "Welcome." She stepped back and motioned for them to enter. Birdie looked at Knox, whose expression broadcasted amusement over the fact that Christopher had hired a maid to answer the door and greet his guests. Wow, talk about pretense. "May I take your coat?" the woman offered. "Sure, thank you," Birdie said as Knox helped her out of it and handed it to the woman. Laughter and the lively murmur of conversation drifted from the living room. As they stepped into the cavernous room, Birdie grinned inwardly when Knox immediately began scoping the room with a keen eye. Not the people, but the structure. The room was teeming with people, most of whom Birdie recognized. Her gaze settled on the mayor and his wife. Chief Blankenship and his wife Samantha were talking to Dylan and Layla. Samantha swatted Layla's arm and laughed heartily. Chief Blankenship and Samantha were holding glasses of wine, whereas Dylan and Layla were holding bottles of Perrier. Two waiters, guys in their early 20s, were threading through the crowd, carrying platters of appetizers. Birdie figured that Deanne was in the kitchen, preparing food and barking out orders to her staff.
"That's quite the shiner there,"
Joe Nelson said as he stepped up to Knox and gave his hand a hearty shake before patting Knox on the back. Joe Nelson was one of Knox's longtime friends and their insurance agent.
"I heard about the attack. I'm so sorry. I'm glad you're okay. Did they catch the scoundrels who did it?"
As Knox and Joe talked, Birdie surveyed the room, looking for Effie. She spotted Christopher instead. When he saw her, he flashed a large, glowing smile. He turned to the tall, willowy redhead beside him and touched her arm, saying something in her ear. She smiled warmly as she looked in Birdie's direction. A couple of seconds later, Christopher hooked his arm in the woman's and led her over to Birdie.
"Hello,"
he said, giving her a hug and peck on the cheek. He turned to the woman.
"This is Sonia Jennings."
Sonia was holding a glass of red wine in one hand. She extended her other as she and Birdie shook. "Hello, it's nice to meet you."
"Birdie and I go way back to high school," Christopher said as he caught gazes with Birdie.
The flicker of longing in his eyes prickled her with uneasiness. Then, as quickly as the expression came, it vanished under a polite veneer, making her wonder if she'd only imagined it. Christopher was so polished and sophisticated, she was finding it hard to believe that he could be in any way involved with the men who attacked Knox. Also, she was having a hard time picturing him skulking around her neighborhood. Then again, she had been awakened by that noise a few nights ago. She brushed off the intrusive thought, realizing that anything could have made the noise. A squirrel, tree branch, the wind, the list went on and on. Christopher had certainly adapted quickly. Sonia was a beautiful woman. Birdie assumed from the way Christopher kept placing a hand on the small of her back that she was his date.
"Sonia is a pediatric hospitalist,"
Christopher began. "Meaning that I work with children in a hospital setting," Sonia explained. Christopher turned to Sonia.
"Birdie owns a clothing boutique in town."
Interest lit Sonia's emerald eyes. "Really? What brands do you carry?" They chatted for a few minutes, but Birdie's mind was elsewhere. She glanced at the photos on the mantel, making a mental note to work her way over to them so that she could study them. She wanted to see if Christopher's oldest stepdaughter actually resembled Effie as much as she remembered. Birdie wondered if Effie was coming tonight. She looked through the wall of windows and French doors. Snow was still falling steadily, coating the deck in a blanket of white. Joe lumbered away to join another conversation as Knox stepped up beside Birdie and placed his arm around her waist. Birdie cast a furtive glance at Christopher, noticing the subtle change in him. His jaw tightened, and she thought, but couldn't be sure, that she saw a flash of malice in his eyes. Or maybe she was reading too much into things. Knox acknowledged Christopher with a curt nod.
"Thanks for coming tonight,"
Christopher said with the finesse of a seasoned host. He turned his attention to Sonia, gracing her with such an adoring smile that Birdie would have thought Christopher was smitten.
"Knox and his brother Dylan built my house."
It's beautiful. You did a fantastic job.
Thanks.
I'm Sonia Jennings, she said by way of introduction to Knox.
Knox Romeo,
he replied as he threw Birdie a doting grin.
Birdie's fiancé.
Christopher's face registered shock, but he recovered quickly, offering a benign smile. It would seem that congratulations are in order.
Thank you,
Knox said heartily. His phone rang as he fished it from his front pocket. He blinked, looking at Birdie.
It's Ramsay.
Her pulse jumped into high gear.
You'd better take it,
she swallowed, trying to keep her composure.
Excuse me,
Knox said as he moved away from them. Everything okay? Christopher asked.
Uh-huh, it's good, Birdie chimed. Why do you ask?
Your cheeks are flushed.
Are they?
Great, just what she needed right now. She could feel the blood rushing to her face. She forced a laugh.
Knox and I have been trying to get in touch with our son, she explained to Sonia.
You're telling too much, her mind shouted. Button your lips. When Birdie got nervous, she tended to babble. Sonia looked confused. You and Knox have a son together? A tight smile wound over Birdie's lips.
Yep, actually we have 1 daughter and 5 sons.
The way Sonia's mouth dropped was almost comical.
In fact, my oldest son and his wife should be here any minute. Knox and I were married before,
Birdie continued.
We're getting remarried.
She glanced at Christopher to see if there was any change in him, but his expression remained placid. Either Christopher really had moved on, or he was one heck of an actor. He'd certainly moved on quickly. Maybe he'd not been as enamored with Birdie as she thought. The notion brought her a sense of relief.
Oh,
Sonia exclaimed in understanding. Her lips curved into a bright smile. That's awesome that the 2 of you are getting back together.
I think so.
A dart of happiness shot through Birdie. Isn't that wonderful? Sonia asked, looking at Christopher.
Yes, it is.
His eyes locked with Birdie's.
More than anything, I just want you to be happy.
Thanks,
she murmured, genuinely touched. Maybe she and Knox were barking up the wrong tree. Christopher seemed above reproach. It was a stretch to think that he had any connection to Effie. Her heart skipped a beat when she spotted Effie by the fireplace. That was fortuitous. The pictures and Effie in the same spot. Birdie glanced around, looking for Knox, but he was nowhere to be found. She assumed that he'd stepped outside to take Ramsay's call. Now was the perfect time to question Effie.
Excuse me,
she said to Christopher and Sonia as she made a beeline for Effie. Chapter 11. Hardly noticing the cold, Knox left the sidewalk leading up to the front entrance of the house and stepped over in the grass so he could talk to Ramsay without fear of being overheard by the steady line of guests trickling into Christopher's home.
Sorry it took me so long to get back to you,
Ramsay began.
I wanted to get as much information as possible before calling. Your mama and I figured that was the case. Are you where you can talk? Yeah, I'm at Christopher Wallace's little shindig, he spouted. I stepped outside so we can talk privately. How's that for timing? Ramsay mused. Just promise me one thing. What's that? When you hear what I'm about to tell you, don't go all Rambo and do something stupid. The last thing you need is to get into another fight and get yourself arrested or pummeled. Speaking of which, how you doing? Concern sounded in Ramsay's voice. Are you healing up from the attack? I'm fit as a fiddle, Knox clipped, ready to get to the meat of the conversation. What you got?
Ramsay launched in.
Christopher has an exemplary work record and is heralded by his peers as one of the top oncologists in the country. In fact, he's up for an award next month by one of the leading cancer associations. No surprise there, Knox shot back. The last thing that pompous jerk needs are more accolades feeding his ego. I hear you, Ramsay agreed dryly. While Christopher may look like a saint on paper, it's his personal life that gets interesting."
Knox's ears perked up.
"How so?" "Christopher was married to a woman named Natalia. They were raising her 2 daughters from her previous marriage."
Knox nodded.
"Yep, I knew all that." The detective interviewed Natalia's oldest daughter, Cassie. She thinks Christopher's the greatest thing ever. "Figures," he scoffed.
Christopher was such a charlatan. Knox could see right through his sheep's clothing, straight to the wolf within. It was too bad that other people couldn't.
"What about the younger daughter?" "The detective is still trying to get in touch with her. Christopher told Birdie that the younger one is in Florida, attending dental school. How hard could it be to get in touch with her?" he grumbled. "Actually, Alice flunked out of dental school and is touring Europe with friends. Guess who's footing the bill?"
Before Knox could respond, Ramsay answered his own question.
"Christopher." "Interesting,"
Knox murmured. That bit of information was syncing with Birdie's theory. With Alice supposedly in Europe, it would be harder to track her down.
"What?" Ramsay asked. "Do you have some additional information?" "Maybe. Tell me all that you know first, and then I'll share my thoughts."
Ramsay's voice picked up its pace.
"Natalia first met Christopher when he was her doctor, treating her for uterine cancer."
Knox felt the breath leave his lungs.
"What? Isn't there some rule against doctors pursuing their patients? It's unethical." Christopher covered his bases. Natalia made a complete recovery. By the time he and Natalia got involved, he'd already referred her to another doctor.
Knox rubbed a hand across his forehead.
"What a sleaze," he growled. "I knew he was after your mama from the get-go."
A feeling of vindication swept over Knox. He was grateful that he'd listened to his instincts. Ramsay's voice hardened.
"I believe you're right. It's a good thing you got me to check into him because there's more. Natalia's first husband, Doug, was killed in a boating accident when he was on vacation in New Zealand. And Natalia was killed in a car accident,"
Knox interjected.
2 accidents to 2 people closely related? A strange coincidence, wouldn't you say?" "Yeah, too coincidental. Natalia's autopsy showed prescription drugs in her body, but they were at therapeutic levels. The accident took place at night on a treacherous road. It was sleeting, and Natalia was driving above the speed limit. Her death was ruled accidental. At face value, it's an open and shut case. However, the private investigator interviewed Natalia's sister."
Ramsay's voice grew punchy and pointed.
"According to Stephanie, Natalia was very unhappy in her marriage. Christopher was super controlling and manipulative." "No surprise there," Knox seethed.
A tap on his shoulder sent him whirling around, ready to fight someone.
"Gotcha,"
Jackson grinned, his fingers forming guns as he pointed them at Knox.
"Hey," Knox said, settling down. "Jackson and Lemon just arrived at the party." "Oh, tell 'em I said hello."
Knox removed his mouth from the receiver.
"Ramsay says hello."
Jackson's eyes rounded as he lowered his voice.
"Did he get some dirt on the dock?" "He's giving it to me now." "Is Mama here?"
Jackson glanced around.
"Inside."
Lemon was hugging her arms, shivering. Jackson slid his arm around her shoulders and pulled her close.
"We'll go on in. See you soon."
He glanced up at the falling snow.
"Don't stay out too long. It's getting bad out here."
Knox nodded as he put the phone back up to his ear, turning his full attention back to Ramsay.
"Sorry about that. Where were we?"
He sifted through the pages of his brain.
"You were telling me how Natalia thought Christopher was controlling and manipulative." "Natalia felt that Christopher had turned her girls against her. She was planning on divorcing him. Stephanie's not sure how Christopher pulled it off, but she believes that Natalia's death wasn't an accident."
Knox clenched his jaw.
"So Christopher gets off scot-free and plays the part of the mourning husband." "Yep." Ramsay paused. "Everything we have on Christopher is based on assumption. Natalia's sister could hate him and be trying to slander his name. What are your thoughts about the man?"
Knox tightened his jaw, waiting. His gut told him that Christopher was a scumbag, but maybe he was too close to the situation to see it clearly. Ramsay, on the other hand, would be able to assess the situation more dispassionately.
"I think your instincts are right on the money."
His voice gathered intensity.
"Based on what I'm learning about Christopher Wallace, I'd say there's a good chance that he was the one who's behind your attack." "I don't doubt it,"
Knox growled, balling his fist. Everything in him wanted to march right into the house, drag Christopher out by the hair of his head, and pound him senseless. However, he couldn't let his temper get the best of him. Christopher was a crafty fox. There had to be some way to expose him for what he was.
"Can you do some more digging into the death of Natalia's first husband?" "You bet."
Ramsay took in a deep breath.
"Okay, that's all I have. Now tell me your thoughts. This is going to sound far-fetched, but just hear me out before you reach any conclusions."
"Okay," Ramsay said warily. Knox told him about Viola Holcomb and how she'd seen Christopher's SUV several times in the neighborhood and felt like he might be stalking Birdie. Then he launched into the part about Effie and how he and Birdie wondered if she might be Alice, Christopher's youngest stepdaughter.
All of the trouble started when Effie's ex-boyfriend came into the boutique. Later, Effie lectured me about Birdie, saying that she didn't want to see her get hurt by getting back together with me. Effie claimed that Birdie told her about my affair with Naomi, but that's not true. Birdie never told her a thing.
Okay, let's say your hunch is correct. What reason could Alice, or Effie, have for wanting to keep you and Mama apart?
Christopher has had his sights on your Mama from the minute she got cancer and he became her doctor.
His stomach knotted with indignation.
It's possible that Effie is simply doing his bidding. If he's footing the bill for Alice's travels or lifestyle, then she would have a vested interest in keeping Christopher happy.
Before Ramsay could object, Knox rushed on.
By working at the boutique, Alice could have a direct line into mine and Birdie's lives.
That's true, Ramsay conceded.
There's also the note that came to the boutique addressed to me.
What note? After Knox told him about it, there was a long pause.
It certainly sounds like someone's trying to keep you and Mama apart, Ramsay finally said.
Knox drew his brows together.
It won't work, he thundered. I looked on social media trying to find information on Alice, but there was nothing. What are Cassie and Alice's last names? Wallace. Christopher adopted them.
Knox could hardly believe what he was hearing.
So the guy kills their father and then adopts them? Unbelievable. Remember, all we have at this point are suspicions, Ramsay cautioned. The fastest way for me to find out what Alice looks like is to contact Natalia's sister. I would hope that she would have a photo of her niece. Have you or Mama by chance looked up Effie on social media? No, we didn't even think to do that,
Knox lamented. Snow was still falling. The cold was getting to Knox, sending shivers through his body. His hair was wet and plastered down from the snowflakes. I'll look her up as soon as we get off the phone. What's her last name?
Smith. Effie Smith, is that correct? Yep, that's it, Ramsay grunted. Well, if Alice is pretending to be Effie, then she chose her last name well. There's little hope of tracking down anyone with the name Smith through social media. Where does Effie claim to be from?
Knox searched his memory.
Somewhere in Louisiana, I believe.
Ramsay's voice grew brisk, like he was ready to wrap up the conversation. I'll get in touch with Natalia's sister and see if she can get me a photo.
Sounds good. Thanks for looking into this. I'm happy to do it.
A smile sounded in Ramsay's tone.
Well, despite all the craziness you and Mama are going through, I hear congratulations are in order.
Knox felt a momentary burst of pleasure.
Yep, we're officially back together. When's the wedding? I don't know, he chuckled. Your mama wants the works. A big proposal, flowers, the whole enchilada. Ramsay chuckled. After all she's been through, I'd say she deserves it. That she does, Knox agreed.
A corner of his lip lifted in partial amusement.
As soon as I get my ducks in a row, you'll be the first to hear about it. How's the tour? Good. We're leaving New York Monday morning for L.A. After that concert, we'll head to Berlin, Germany. Y'all be safe, you hear? We will. You be safe, too. Tell Hartley, Cash, and Ava that we love y'all. I will. Remember what I said. As far as Christopher Wallace is concerned, proceed with caution.
Knox's muscles tightened as he turned and glared at the house.
Don't do anything stupid,
Ramsay added when Knox remained silent.
I won't,
Knox grumbled. As much as he'd like to knock Christopher's block off, he'd refrain. However, he was going to have a long, open discussion with him as soon as he got off the phone with Ramsay. No sense in dancing around the topic any longer. Time to peel back the glitzy layer of professionalism and culture that Christopher had wrapped around himself to reveal the rotten scoundrel within. The question was, how? Chapter 12.
Nice dress,
Effie said appraisingly with a large smile as Birdie stepped up to her. She was holding a platter of appetizers. She selected a cracker topped with a thin strip of smoked salmon and sprinkled with dill. Delicately, she took a small bite and placed it back on her plate. After chewing and swallowing, she motioned at Birdie's dress.
I almost bought that one myself. I'm glad I didn't, or we would have been twinners. Besides, it looks better on you anyway, she sighed.
Effie was stunningly beautiful, in a shimmery red dress that accentuated her slender, curvy figure. She'd straightened her dark hair tonight so that it gleamed like glass. Her eye makeup was more dramatic than usual, giving her a sultry, more illustrious appearance. Birdie could understand why she'd felt such a kinship with Effie. She bore a striking resemblance to Zoe, especially with her hair straight. She glanced at the pictures of Cassie on the mantel. Effie resembled her, too. Birdie decided to skip the pleasantries and go straight for the jugular vein.
Why did you tell Knox that I told you about his affair?
Effie's eyes bulged. She made a choking sound as she lurched forward, coughing to clear her throat.
I beg your pardon?
She placed her hand over her chest. Her cheeks flamed bright red.
I never told you about Naomi.
Birdie pressed her lips together.
I wouldn't have. It's too painful and too personal.
A naked panic blitzed across Effie's expression. Birdie leaned closer, locking eyes with her.
Who are you?
She hissed.
You know who I am. Effie Smith, she stammered.
Birdie arched an eyebrow.
Are you sure about that, Alice?
A bewildered expression fanned over Effie's features.
Who?
Birdie motioned at the pictures.
I know about you, she seethed. Cassie's your older sister and Christopher's your stepfather.
Effie looked like she might pass out.
I don't know what you're talking about.
She began blinking so fast that Birdie got the impression her eyelashes were about to take flight. Effie certainly seemed shocked by the assertion, but that didn't mean anything. She was probably one heck of an actress.
Did you send the note to Knox about the flowers and Naomi's funeral?
Tears pooled in Effie's eyes.
It's not what you think, she uttered hoarsely.
You've been in cahoots with Christopher this entire time,
Birdie hissed as hurt battered her insides.
I trusted you.
Please, you don't understand.
Effie shook her head, tears dribbling down her cheeks. She bit down on her lower lip, sucking in a labored breath.
Excuse me.
She moved to rush past Birdie, but Birdie caught hold of her arm. She pushed out her words through clenched teeth.
You're not going anywhere until you tell me the truth.
Is everything okay?
Samantha Blankenship asked as she stepped up to them with inquisitive eyes.
"Everything is fine," Birdie clipped in annoyance. "If you don't mind, Effie and I are in the middle of a private conversation."
She kept her hold on Effie's arm so the girl couldn't escape. Normally, Birdie went to great lengths to avoid causing a scene, but the time for decorum had passed. She needed answers, and she needed them now. "Okay," Samantha harumphed, rolling her eyes. She made a point of catching eyes with Effie, her voice oozing sweetness. "If you need anything, just say the word." She threw Birdie a disgruntled look before sashaying away.
"Who are you?" Birdie demanded. "Are you and Christopher responsible for the attack on Knox?"
"No," Effie blurted. "I would never do anything to hurt Knox or you." Her voice broke. "You have to believe me. You've been so kind and generous to me. I consider you a friend." She looked at Birdie with pleading eyes. Birdie's mind whirled, trying to make sense of Effie's reaction.
"You said things weren't what I thought."
She eyed Effie, willing her to speak the truth.
"Okay, then tell me how things really are. Now's your chance to clear yourself."
A commotion from behind caught Birdie's attention. Releasing Effie's arm, she turned and saw Knox and Christopher facing off in what looked to be a brawl. Her breath froze in her throat, her heart drumming out a fast beat.
"Knox, what have you done?"
"He hit me," Christopher squeaked, pointing an accusing finger at Knox. He was holding his forehead, a trickle of blood running down the side of his face.
"I didn't hit him," Knox roared. "He did that to himself."
Forgetting about Effie, Birdie moved closer to the unfolding scene. She spotted Jackson and Lemon amongst the group of onlookers. They looked as shocked as Birdie felt. Jackson left Lemon and went to stand beside Knox.
"Is everything okay?"
Knox's body was drawn up tight, with the precision of one who knew how to handle himself in a fight. He looked as though he could pounce on Christopher any minute. The vein in his neck was throbbing, his jaw hard as flint. He spoke in a loud tone, choosing his words deliberately.
"I asked Christopher if I could have a word. Christopher suggested that we go to his study."
Birdie wished that Knox would have come to get her before he went rogue. She'd been so caught up in her conversation with Effie that she hadn't even realized he'd gotten off the phone with Ramsay and approached Christopher.
"He attacked me,"
Christopher yelled. His face was blood red, eyes crazed as he lasered in on Chief Blankenship.
"Aren't you going to arrest him?"
His voice had a whiny edge. Knox's face darkened.
"You lying dog," he seethed, balling his fists. "I ought to knock you into next week for all of your lies."
He looked at Chief Blankenship.
"When I confronted Christopher about the things I found out, he rammed into the corner of a shelving unit and injured himself. Then he ran out here, claiming that I hit him."
Birdie's stomach knotted when she saw the indecision on Chief Blankenship's face. He looked from Knox to Christopher as if trying to decide what to do. Birdie could almost read the thoughts swirling in the heads of the shocked guests. First, Knox had the fight in front of the boutique, and then he was attacked on the side of the road by two thugs. His black eye was further incriminating evidence. She could tell that everyone was deeming Knox guilty. A hot anger boiled inside her. One thing she knew about Knox was that he was honest to a fault. All of those years ago, when she confronted Knox about Naomi, he admitted that he was having an affair. Knox was a straight shooter to the core. Yes, he may avoid telling something that he should, but he wouldn't outright lie.
"Arrest him!"
Christopher demanded. Birdie pushed her way through the tight cluster of people and up to Chief Blankenship.
"Knox's word is his bond. If he says he didn't hit Christopher, then you can be darn tootin' sure that he didn't."
She threw Christopher a scathing look. He was really starting to tick her off. His face paled with shock.
"How could you turn on me?" His voice trembled. "After all I've done for you." "You gave me great medical care, which I appreciate."
I would have expected nothing less, considering your reputation as a top-notch doctor." She hoped the bite in her voice would get her message across. She was done with Christopher Wallace. She turned her focus to Knox. "Tell us everything that happened." He took in a deep breath, as if composing his thoughts.
"As you all know, my son Ramsey is a retired Navy SEAL who now specializes in private security." "Ramsey's a good friend of mine,"
Chief Blankenship piped in, as if to say, if Ramsey endorses this, then so do I.
"I asked him to do some digging into Christopher's past, because some things weren't adding up."
Birdie could feel the balance shifting as inquisitive eyes turned to Christopher.
"This is outrageous," Christopher spat. "I will not be castigated in my own home."
His words were spoken with outrage, but Birdie could tell from the high-pitched edge in his voice and the way his eyes were darting back and forth that he was nervous.
"I'd like to hear what Knox has to say."
This came from Joe Nelson.
"So would I,"
another person chimed in. Chief Blankenship nodded for Knox to continue.
"Christopher seems to make a habit of falling in love with his patients. His late wife, Natalia, came to him when she had uterine cancer. Christopher treated her."
Birdie heard a harsh intake of breath and realized it had come from her own throat. She'd been targeted by Christopher because of her cancer. This was insane.
"Natalia died in a car accident, but her sister Stephanie suspects foul play. She said that Natalia was planning to divorce Christopher. According to Stephanie, Christopher was controlling and manipulative, turning her own daughters against her."
Christopher shook his head in disgust. "These are just empty accusations. Stephanie is unwell. Her distress over losing her sister has warped her mind."
"He makes a good point,"
Chief Blankenship said reluctantly.
"You haven't given any concrete proof. Do you have anything else?"
Knox rushed on.
"Natalia's first husband was killed in a mysterious boating accident in New Zealand."
His tone was heavy with disgust.
"First he kills off his stepdaughter's natural father, and then he adopts them."
Christopher barked out a laugh.
"There again, you have no proof."
Technically, Christopher was right. There was no proof. However, Birdie could feel that Knox was correct in his assessment. She felt her own outrage mingling with the people around her. What kind of monster would do something so terrible? And he was preying on his patients. She felt sick to her stomach. Christopher had preyed on her when she was most vulnerable. He'd used her appreciation and respect for his position to make her feel beholden to him. Thankfully, his plan had failed, for Birdie never really saw him as anything more than a friend. But what if her ties to Knox hadn't been as strong? Christopher would have come between them. A shiver ran down her spine. She could have become his next victim. Had he actually killed Natalia and her ex-husband? That night over dinner, Christopher had acted so distraught over Natalia's death, and then his demeanor shifted so quickly as he jumped up wanting them to dance. Maybe his sorrow over Natalia's death was all an act.
"Christopher banged himself into the bookshelf before I could deliver the most damaging evidence against him."
Knox looked around, searching the room before his gaze settled on someone. His liquid blue eyes burned with the wrath of 1,000 poison-tipped arrows. Birdie followed his line of vision, not surprised to discover that Effie was his intended target.
"Christopher coerced his stepdaughter Alice into posing as one Effie Smith. She took a job at Birdie's boutique so that she could get the inside track into me and Birdie."
Christopher let out a cackle.
"You're insane. That's not Alice. She's in Europe."
Knox talked over him.
"It is my firm belief that Christopher and Alice devised a plan to come between me and Birdie so that Christopher could seduce her. Alice's supposed ex-boyfriend came into the boutique and picked a fight with me. Then I was attacked by 2 men from out of town. Someone, either Christopher or Alice, mailed a note addressed to me, but they sent it to Birdie's boutique. knowing that she would get it."
"What did the note say?" Chief Blankenship asked. Knox looked at Birdie. She felt his pain and embarrassment as his eyes questioned if she'd be okay with him telling all. Birdie hugged her arms, nodding for him to continue. It wasn't as if the entire town didn't already know about the affair. Still, at this moment, the humiliation was as fresh and painful as it had been all those years ago. Knox's voice was devoid of emotion.
"The note said, 'The flowers were a nice touch at Naomi's funeral, but you should have been there.'"
Birdie heard Samantha Blankenship gasp beside her. Then Samantha threw Birdie a piteous look. Even though Birdie wanted to wither away from the embarrassment, she lifted her chin, enduring the scrutiny with as much class as she could muster. She caught Jackson's eye and could tell that he was also humiliated.
"What do you have to say for yourself?"
Chief Blankenship asked, pinning Effie with a penetrating look. Effie clasped her hands together in a tight grip. Her face was ashen, her lips pinched. Birdie could tell from the way her jaw worked and her shoulders heaved that she was trying hard to control her emotions. She sucked in a deep breath and let it out slowly. "I am not Alice."
"See, I told you that she wasn't my daughter,"
Christopher sneered as he flashed Knox a triumphant grin. He removed his hand from his forehead and used the back of it to swipe at the blood on his face.
"Everything that Knox Romeo just said is a bald-faced lie," he said loudly.
Murmurs ran through the crowd as people began talking excitedly amongst themselves. Chief Blankenship held up his hand for everyone to quiet down. He trained his eyes on Effie.
"So you're asserting that you are not Alice?"
"That is correct. My name is Effie Smith." She spoke the words with a clear note of pride. "I'm the one responsible for sending the note to the boutique." Her eyes sparked fire as she stared straight at Knox. With her mane of dark hair haloed around her and the stubborn set of her jaw, she reminded Birdie of a sad, lone warrior facing down a legion of foes. Effie's voice cracked through the room like a whip as she kept her gaze fixed on Knox. "Naomi Smith was my mother. I'm your daughter." A cry ripped through Birdie's throat. The floor gave way beneath her, and she felt herself fall. Chapter 13. Birdie was only out for what felt like a few seconds. That was a new one. She'd never passed out before. She realized she was lying on the floor. Knox was kneeling beside her, holding her hand. The anguish on his face ripped her insides to shreds.
"I'm so sorry."
His voice hitched, eyes shining with unshed tears. As she moved to sit up, he helped pull her up. She looked around, trying to get her bearings.
"Are you okay?"
Jackson asked. He and Lemon were standing beside Knox. "I'm fine," she answered, not wanting to worry them. The heat of embarrassment overtook her as she glanced around at all of the people staring. Jackson noticed Birdie's discomfort and jumped into action.
"Okay, folks," he said in a friendly but firm tone. "Move along and give her some space."
Thankfully, the crowd dispersed after that. Christopher's raised voice drew her attention. She glanced over to where he was arguing with Chief Blankenship.
"I want that man arrested. I'll sue him for slandering my name."
"Take it easy," the chief urged, holding up his hands.
"It sounds to me like it was a simple misunderstanding. You ran into the bookshelf and Knox was mistaken about Effie's identity. If I were you, I'd drop the whole thing and hope that Ramsay doesn't decide to keep digging into the death of Natalia's first husband."
The warning in Chief Blankenship's voice was unmistakable.
"You'll be hearing from my attorney,"
Christopher seethed as he turned on his heel and stormed out of the room. Chief Blankenship grinned in amusement.
"Well, it looks like the doc ran out on his own party."
He thrust his thumbs into his belt loops and rocked forward on the balls of his feet.
"How about that?
He looked at Birdie. "Are you okay?"
"Yeah,"
she sighed. A second later she pulled her hand from Knox's grasp and rubbed her forehead, trying to think.
"I can't believe Effie is your daughter."
A humorless laugh scratched her throat.
"We didn't see that one coming."
"No, we didn't."
Knox's lips turned down as he shook his head.
"I've caused so much pain and suffering."
A shadow moved over his features as he swore under his breath.
"I was so selfish and stupid," he seethed.
"It never even occurred to me that Effie belonged to Naomi. I guess I should have connected that they both had the same last name, but Smith is so common. Effie has always reminded me of Zoe. Now I know why."
Knox gave her a searching look.
"Where does this leave us?"
Her head swung back and forth.
"This is a doozy for sure."
She was still trying to come to grips with the reality of it all. An affair was one thing. Knox having another daughter was something else altogether. She looked around.
"Where's Effie?"
"She fled at the same time you passed out."
Birdie frowned.
"Where did she go?"
"I don't know."
Birdie looked through the wall of windows, apprehension tugging at her.
"It's bad out there, and Effie's upset."
As distraught as she was about the whole thing, Birdie didn't want Effie to get hurt.
"I don't know how to fix this."
Sorrow coated Knox's voice as tears slipped down his cheeks. It amazed Birdie at how quickly she reached her decision.
"You have to go after her."
An unexpected shaft of warmth went through her, bringing a measure of inexplicable peace. All Birdie could think was that it was a gift sent straight from heaven. Effie was a good person. Birdie had felt that. She was glad that Effie wasn't in collusion with Christopher. Birdie couldn't begin to imagine the pain and suffering Effie had been through. She wished Effie would have been straight with them from the beginning, but she really couldn't cast judgment considering the circumstances.
"Do you really mean that?"
Cautious hope simmered in Knox's eyes. She caught hold of his hands.
"Yes, Effie needs you."
She gave him a meaningful look.
"And you and I don't need any more regrets."
He smiled through his tears.
"You're 1 in a million."
His voice caught.
"What did I ever do to deserve you? I love you, Birdie Romeo."
"I love you too," she said softly. "Go,"
she urged. He gave her a hesitant look.
"How will you get home?"
"I'll get a ride with Jackson and Lemon."
She looked at them for approval.
"Of course,"
Lemon smiled. Knox rose to his feet as he patted Jackson on the shoulder and offered a grim smile.
"Thanks for taking your mama home,"
he said gruffly. A long look passed between Knox and Jackson. Knox was Jackson's hero. No son had ever loved his father more, but right now Jackson's expression was rigid with disappointment and hurt. Birdie could tell that Knox wanted to say something to Jackson to make amends, but he didn't know how.
"Go on,"
Jackson said, motioning with his head. With that, Knox took a couple of quick steps and then stopped, turning back around.
"I don't even know what Effie drives or where she lives."
"A burgundy Toyota Corolla," Birdie answered. "She lives in the Caldwell apartment complex over by Carrington Hill. She's in Building B, the bottom one on the right-hand side if you're facing the building. I can't remember the apartment number."
"Got it,"
he said, holding up a finger as he ran off. Jackson helped Birdie to her feet and gave her a searching look.
"Are you okay?"
Tears gathered in her eyes. It took a superhuman effort to keep them at bay as she swallowed.
"I'm okay," she said weakly.
"Let's get you home."
Birdie felt all the eyes in the room on her as she walked out, making sure to hold her head high. It wasn't until she got to Jackson and Lemon's king cab truck and sat down in the back that she let the tears flow freely. Her hand shook as she brought it to her mouth, trying to gain control of her emotions. Jackson pounded the steering wheel with the palm of his hand.
I can't believe Daddy has an illegitimate daughter.
The pain in his voice tore at Birdie's insides. Lemon placed a hand on his arm to comfort him. Jackson sat, staring straight ahead for several seconds before turning to face Birdie.
You're the one he hurt the most.
Rage twisted his features. Birdie's tears subsided as she took in a heavy breath.
Yes, she admitted. It hurts.
The mother in her took over, her desire to soothe her son trumping her own pain.
But I know one thing.
Her voice rang with conviction.
I'm tired of dwelling on the injustices of the past. Knox's affair was a long time ago. He had no idea that he had a daughter.
Her voice broke, more tears falling as she wiped them away using the palms of her hands.
Effie's a good person.
She forced a smile.
What's one more person to love, right?
Compassion stirred in Lemon's eyes as she caught hold of Birdie's hand and squeezed it.
You're a good woman, one of the best I know. Knox is a good man also.
Jackson grunted.
He is,
Lemon countered. He made a mistake a long time ago, and he spent a lot of years paying for it. She gave Jackson a pointed look.
He who is without sin, let him cast the first stone.
Silence descended over them like a dense black fog that they could never seem to escape. Finally Jackson sighed.
You're right,
he conceded. Birdie touched his shoulder.
We'll get through this,
she assured him with more certainty than she felt. He nodded curtly as he started the engine and pulled onto the street. Snow was bombing the windshield like meteorites as the wipers worked methodically to wick it away. Jackson drove slowly so he could maintain traction with the road. A few times the tires slipped, causing Birdie's stomach to lurch. A prayer formed in her mind. She prayed that they would make it home safely, and she prayed that Knox would be able to work things out with Effie.
Do you want me to take you to the ranch or to your house? Jackson asked. Would you mind taking me to my house?
Birdie's nerves were shot. She needed to get a good night's rest, and she needed some time to come to grips with this new reality. She sat back in her seat, her mind spinning as she stared unseeingly out the window. Knox had a daughter with another woman. The hurt churned acid in her stomach.
Dear Lord,
she prayed as she balled her hand, her fingernails digging into her palm.
Please give me the strength to come to terms with this situation. Please help me to be able to fully forgive Knox. Please help me to be strong for my children. And please help me to be kind and loving to Effie.
Chapter 14. It was with a sigh of relief that Knox saw Effie's Toyota Corolla parked in one of the spaces near Building B. His brain had concocted all sorts of terrible scenarios of all the ways that Effie could get into an accident as he rushed here as fast as he dared in the hazardous conditions. He felt like none of this was real, like he was in the middle of a nightmare that he needed to wake up from. When Birdie mentioned her theory about Effie being Christopher's stepdaughter, Knox had felt like it was a stretch. Then when Ramsay told him that Alice had flunked out of dental school and was gallivanting around Europe with friends, Knox felt certain that he and Birdie had solved the puzzle. He wouldn't have dreamt in a million years that Effie was his daughter. She did bear a slight resemblance to Zoe, but as Birdie pointed out, lots of girls shared similar looks. He did a mental calculation. Mason was a year old when he'd had the affair. He was 25 years old now. That would make Effie 24. Knox went hot all over and then stone cold. His hands were oozing sticky sweat. He rubbed them on his pants, sucking in a long breath. An image of Birdie's anguished expression just before she fainted flashed through his mind. In all the years he'd known Birdie, she'd never passed out. Then there was the hurt and disappointment on Jackson's face. Jackson's reaction was indicative of how all of the rest of the kids would react. He sat back and rubbed a hand over his forehead as he closed his eyes. Jackson had given him that spiel about forgiving himself and handing his burdens over to the Lord. Knox was trying, but he certainly hadn't counted on this. And yet he had no one to blame but himself. His selfishness had caused so much pain and suffering, it gutted his insides to know that he had a daughter whom he knew nothing about. Family, Birdie, the kids and grandkids, was Knox's entire world. He wasn't an emotional guy, but right now he either wanted to break down blubbering or punch a hole through a wall. He forced his mind onto the practical details of the situation so he wouldn't completely lose it. A thick layer of snow and ice covered the asphalt. Effie must be a good driver to have made it home safely. He'd slid coming into the parking lot, and he was in a 4-wheel drive truck. He sucked in a long breath and offered a prayer, begging for help and forgiveness. He asked for help to know what to say to Effie. Tears wet his eyes as he jammed a fist in his mouth, trying to tamp down his emotions. It boggled his mind that Birdie was still speaking to him right now. He was in awe of her long-standing patience where he was concerned. He knew he was a hard old cuss with a hot temper. Birdie made him a better man. He'd made so many mistakes. Tonight, Birdie and Jackson had relived the humiliation of his sins. And poor Effie, he'd accused her of being in cahoots with Christopher. A dark anger cut through him. How could Naomi not have told him that he had a daughter? Why had Effie not come looking for him sooner? The whole situation was a tangled mess of ropes with no ends. The best that he could hope for right now was to make amends with all of his children and to prove to Birdie that he wasn't a total failure. He got out of the truck and picked his way across the icy asphalt and sidewalk to get to Effie's apartment. Birdie had said her apartment was on the bottom right-hand side. His pulse pumped out a fast beat against his temples as he balled his fist and rapped on the door. No response. He knocked again, this time louder. Still nothing. He placed a hand on the door, a sense of futility rising inside him. Were there any words that could fix this situation? Effie had grown up without a father. His heart groaned in agony.
Please, God, help me,
he prayed. He'd created this horrible situation, but he didn't have the power to get himself or those he loved out of it. Only God above could help him now.
Open the door, Effie, his voice broke. Please, we need to talk.
The cold seeped into his bones, making him feel weary to the core. He held his breath, waiting. 1 second passed, 2, 3. Finally, the knob turned as Effie opened the door. Birdie had only been home 40 minutes or so when her doorbell rang. Her heart picked up its pace. Was it Knox? If so, it had been a short visit with Effie. She went to the door and looked through the peephole. A blend of surprise and irritation rose in her chest when she realized it was Christopher. She made a face. What in the heck was he doing here? Did he actually think she'd let him come into her house? If so, then he was more delusional than she thought. She couldn't believe he'd injured himself and then tried to act as though Knox had punched him. Her thoughts went to Natalia and her ex-husband, who was killed in the boating accident. A shiver tapped down her spine. Christopher rang the doorbell again. Birdie stood by the door, frozen, her heart pounding out a fast beat against her ribcage. She felt so vulnerable here alone. Christopher had braved the icy roads to get here. What about the people at his party? Had he asked them to leave, or were they still at his home? She about jumped out of her skin when he rapped on the door with his knuckles. "Birdie," he called. "It's me." The familiarity in his tone was as irksome as it was concerning. "I know you're home." His voice had a pleasant, sing-song tone. A second later, he started whistling a tune. It was such an odd thing to do. Birdie wasn't sure what to think about his behavior, especially in consideration of all that had happened during the past few hours. Also, snow was still falling in buckets, and it was biting cold. Christopher was a strange one. Birdie was beginning to think that he had a few screws loose in the head. He might be a brilliant doctor, but he was turning out to be less than impressive as a man. "I guess I'll catch up with you in several days," he said, loud enough for the entire neighborhood to hear. Birdie hardly dared breathe for fear of him hearing her. She could sense that he knew she was just on the other side of the door. Her skin crawled with unease. She wished Knox were here. Birdie was starting to regret allowing Christopher to re-enter her life. Knox was right. It had been a mistake to let him be her doctor. Finally, he walked off the porch, down the walkway, through the gate, and back to his car, whistling as he went. His hands were in his pockets, and he walked with a slow, meandering gait, as if he had all the time in the world. Relief swept through her when he got into his SUV and drove away. For one terrible second, all of her confidence was stripped away. She hated being afraid in her own home. She was starting to feel intimidated by Christopher. Maybe that was his intent. Suddenly her load felt too heavy to carry. Her shoulders sagged as she rested her back against the front door and placed a hand over her chest. What a night! A sob broke through her throat as her shoulders began to shake. She slid down to a sitting position and drew her legs to her chest as she wrapped her arms around her knees. The dam broke loose as she allowed the emotion to overtake her. She didn't know how long she sat there and cried. Finally, when her tears were spent, she wiped her nose and sniffled. Her eyes were big and swollen. She should have never made the vow about how she would never allow anything or anyone to ever come between her and Knox again. She'd been so sure of her resolve, almost prideful about it. Well, she was certainly eating humble pie now. She raked her hair away from her face as she bowed her head and said a prayer. She prayed for clarity and for understanding. Mostly she prayed for peace and comfort. In that moment, she despised Naomi Smith for the affair. Then she felt instantly guilty. Naomi was dead, and it wasn't healthy or productive to have such animosity for the departed. Birdie thought of something that Effie had said, how she'd lost someone close to her to cancer. It must have been tough for Effie to know that Birdie had overcome her cancer when her own mother hadn't. Mechanically, Birdie got up off the floor. Her muscles were stiff. She went into her bathroom and peeled off her dress, leaving it in a heap on the floor. The hot water from the shower felt good on Birdie's skin, helping to release the knots of tension between her shoulder blades. Her mind was a hot pot of teeming thoughts coming at her faster than she could process them. Myriad emotions flooded Birdie. Anger, sadness, confusion. The only thing she could do was to keep repeating to herself that there was always room in her heart and in the family to love another person. When Noelle first came back to Franklin and was questioning whether she should give Holden a second chance, Birdie encouraged her to forgive him for his past mistakes. She told Noelle that Holden was a different person than he'd been before. All of that was true. Noelle and Holden were gloriously happy now, with a baby on the way. Zoe had been at her wits' end when she moved back to Franklin. She was able to work things out with Briggs, the love of her life. The only life that Birdie could imagine, the only life that she'd ever wanted, was with Knox. She just never imagined all of the trials and roadblocks that would be thrown at them. She wanted to break free from the past. She wanted to be able to freely forgive Knox. She wanted to be able to accept Effie into their lives. She just didn't know how she was supposed to do all of those things. Right now everything was so muddled. The only sliver of sunlight that Birdie could see through the dark, suffocating clouds was that she'd felt a kinship with Effie from the very beginning. Maybe it was because, on some level, Birdie had picked up on similarities between Effie and Zoe, and perhaps Effie and Knox. Or maybe the closeness she felt to Effie was a gift from heaven, given to Birdie so that she'd be able to navigate her way through this tricky and heart-wrenching situation. The kids would need Birdie to be strong. Also, Knox needed her. She startled when she heard a noise. She cocked her ears as prickles of apprehension broke over her skin. Her heart in her throat, she turned off the water and listened. Nothing. Maybe she was imagining things. Her body went weak with relief as she turned back on the water and finished washing her hair. For weeks after the attack on Christmas Eve that had taken place several years prior, Birdie had been frightened by her own shadow. It had taken a superhuman mental effort for her to move past the fear. She didn't want to go back to that again. Hearing the bit about Christopher allegedly causing Natalia and her ex-husband's death had triggered some of the old apprehension. Also, it didn't help that Christopher had come here tonight, and then he'd whistled that tune. For the life of her, Birdie couldn't imagine what Christopher thought he could possibly say to mend their friendship. The time for that was long past. At least he'd left without incident. Hopefully Christopher would get the message soon that she no longer wanted any association with him. A new thought occurred to her, knotting her stomach. She'd have to find another oncologist. Her cancer was gone, and she hoped with all her heart that it would stay gone. However, she'd still need to have routine checkups and mammograms. Hot needles pelted over her. Christopher had been a huge help to her in her time of need. Regardless of what happened from here on out, she would always be grateful that he'd helped her through the cancer. She swallowed, commanding herself to get a grip. All she could do was to take things one step at a time. There were plenty of other capable doctors out there. Hopefully she was in the clear and would no longer need a close association with an oncologist. When she got out of the shower, she towel-dried off and put on her pajamas. A cup of herbal tea would help soothe her nerves, and then she was going to bed. Hopefully she'd be able to sleep instead of tossing and turning all night long. She wondered if she'd hear from Knox tonight. She hoped he could reach some form of understanding with Effie. The heart was an interesting thing. Even now, as torn up and as confused as she was about all of this, she still longed for Knox. She wanted to feel his strong arms around her and bury her head against his chest. She wanted him to tell her that everything would be okay. Her cell phone was on the nightstand beside her bed. Maybe Knox had called or texted when she was in the shower. She was padding across the carpet to get her phone when she caught movement out of the corner of her eye. Gasping, she whirled around and saw a dark shape looming in the doorway. "Christopher!" Her hand went to her chest, a white-hot anger scorching through her. "What are you doing here?" The next second, fear lodged a cold cylinder down her throat as she swallowed, her brain processing the full scope of the situation. Christopher had broken into her home. Shakes ran through her body as she glanced at her phone on the nightstand. She wondered if she could somehow get to it and press 911 before Christopher got to her. "I just want to talk." He gave her a reproving look as he pressed his lips together, shaking his head. "All of this could have been avoided if you'd just opened the door earlier. I knew you were right there watching me." His expression grew ponderous. "I told myself before coming over here tonight that I would give you one more chance to prove your loyalty to me." He clicked his tongue. "Then, when you refused to answer the door, well, I knew our time together was officially over." He gave her a wounded look. "You need to leave." She forced her voice to sound commanding. A white square bandage was neatly taped over his forehead. He'd changed from his tailored suit into jeans, a black hoodie, and tennis shoes. Birdie had never seen Christopher dressed so casually. His eyes held a peculiar glint, and she could sense a feverish excitement about him. "Don't be scared." He spoke the words softly, placatingly, as if speaking to a child. I'm not going to hurt you. Her senses went on full alert. Was he saying that because he was going to hurt her? He pulled something from out of the front pocket of the hoodie. Terror froze her heart when she realized two things. He was holding a gun and wearing nitrile gloves. Chapter 15.
May I come in?
Knox motioned. For a second, Effie looked like she might refuse, but finally she nodded and stepped back to let him enter. He stepped inside and glanced around. The apartment was neatly kept and well decorated in a style similar to Birdie's. He wondered how much Effie had been influenced by Birdie. Quite a lot, it seemed. Effie led him into the tiny living room. "Have a seat." He sat down on the couch as she folded into the chair across from him. Effie was still wearing the dress she'd had on earlier, but she'd removed her shoes, making her look younger than her 24 years. Now that he knew Effie's origin, it wasn't hard to see traces of Naomi in her. Naomi's hair had been curly. While Effie had worn it straight tonight, Knox remembered it being curly the other times he'd seen her. If his memory served him correctly, the color of her golden brown eyes was similar to Naomi's, and she had Naomi's pointy chin. Her coloring was similar to Zoe's, with her dark glossy hair and thick lashes. Also, she had high cheekbones like Zoe. No question about it, Effie was a beautiful girl. Her expression was one of hard amusement as she endured his scrutiny. Knox tried to collect his thoughts.
"I'm so sorry. I didn't know."
His voice dribbled off to silence as he scooted to the edge of the couch and clasped his hands together.
"Why didn't you come and find me sooner?"
"Because I didn't know," she fired back. "My mother didn't tell me who you were until shortly before she passed away." His anger returned with a vengeance, engulfing him in a hot tunnel of flames.
"It was wrong of Naomi to keep that from you."
Her eyes blazed, turning them several shades darker. "You have no right to cast judgment on my mother," she seethed. Knox was taken back by her outburst. There it was, that torque that let him know that she was indeed his daughter. He held up a hand, keeping his voice even.
"I meant no disrespect."
She studied him for a minute, as if she weren't sure that he was on the level before settling down. "My mother loved you." Her eyes narrowed to slits. "You broke her heart." There was nothing he could say. "I'm sorry" seemed like such a lame response. He couldn't lie to Effie and tell her that he'd loved Naomi. While he cared about her, he'd never been in love with her like he was with Birdie.
"I regret what happened," he said hoarsely. "It was a mistake."
Seeing the distraught look on Effie's face, he quickly backpedaled.
"I don't mean that you are a mistake."
Her eyes rained the wrath of a judge, jury, and executioner all rolled into one. Knox didn't blame Effie for her anger. Had he been in her shoes, he'd feel the same way. "Do you know what it's like to grow up without a father? To have a piece of you that's missing?" Her voice trembled with indignation. "To have a mother whose heart was broken to smithereens? She loved you." Knox sucked in a breath.
"I know."
He felt like 100 pounds of stones had been heaped atop his heart. He'd always known that Naomi loved him. She'd taken the opportunity to re-enter his life when he was at his lowest and on the outs with Birdie. Even then, he'd made no promises to Naomi. However, Naomi was determined to win him back at all costs. He should have been stronger and resisted her advances. His weakness disgusted him.
"I'll tell you what I told Birdie. I don't know how to fix this."
She grunted in disgust as she clamped her arms tightly over her chest and looked away. His life was a shattered sheet of glass, and he was trying to sift through the fragments without getting sliced to pieces. Granted, Knox knew he deserved every ounce of the wrath Effie was aiming at him. Still, it didn't make it any easier to know how to deal with the situation.
Why did you come to Franklin? And why did you take a job working for Birdie at the boutique?
Her voice took on a shrill edge as her words gushed out.
When I found out who you were, I was livid.
Her features twisted to a rigid mask.
I wanted to see what kind of man could desert his own daughter and the mother of his child.
One who never knew that child existed.
Sadness washed over him. He debated if he should speak his next words, but he wanted to be straight with Effie. He took in a quick breath.
And one who had a responsibility to another woman.
After Birdie had asked Knox to move out to give her some space, he'd fought off Naomi's advances for several weeks, until one night she showed up on his doorstep wearing a trench coat. He told her it wasn't a good time, but she just laughed and pushed her way into the house anyway. A few minutes later she dropped the coat, and he realized she wasn't wearing anything underneath it. He'd then caved. After that, his marriage imploded. Oh, how he wished he could go back and relive that one moment again. He wished he'd had the strength, like the biblical Joseph, to flee from Potiphar's wife. But he couldn't tell Effie any of this. No way could he shed a negative light on her mother. Also, Knox was a firm believer in owning up to his mistakes. More than anything right now, he wished that he could soothe away Effie's hurt expression. It was astounding how quickly he was starting to care about her.
When I first came to Franklin, I hated Birdie.
She paused as tears rose in her eyes.
Then I realized what a good person she is. So I started hating you.
Understanding registered.
Which is why you were trying to warn me away from Birdie.
Vindication flashed in her eyes.
Exactly.
That's why you sent the note to the boutique about me sending flowers to the funeral.
Knox wondered on some level if Effie knew that her mother was partly responsible for the affair. However, it would be easier for her to shift the blame onto the father whom she'd never met.
I had a friend mail it from Marshall, Texas.
Where are you from?
After graduating from high school, I took a job at a blinds and drapery shop in Shreveport, Louisiana.
Makes sense.
He did a quick mental calculation.
Shreveport is, 40 or 50 minutes from Marshall?
She nodded. His next question was tough to get out, but he knew he had to know, or else it would eat away at him.
Did your mama ever find anyone else?
She pinched her lips together.
No.
A hot river of guilt ran through Knox.
Do you know the history behind mine and your mama's affair?
Not really,
she retorted. He stared unseeingly into the distance as the memories rushed back. He'd have to give Effie the edited version so he wouldn't make Naomi look bad.
Your mama and I dated off and on in high school. Birdie and I started having problems after Mason was born. Birdie suffered from postpartum depression, but she was working her way through it. Then her mama died of ovarian cancer, and it sent Birdie over the edge. She pushed me away.
His voice caught as he took in a breath to gain control of his emotions.
It was a tough time. I had given up my music career a few years earlier because I didn't want to be away from Birdie or the kids. I started to resent that decision. I was angry, lonely. Naomi stepped back into the picture. Our affair was brief, lasting only a few weeks.
Regret tightened his stomach in a relentless fist.
In the end, I hurt Birdie and Naomi.
He gave her a grim smile.
And you.
Birdie forgave you for the affair.
Her voice was devoid of emotion, making it impossible to get a read on her demeanor.
Yes, it took several years, but eventually she did.
His eyes grew moist.
Birdie's a remarkable woman. Tonight, after learning who you were, Birdie encouraged me to come here and work things out.
Effie's face fell.
I thought you came here of your own accord.
I did, he assured her. There was nothing that I wanted more in the entire world than to come here and talk to you. I was just grateful that Birdie was supportive. That speaks to the kind of woman she is."
"You don't deserve her," Effie spouted.
"No, I don't. But I'm glad she's in my corner."
"Jackson hates me." Hurt tinged her features. "I saw his expression when he realized that I'm your daughter."
Knox raised an eyebrow. "And his half-sister. You're no longer an only child. You now have 6 siblings." He gave her a pointed look. "One thing you'll learn about being a Romeo is that we take care of our own."
The longing in her expression nearly moved him to tears. For all her fire and brimstone wrath, Effie was hurting. His gut was telling him that she'd come to Franklin searching for her family. A cautious hope settled into her eyes. "I don't know if they'll accept me." He smiled.
"Oh, they will. I can guarantee you that." He chuckled. "I'm not sure how Zoe will feel about not being the only girl anymore, but she'll get over it."
"I like Zoe," she said frankly. "I admire her for pursuing her passion in her career."
"Yes, it took her a while to find her way, but she's definitely on the right path now."
Knox's thoughts took another direction.
"I still have a couple more questions."
Wariness seeped into her eyes as she nodded.
"Was your ex-boyfriend a set-up to make me look bad in front of the town?"
"No," she blurted, eyes bulging. Her words spilled out in a breathless jumble. "Everything with Travis was just as it seemed. I had no idea that he would show up at the boutique. I was mortified and humiliated." Color rushed to her cheeks. "I should have never gotten involved with Travis," she muttered. "He caught me at a weak moment." He threw her a sage look.
"Yep, that's what happened to me with the affair."
She blinked in surprise, and he could tell that she was trying to process it. Maybe she'd file it away so that, in time, she could come to terms with it. He went to his other question.
"Are the 2 men who attacked me associated with Travis?"
Her head swung back and forth. "I don't think so, but I'm not sure. I haven't heard a peep from Travis since you had the fight with him. For what it's worth, I'm sorry about the attack. I hope that Travis didn't have anything to do with it."
"I suspect that it was Christopher Wallace."
His insides tightened. Effie wrinkled her nose. "Do you really think that Christopher killed his wife and her first husband?"
"I'd say it's a definite possibility,"
he fired back. She gave him an incredulous look. "Did he really run into the corner of a bookshelf?"
"Yep, sure did."
"Wow," she uttered. "I thought Christopher was the real deal."
"Not hardly,"
Knox scoffed. His phone rang. He fished it out of his pocket and then silenced it, not recognizing the number. "You can get that if you want."
"Nah, if it's important, they'll call back. How would you like to come for dinner tomorrow night at the ranch? Gina's making a huge spread."
"Who's Gina?"
"My cook and housekeeper."
Amusement colored her features. "Wow, to be such a tough cowboy, you're sort of pampered." The comment came at him like a sucker punch. He was about to defend himself until he saw the teasing glint in her eyes. He tipped his head, a smile tugging at his lips.
"You know what?" he mused. "I reckon you're going to fit into the family just fine."
She blinked in surprise, but looked pleased. Knox had to fight the urge to spring from his seat and throw his arms around her, but he knew that wouldn't end well. He'd have to take baby steps where Effie was concerned. He thought of something else.
"What's your middle name?"
"Lynn."
"Effie Lynn Romeo. I like it."
"Smith," she corrected. "Effie Lynn Smith." She gave him a challenging look. A corner of his lip tugged up.
"Effie Lynn Romeo Smith."
She laughed in surprise. "We'll see about that." His phone buzzed again. It was the same Tennessee number. "Answer it," Effie encouraged. With a sigh of acquiescence, he slid his finger across the screen. The voice on the phone was near yelling. Knox held up a hand.
Wait a minute, slow down. I can't understand a word you're saying. Who is this?
A second later, his eyes shot open wide as his lungs squeezed.
Oh, no.
He ran a hand over his forehead.
I'll be right there. Call 911.
Chapter 16.
No sudden moves,
Christopher barked as he pointed the gun at Birdie. Talons of alarm clawed at the base of Birdie's skull.
Why are you doing this?
Tears rushed to her eyes.
Hands up.
She did as he demanded, her body trembling all over. Her pulse thrashed wildly against her temples as her throat closed up. A wave of dizziness assaulted her as she fought to get a grip. Her brain was finding it difficult to merge the cultured, solicitous doctor with the crazed man holding her at gunpoint.
Don't move a muscle or you're dead,
he ordered with a savage expression. She shrank back when he stalked towards her. For one terrible second she wondered if he would rape her.
Where are your medicines?
I don't understand.
He rattled off the medications she was taking.
They're in the cabinet in the bathroom.
Get them, he ordered, motioning with his gun.
Why are you doing this?
Her voice broke.
Christopher, please.
Shut up,
he screamed, shocking her into silence.
Move,
he motioned with the gun. A curious numbness settled over her as she went into the bathroom to get the meds. A prayer wrenched through her mind.
Please help me.
Images of Knox, the kids and grandkids, flashed through her mind. Her heart crushed in despair. It was ironic that she'd been so terrified of dying from cancer, and now her life would be snuffed out by a cruel act of violence. She gathered the bottles of pills and was about to place them on the counter, but he stopped her.
Let's go to the kitchen.
She forced her feet to move in that direction. All the while her brain was frantically working, trying to figure out how to get away from him. She could dash out the front door, but she couldn't outrun a bullet. Still, that might be better than whatever evil plan Christopher had in store for her.
Put the meds on the table,
he commanded when they got to the kitchen. The second she put the bottles down, he shoved her into a chair. Her anger crowded out the fear.
You won't get away with this.
He sat down across from her, keeping the gun trained on her as he rifled through the bottles of medicine.
Yes, this will do nicely, he remarked in a giddy tone.
Nicely for what?
Fear iced through her, making her feel numb and powerless to act. She needed to keep her anger blazing so it could stoke her courage. Another prayer ran through her mind. He glanced at the kettle on the stove.
You're going to make a nice little cocktail.
He dipped his head thoughtfully as his voice took on a detached, recitative tone.
You came home from the party reeling from the news about Knox's illegitimate daughter. That, coupled with the news that your cancer has returned, was too much for you.
Her lungs squeezed like an anaconda had her in its grip, choking off her air.
My cancer's not back. You said my mammogram was clear.
Her head began to spin.
It was, he said pleasantly as he gave her an affectionate look. Don't worry, beautiful, your cancer is gone.
Her throat mercifully opened, allowing her to draw in a sliver of air. Her anger returned full force, shooting heat through her veins.
Are you saying that you're going to falsify my medical record so that it looks as though my cancer has returned?
It won't be easy, but there are ways to pull it off.
Her brain whirled.
Like I said, you won't get away with this. You came to my door earlier. People in the neighborhood would have seen you.
He grinned in amusement.
You mean that nosy twit who lives across the street?
His expression hardened.
I'm sure she was watching me. If you'll remember, that's why I spoke so loudly. The woman would have seen me leaving.
How did you break into my house?
She glanced at the back door leading off from the kitchen.
You came in through there, right? It will show a forced entry.
I picked the lock. Didn't see that one coming, did you? See, I have skills that you didn't know about." His voice had a teasing, sing-song ring to it. Birdie's alarm system had been on the brink. Knox had been after her to get it fixed, but with so much going on, she'd not gotten around to it. "I've thought of everything," he continued smugly. "I always do." He was so pompous and arrogant, no wonder Knox detested him. "What about the guests at your party?" He laughed in amusement as if they were playing a game. "Due to the trauma of Knox punching me in the forehead, I asked everyone to leave." He lifted an eyebrow. "Well, almost everyone." "Knox didn't punch you." Her acrid anger rose a sour taste in her throat. "You rammed yourself into a bookshelf, just like he said." A hard smile curved his lips. "Knox will get exactly what he deserves." Horror overtook her. "Meaning what?" Christopher gave her a funny look, like she was slow to understand. "He'll have to live with the knowledge that his affair and illegitimate daughter contributed to your suicide." Chills ran through her body. Birdie decided right then and there that if she must die tonight, it wouldn't be docilely. She would fight tooth and nail, getting shot before she would take any pills. "You're responsible for those men attacking Knox, aren't you?" She could tell from Christopher's self-satisfied expression that he was. She went back to something he'd said. "You said almost everyone had left your party. What did you mean by that?" "Oh, yes." He gave her an appraising look. "I'm glad you asked. I have an airtight alibi for this evening." He leaned forward, amusement simmering in his eyes. "You ready for this? Dr. Sonia Jennings." "The redhead who was your date for the party?" "She's the one," he sang. "As we speak, Sonia is sleeping peaceably in my bed. When she awakes in the morning, groggy and disoriented, she'll find me cuddled up next to her." "You drugged her?" Birdie surmised, disgust turning her stomach sour. "Sonia will realize that you weren't with her the entire night, and then your alibi will be shot." She'd never felt like she hated anyone as much as Christopher Wallace, not even Naomi. How could she not have seen the monster behind the polished mask? He looked at her in jeering amusement. "I don't think so. Sonia has an affinity for wine, beer, whiskey, and any other form of alcohol she can get her hands on. She has gone to great lengths to cover up her drinking problem. She won't put up a fuss. Also, she's been after me for months. She'll be overjoyed when she wakes up to learn that she finally snagged me." His eyes snapped with anger. "See, Birdie, plenty of other women desire me." "Well, they can have you," she retorted, "on a silver platter." He pushed out a long, put-out sigh. "As much as I hate it, I'll have to lower my standards and feign attraction for Sonia, at least until things settle down." His eyes flickered with yearning. "It should be you in my bed." "Over my dead body," she hissed, then realized the gravity of her current situation. She wanted to curl up in a ball and break down into tears, but that wouldn't do her any good right now. She had to fight. "We could have been so happy." He gave her a wistful look. "I moved back to Franklin because of you." His jaw tightened. "I'm just sorry that you didn't have enough fortitude to break free from Knox. As I was saying, news of Knox's illegitimate daughter was too much for you to take." His expression turned sorrowful, his voice rolling with pity. Birdie got the feeling Christopher was putting on a performance for some unknown audience. Then it hit her, causing her stomach to roil. He was practicing for how he would react to the police after she was gone. "I'm so sorry Knox was such a terrible husband. He betrayed you, Birdie, with another woman. And yet, after all I've done to help you, you were still going to take him back.
Rage boiled over his features, turning his complexion an ugly red.
"Knox is a better man than you'll ever be,"
she heaved through gritted teeth. He grunted in disgust.
"You're a stupid woman, just like Natalia." "What happened to Natalia? You killed her, didn't you?"
"Natalia was planning to leave me," he sneered. "When Natalia first came to my clinic, she was at an emotional low, just as you were." His voice grew fervent. "I knew that Natalia had been sent to me for a higher purpose." His brows drew together. "She was a fragile bird with broken wings. I picked her up and put her back together." His face darkened. "I fought off the angel of death, gave her another chance at life." His voice grew whiny with disbelief, his eyes going glassy. "And yet she was so ungrateful." He focused on Birdie, as if coming back to the present and reality. "Just like you."
"That's not true. I've always been grateful for you and your friendship. Christopher, think of all the good that you do in the world. You've helped so many of your patients. You don't have to do this terrible thing."
Her stomach churned. She glanced around the kitchen, looking for something she could use as a weapon. The knives were in a holder on the counter. Did she dare try to grab one? While she knew that she couldn't fight off a gun with a knife, she had to try and think of some way to survive.
"I hold life and death in my hands every day," he roared. "I gave your life back to you. Why is it so hard for you to show me some gratitude?"
"Gratitude is not the same as love," she fired back.
"Knox and I have a long history together. He's the father of my children. Of course I would choose him."
She looked Christopher in the eye.
"I will always choose him."
"You're just like Natalia," he screamed, wielding the gun wildly.
"Did you kill Natalia's ex-husband?"
Christopher was coming unglued. If she could somehow manage to get the gun out of his hand, she might have a fighting chance.
"Doug was a putz," he grumbled. "He deserved to die. Cassie and Alice are much better off with me than they ever were with him," he bragged.
"Did Natalia realize that you had Doug killed?" His expression turned sour.
"She hired an investigator to look into Doug's accident. She just couldn't let it go. She said she was going to the police."
His lower lip trembled.
"I didn't want Natalia to die."
Tears glistened in his eyes as he gave Birdie a pleading look.
"You understand, don't you?"
"I do," she said smoothly, recognizing that Christopher was going in and out of lucidity. His voice broke as he put a hand to his mouth. "The night of Natalia's accident, we argued. I told her that if she went to the police, it would be her word against mine." He let out a cackle, a macabre smile spreading over his lips. "I reminded her that a doctor's word carries a lot more clout than the babbling of a housewife. Cassie and Alice love me more than they ever loved Natalia. She would have lost them both had she divorced me."
"So you didn't cause Natalia's accident?"
"No. Natalia was driving too fast. Her car went off the road." A sob broke through his lips. "I would give anything to have her back." Birdie thought he was going to break into tears. But like the night he'd asked her to dance, his demeanor immediately shifted. This time his expression was filled with malice. "Time for you to make that herbal tea you're so fond of." He gave her a conspiratorial look. "Remember that, Birdie? How you told me that herbal tea helps you relax? See, I remember the small details because I care." He giggled. "It's too bad that Knox and I are on such poor terms. Otherwise, he might have let me give your eulogy." He pursed his lips. "I would have given you one heck of a eulogy, Birdie." Excitement coated his voice. "Think of the unique perspective I could have offered. The former boyfriend turned doctor." His eyes roved over her with a flame of desire that turned her stomach.
golden hair, jade eyes, a figure as fit as any 30-year-old, the epitome of Southern grace and charm.
His voice took on a lofty lilt as he went an octave deeper, like he was digging into his chest. As physicians, we work so hard to treat the body that we often overlook the turmoil taking place in the mind. She could tell from the way he was looking past her that he was, again, delivering an oration to his imaginary audience. Birdie's heart twisted. Time was counting down. She had to act fast. He sighed impatiently as he glanced at the clock on the microwave.
It's getting late and I'm tired.
His eyes hardened. Time to make your tea. No sudden movements, he warned. As Birdie stood and walked to the stove, an idea began to take shape. She reached for the kettle, filling it with water. She placed it on a burner and turned the knob on high. "Get a mug out of the cupboard and a bag of tea," Christopher directed. She made a point of keeping her movements slow and controlled. All the while, her skin crawled with the knowledge that a gun was aimed at her. When she was done, she turned to face him, resting her back against the counter. "With any luck, you'll go right to sleep and won't feel a thing," he said kindly.
"With any luck, you'll feel the pain, every ounce of the pain I'm about to deliver you," her brain shouted.
When the kettle whistled, she reached for it and poured the water into the mug before adding the tea bag. Her heart pounded with the knowledge of what she was about to do as she carried the mug to the table.
"This has to be right,"
Christopher said, speaking more to himself than her.
"These capsules will work nicely."
He pushed 3 bottles at her.
"Open each one and remove at least 10 capsules from each bottle."
"It's now or never," her mind screamed as she reached for the mug and sloshed the water into his face. She dropped the mug, turned and ran for the back door. He shrieked in pain and cursed. Just as Birdie's hand grasped the door, Christopher yanked her hair, jerking her back.
"Stupid move!"
he hissed into her ear as his arm encircled her neck.
"Stop it or I'll shoot you right now."
She felt the cold press of metal against her temple, but instead of rendering her powerless, it fueled her anger. She fought and clawed with all of her might, but she was no match for his strength. He threw her to the floor. She looked up to see him standing over her, the gun pointed at her head.
"Just like Natalia," he seethed. "Always have to do things the hard way."
He cocked the pistol as she braced for the impact. "I'm sorry," were the 2 words that ran through her mind. She was sorry for Knox and the kids for the terrible sadness her death would cause them. She was sorry that she'd miss out on seeing and knowing all of her grandkids. She was sorry that she'd not listened to Knox from the very beginning when he told her that something was off about Christopher. Most of all, she was sorry that she wouldn't get to be with Knox, now that the 2 of them had finally come full circle. Knox having a daughter from the affair had seemed like such an insurmountable obstacle a short while ago. Now Birdie would give anything for the chance to get to know Effie for who she truly was, Knox's daughter. She hoped her death would be quick. Then came the banging.
"Birdie, are you there? Open up!"
An incredulous laugh rippled through Birdie's throat. It was Viola.
"Don't say a word,"
Christopher muttered.
"I can see someone in the kitchen,"
Viola grumbled.
"Open the door or I'm calling the police."
Indecision washed over Christopher's features. The left side of his face was lobster red and starting to swell from the boiling water.
"I'll open the door and tell her to go away."
"Birdie!" Viola yelled impatiently. "If I don't, she'll wake up the whole neighborhood."
"Fine."
He tightened his hold on the gun.
"But no funny business or the old broad gets it too."
Birdie rose to her feet. Her shin was stinging, making her realize she'd scraped it on the cabinet when she fell. She smoothed down her hair, which was still wet from the shower, as she went to the door and opened it.
"Hey,
Christopher was standing just out of view, the gun trained on her. Viola assessed her, a deep frown deepening the lines around her eyes and mouth.
"Are you okay?"
"I'm fine," she offered a wan smile.
"Just tired."
Viola looked past her.
"May I come in?"
She locked gazes with Birdie, her eyes trying to convey some sort of information.
"I came to get the casserole dish I lent you."
Viola was leaning against a cane. Birdie had never seen Viola with a cane before, and wondered if she'd used it to trek across the snow without falling. Viola never came to the back door. She had to know that Christopher was here. "Go home and call the police," Birdie shouted with her mind. "Now's not a good time," Birdie protested. Before she could say anything else, Viola pushed her way into the kitchen, forcing Birdie to step back. With a speed that Birdie didn't know Viola possessed, she used her cane to whack Christopher's arm, knocking the gun out of his hand.
"Get the gun!"
Viola screamed as Birdie scrambled to retrieve it. Christopher was faster, however. He grabbed it and pointed it at Viola. Fury twisted his red, blotched face, making him look more creature than human.
"She gets it first,"
he screamed as Viola stumbled back, her eyes large with fear as she clutched her cane with her bony fingers. There was a flash of movement behind Christopher the instant before Knox tackled him. The gun went skidding across the floor. Birdie dashed to retrieve it. Knox and Christopher rolled on the floor, each trying to get the upper hand, but the fight was short-lived. Knox ended up on top, pinning Christopher with his weight. Christopher writhed, trying to escape, but Knox held him fast. An image flashed through Birdie's mind of Knox and Christopher fighting out by the pool all those years ago. History repeated itself as Knox drew back his fist and struck. For the second time, he knocked Christopher out cold with a single punch.
"That'll teach him,"
Viola cheered, lifting her cane in the air. Knox rose to his feet and went to Birdie's side.
"Are you okay?"
Tears bubbled in her eyes as she nodded. "I'm good," she breathed, a feeling of gratitude gushing over her. "I'm so sorry I didn't listen to you about that monster," she muttered.
"He's moving,"
Viola warned, pointing at Christopher, who groaned.
"I can guarantee you that he won't get far,"
Knox promised, his voice sharper than the blade of a knife. Sirens sounded in the distance.
"About time," Viola muttered. "I didn't think they'd ever get here. A person could grow fingernails in the time it takes for the police to answer an emergency call." "The roads are a solid sheet of ice, and it's still snowing like crazy. I'm sure that's why their response time is slower," Knox said practically. "A little snow shouldn't keep people from doing their job," Viola retorted. "When I was teaching school, I never missed a day of work due to inclement weather."
Giddy laughter bubbled in Birdie's throat as she and Knox shared a look. She was so happy to be alive. She looked at Christopher, who was still down on the floor, as a shiver ran through her. She hoped he'd be put away for a long, long time. Viola's voice grew contemplative.
"You know, my sons have been bugging the poo out of me, telling me how I shouldn't go anywhere without my cane."
A wry grin slipped over her lips.
"I suppose it comes in handy every once in a while."
"Thank you." Birdie turned to Viola and flung her arms around her. "You saved me." Emotion rose in her throat. "I was praying so hard for a miracle." A smile tugged at her lips. "I never imagined that my prayers would be answered by a 90-pound woman with one heck of a lethal cane."
97 pounds, thank you very much,"
Viola clipped, lifting her chin. "You're my hero," Birdie uttered. Viola just beamed. After the police rushed in and hauled Christopher away in handcuffs, Birdie, Knox, and Viola gave their reports to the police before retiring to the living room. "How did you know I was in trouble?" Birdie asked, directing her question to both Knox and Viola. Knox spoke first.
"I was at Effie's apartment when Viola called me." "Twice,"
Viola cut in, giving Knox a censoring look.
"You answered the second time."
Birdie thought Viola might ask who Effie was, but she didn't. News traveled so fast through the grapevine in Franklin that Birdie wondered if Viola had already heard what happened at the party and realized that Effie was Knox's daughter.
"I'm so glad I did,"
Knox answered as he turned to Birdie.
"Viola told me that she'd seen Christopher go around to the back of the house and feared you might be in trouble. I told her to call 911 and then rushed over here. The roads are so bad that it took me a while to get here."
Birdie turned her focus to Viola.
"Thank you."
A lump of emotion formed in her throat.
"I will be forever in your debt."
Talk about brave. Viola was a wonder. Viola waved a hand.
"It's no big deal,"
she chuckled, her eyes flashing.
"Christopher thought he was so smart with his dog and pony show."
"What do you mean?" Birdie asked dubiously.
"All of that idiotic whistling and then his talk of coming back to check on you in a few days. I knew it was a bunch of baloney."
Her voice quivered with intensity.
"So I kept watching out the window. Sure enough, I saw his SUV crawl back by with the headlights off. I went to the other side of the house and looked out my bedroom window. He parked in the driveway of the Grigsby's house. You know, the one that's for sale. When he went around the back of your house, I called Knox and then the police." She frowned. "Of course, I never dreamt that it would take a month of Sundays for the police to get here. That's when I knew I had to act, or you'd be dead by the time they arrived."
Tears rose in Birdie's eyes. "You saved my life." She turned to Knox, who was sitting beside her, his arm draped around her shoulders.
"As did you."
An overwhelming feeling of love rose in her breast as they shared a tender smile. Viola cleared her throat.
"Well, I'd best be getting home. I recognize that look. I take it you kiddos could use some alone time."
Heat rose in Birdie's cheeks as Viola chuckled, eyes sparkling with mirth.
"I remember how it is. I may be old, but I'm not dead,"
Viola chided.
"I'll walk you back to your house,"
Knox offered.
"I've got it,"
Viola countered. A large, satisfied smile curved her lips.
"I figure if I can face down some crazed lunatic, I can get myself back across the street in one piece. My kids are always telling me to keep my nose out of other people's business."
Her face lit with amusement.
"I wonder what they'll say about this." "You can stick your nose in my business any time,"
Birdie said with conviction.
"Be careful what you say," Knox teased, "or you'll create a monster." "Hey,"
Viola countered with a frown, but her eyes were dancing. When it was just the two of them, Birdie and Knox went back to the couch and sat down. Knox gathered her hands in his.
"I almost lost you," he said hoarsely.
He sucked in a breath.
"I keep thinking, what if I had not gotten here in time?" "But you did,"
she reminded him gently. She understood what Knox was experiencing because it was happening to her too. The what-ifs kept eating away at her. What if Viola hadn't shown up when she did? What if she'd not called Knox? There were so many miracles that had taken place tonight. Birdie knew in an up-close and personal way that the Lord really was in the details of her life.
"Tonight at the party, I couldn't believe that you were so understanding about Effie." "I was."
She compressed her lips as she cleared the frog in her throat. "On the outside." His expression was both surprised and concerned as she continued.
"However, it was ripping me apart on the inside."
Her voice hitched.
"I was praying that I'd be able to forgive you and accept Effie into our lives."
"I understand," he uttered, pain and disappointment streaking over his features. She removed her hands from his and touched his jaw.
"However, it's funny how staring death in the face makes everything suddenly become crystal clear."
A smile tipped her lips.
I realize that I can't keep punishing you for something that happened years ago. Effie's a fine person, and there's always room for one more. She's living proof that good can come from our mistakes. Effie is a fine person. We had a good talk. It won't be easy, but I think we'll be able to work everything out, one small step at a time. I'm so glad." He rewarded her with a glowing smile, his eyes shining with moisture. "You're one in a million." "So are you. I love you, Knox Romeo." Right here, right now, she felt like the luckiest woman on the planet. "I love you." He peered deeply into her eyes. "Thanks for giving me another chance." A tear slipped from the corner of her eye and dribbled down her cheek. "I guess we're both being given another chance to love and to live." She paused, enunciating her next words, not just for his benefit, but for hers too. "Let's do ourselves a favor and not waste this one." Laughter rumbled in his throat. "Amen," he boomed as he sealed his promise with a long, demanding kiss that sizzled through her blood and caused her spirit to soar. Epilogue. 1 month later. "Dadgummit, I forgot my reading glasses." Knox grimaced as he shook his head. "We can go back and get them," Birdie suggested. "Are you sure you don't mind?" "Not at all," she answered breezily as she threw him a teasing grin. "I know how bent out of shape you get when you have to hold the menu a mile away to see it." He chuckled dryly. "The problem's not my eyes. I just need a longer arm." The corner of her mouth twitched in amusement. "Yep, that's it." Knox had just picked her up from her house. They were heading to Atlanta to watch a private pre-concert that Cash, Ava, and Hartley were putting on. This one was different from the norm because Mason and Selma were joining them as special guests. Tomorrow night would be the official concert. Knox and Birdie planned to stay the entire weekend in Atlanta. Also, Jackson, Lemon, Zoe, Briggs, and the kids were driving down for the concert. Even Noah and Piper were flying into Atlanta. It would be wonderful to see the whole family. "Were you able to talk Effie into going to the concert?" "I tried, but she says she's not ready to be around the entire family at once." "She is an only child," Birdie pointed out. "The Romeos can be a lot to take in." "Hey," Knox protested. "What are you saying?" Birdie laughed. "I'm saying that I'm glad you're giving Effie plenty of space to work things out." "Ah, I know how you operate. That's your polite way of reminding me not to push her too hard." "Exactly." Effie was still working at the boutique. She and Birdie had been able to have lots of good conversations over the past several weeks. The work dynamic had turned out to be a tremendous blessing for both Birdie and Effie. Little by little, the two of them were working past the awkwardness of the situation. As Knox turned the truck around to head to the ranch, Birdie angled in her seat towards him. "Has Effie mentioned anything to you about her plans for the future?" He frowned. "I thought she was going to stay in Franklin." Birdie bit back a smile. Knox was fiercely protective over Effie, but in his zeal to bring her into the family, he was smothering her a bit. Birdie knew this because Effie had confided it to her. "She is, for a while, but she wants to pursue her educational goals." "What goals?" His brows knitted together. "Effie hasn't talked to me about any goals." He pouted. Birdie placed a hand on his arm. "You have to remember that Effie grew up with only a mother. She feels more comfortable talking to females." "Meaning you?" "Yes, and Zoe." It was impressive how Zoe had taken Effie under her wing. Birdie couldn't have been any prouder of Zoe. As the oldest child, her opinion carried a lot of weight in the family. Once her brothers realized that she'd accepted Effie as a sister, it didn't take them long to follow suit. He relaxed his grip on the steering wheel. "I can live with that." He threw her a grin. I'm glad you, Effie, and Zoe are getting along so well.
Me too. As you know, Effie has a knack for decorating. She wants to become an interior designer.
Oh, wow, that's great. I'll support her in whatever she decides to do.
Fantastic. She punched with a bright smile. I knew that would be the case, which is why I told Effie you'd pay for her to attend Savannah College of Art and Design. It's one of the best colleges in the country for design. A lopsided grin pulled at Knox's mouth.
Ah, I see what's going on here. This is a setup.
Birdie didn't skip a beat. Pretty much. Mellow laughter rumbled in his throat.
I see how you operate,
he drawled. He reached for her hand and linked his fingers through hers. She sighed in contentment as she relaxed back in her seat. Birdie looked out the window at the passing landscape, her mind rolling back through the past several weeks. Things were finally starting to settle back down to normal. Of course, there was still Christopher's looming trial, where Birdie would have to testify. An official date had not been set, but Birdie figured it would take place in a month or two. Thankfully, Christopher was being held without bail. Knowing that he was behind bars was a huge comfort to her, especially on those nights when every little creak in the house sent her heart racing. She'd had several nightmares about Christopher, where he was either trying to force liquid down her throat or shoot her. Birdie hoped that with the passage of time, the trauma of the ordeal would fade into the background. She had so much to live for. Holding Noelle's beautiful baby girl in her arms was a testament of that. As Birdie had peered down into baby Jolie's fresh pink face, she'd hardly been able to contain her emotion. She'd felt a whisper of her sister in the room with her, and knew that Jolie was smiling down from heaven, grateful that Birdie's life had been extended so she could be there, not only for Noelle, but also for her own kids and grandkids. Birdie looked at Knox, drinking in the clean, hard line of his jaw. He was so rugged and masculine. Her blood warmed as she looked at his lips, thinking of the fire and passion his very touch elicited in her.
"What?" he murmured with a lopsided smile as he felt her gaze.
She shrugged, her voice musing.
"I was just thinking about the kids and all of the questions we'll have to answer this weekend." "Questions about what?"
It was cute how quickly the corners of his lips turned down in mild annoyance. Knox didn't like having to explain himself to anyone, not even his kids.
"They'll be wondering about us." "What about us?" he grumbled.
She kept her voice light and nonchalant, trying hard to suppress her smile.
"They'll be wondering if their daddy will ever get the courage to take the plunge."
His eyes flew open wide.
"This hasn't got a dad-blasted thing to do with courage. It's about timing. You want a perfect proposal. That takes time to pull together."
"Uh-huh," she drawled, a knowing smile tipping her lips. "You keep telling yourself that." Several times throughout the past month, when Knox had taken her to dinner, she'd expected a proposal, but it hadn't happened. She was starting to get antsy, and it didn't help that Zoe, Jackson, Lemon, and even Effie had been pestering her about it. At this point, Birdie knew that she and Knox would get remarried. While she was ready for Knox to step up to the plate, she was no longer peeved with him. Mostly, she just enjoyed razzing him about it. He pulled up to the ranch house and got out of the truck.
"I'll be right back."
"Sounds good." She sat back in her seat to relax. He got to the door before holding up a finger and turning back around. He trotted back to her door and opened it. "Is everything okay?"
"Yeah, everything's good."
He gave her an apologetic smile.
"Would you mind coming in for a second? You know the new bronze sculpture that Zoe made?"
"The one of the horses?"
He nodded. "I put it on the mantel, but I'm not sure if it looks good there. Can you give me your opinion?"
"Sure." She released her seatbelt, and he helped her out of the truck. "You know, in the near future, you'll be able to get Effie to give you decorating advice also."
"Good point,"
he mused. He placed his hand on the small of her back and led her inside.
Bertie loved the protective feel of his hand. She was surprised when Knox steered her toward the kitchen instead of the den. "What is this?" He only grinned in response. Her breath caught, hand going over her chest, when she saw the formal table setting on the back section of the long farm table. It was complete with a white tablecloth, wine glasses, candles, and a monstrous bouquet of red roses. Tears rose in her eyes as she walked over, chuckling softly at the bottle of sparkling cider in the silver bucket of ice. She turned to face Knox, hardly daring to hope. "Is this what I think it is?" His azure eyes brimmed with a combination of joy and amusement as he held out his hands.
"What can I say? I'm taking the plunge."
Laughter bubbled in her throat.
"It's about time."
He stepped up to her and got down on one knee as he caught hold of her hands. His jaw worked as he cleared his throat, trying to contain his emotion.
"Bertie,"
he began in a low, urgent tone. Tears glistened in his eyes.
"I wish there were enough words in the world to tell you how much I love you."
His voice quivered with intensity.
"You are my everything. Will you marry me?"
He flashed a boyish grin that turned her heart over in response.
"Again? This time for keeps?"
No words had ever sounded sweeter to her ears.
"Yes,"
Bertie exclaimed, tears filling her eyes, as she pulled him to his feet and flung her arms around him, pressing her lips to his. An instant later, she realized Knox was waving his arm. Then she heard the strumming of a guitar. She turned to see Cash striding into the kitchen. Laughter gurgled in her throat.
"What is this?"
Knox grinned.
"The pre-concert."
A second later, the rest of the family burst into the kitchen, grandkids and all. Bertie laughed through her tears as she mopped her eyes. She gave Knox a soft nudge on the arm.
"You got me. I never expected this."
"See?" Knox bragged.
"I told you I'd make it right."
Joy percolated in her chest.
"That you did,"
she uttered softly. All the kids and grandkids stepped up one by one to hug Bertie and Knox. Bertie was surprised to see Effie amongst the group.
"Congratulations,"
Effie said as she hugged Bertie.
"You deserve to be happy."
"Thank you,"
Bertie responded.
"I'm so glad you're here."
"We're glad she's here, too,"
Zoe asserted as she slipped an arm around Effie and pulled her close. Effie's cheeks reddened slightly, but Bertie could tell that Zoe's gesture meant the world to Effie. Zoe shot Mason a snarky grin.
"We're just glad to have a sibling younger than Mason. Now he can no longer claim special privileges for being the baby."
Mason's jaw dropped.
"That was a cheap shot. I don't claim special privileges." "You keep telling yourself that, little brother,"
Ramsay hooted as Mason shot him a dark look. Selma sniggered beside Mason.
"Not you, too,"
he bellowed as he caught her in a tight hug.
"Great proposal. I knew you had it in you."
Jackson winked at Knox.
"So did I,"
Lemon chimed in. She gave Knox a meaningful look.
"To forgive oneself is the most powerful gift of all."
Knox nodded as his Adam's apple slid up and down. Bertie could tell that he was fighting back his emotions. She gave Lemon a tender smile. Her and Jackson's meeting with the specialist had gone well. They were hopeful that the specialist would discover why she kept miscarrying. Lemon had wisdom beyond her years from all of the trauma that she'd been through. Bertie knew she would one day make a terrific mom. Mason let out a low whistle as he went over to the table.
"Wow, Daddy, I'm impressed. You did it up big. What's for dinner?"
Ramsay gave Mason a shove in the arm.
"Hold your horses, no dinner yet, Mr. One-Kick Wonder. It's time for the grand event."
"Grand event?"
Bertie asked, looking around the group for an explanation. A secret smile passed between Hartley and Ava. Bertie tipped her head.
"What's going on here?"
She homed in on Noah and Piper, but they only grinned.
"Daddy, you better start talking,"
Cash drawled,
"or Mama's going to start spewing steam from her ears."
Everyone laughed, even Milo and Madison. Bertie's hand went to her hip as a suspicious smile slipped over her lips.
"What are you little stinkers up to?" She wagged a finger, encompassing the group. "That goes for you older stinkers as well," she said in her motherly, scolding tone.
Knox slipped his arm around her shoulders and pulled her close.
"Well, we figured—" "You figured," Jackson corrected. "I figured," Knox continued easily, "that since everyone's here, we might as well tie the knot and make it official."
Birdie could hardly believe her ears.
"Now?" she squeaked.
"Yep." Knox grinned from ear to ear.
"Where?"
Birdie had wanted this for so long. If her heart could have broken free from her chest, it would have done 1,000 cartwheels. Leave it to Knox to catch her totally off guard. She'd suspected something when he led her into the kitchen rather than the den, but she'd never dreamt that he'd propose and marry her on the same day.
"At the church."
Knox's eyes twinkled with adventure.
"What do you say?"
Her head was spinning so fast it was hard to process everything. Now she knew how Hartley must have felt when Ramsay sprung her wedding on her last minute. She looked down at her clothes.
"But I don't have a dress."
"Ah, but you do." An impish smile curved Hartley's lips. "Ava and I did a little shopping earlier today." She looked at Lemon and Effie. "You even have a pair of designer pumps, compliments of shade of lemon, and hand-selected by Effie, from this fabulous boutique that we know well."
"Everything's arranged," Noah interjected, "right down to the pictures that Piper and I will take."
"Don't forget the fabulous cake and finger foods for the reception afterwards," Zoe added.
"Trust me, they're delicious."
Briggs cast Zoe a cheeky grin.
"I may or may not have sampled a few."
Zoe raised an eyebrow. "More than a few," she retorted. Briggs chuckled, loving getting a rise out of Zoe. He looked at Milo and Madison.
"Well, I might have had a little help."
Guilt splashed over their faces as they ducked their heads slightly, laughing. Knox turned to face Birdie.
"Miss Romeo," he asked grandly, "are you ready to do this thing they call marriage?"
Birdie's chest expanded with so much love that she could hardly contain it. Moisture blurred her eyes as she looked at the larger-than-life man she knew so well. She'd followed Knox down many a rocky road, through sunshine and rain. God willing, they'd have many more roads to travel down yet. He was hers, and she was his, always and forever. It was about time they made it official. An exuberant smile crossed her lips.
"I've never been more ready for anything in my life. Let's do it."
Lemon looked at Jackson in amusement. "There you have it. Miss Birdie Romeo will now become Mrs. Birdie Romeo."
"Yes, ma'am," Jackson quipped. "Exactly how it should be. Romeos till the end."
Closing credits. This has been One More Chance, Romeo Family Romance, Book 11, written by Jennifer Youngblood, narrated by Lisa Valdini. Copyright 2021 by Jennifer Youngblood. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced in any form or by any electronic or mechanical means, including information storage and retrieval systems, without written permission from the author, except for the use of brief quotations in a book review.